Run.
Please try again. Thank you.
Mic test, mic test.
Hi everyone, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning po. Good morning po sa ating lahat. So welcome po to the closing meeting and ISO 9001 2015 reorientation. So we will start in a few minutes po. In the meantime, flashed on your screen po for easier identification of our participants today. Kindly rename your Zoom names po using the format on your screen. So example, OBS or FO name and then your name po para madali po namin kayong makilala. And also, we are live po sa YouTubes for other participants. Kung meron po kayong mga members ng inyong QMTs who will not be able to attend our Zoom meeting today, pwede po nila tayong panoorin sa ating YouTube live. So the link is in the chat box po. Also, habang naghihintay, may we ask you po to fill our attendance form. So, nasa chat box din po. So, ayun po, we will start in a few minutes. So, sit back and relax po muna tayo. Good morning! Once again, hello and good morning po to everyone in this meeting room. Can you hear me loud and clear po?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so
Yes, ma'am.
yan.
Yes
Hello,
po.
yes, good morning po. Tayo po ba ay ready na? Nakapag-almusal, nakapagkape po ba tayong lahat? Can we get a yes sa chat box kung tayo po ay ready na for our activity today?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. So maraming salamat po for participation and for attending our activity today. So today we will be having our closing meeting for the walkthrough audit conducted May uh, from May 31 to June 18 po. So, and then in the afternoon po, we will have our ISO 9001-2015 reorientation session. So, tayo po dito sa ating meeting room ay nasa around 245 pa lang po. Kung meron po tayong mga QMT members who are not yet here, kindly let them know, mag-log in na po. And also, para sa mga hindi po makaka-attend sa Zoom today, we are live streaming via YouTube po. So, kindly invite your team members din po to watch our live streaming. So, with that, maybe we can start our closing meeting na po. So, before we start, let's have a quick prayer po. Let's put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Dear Almighty and ever-loving God, we offer everything to you in the conduct of our activity today. We ask for your blessing and divine providence that the activities set for this undertaking be successful and effective. May we also retain the invaluable knowledge and learning experiences that we derive from this activity for actual application when we leave this meeting room. Today, we give you our hearts, our minds, and our lives. Come speak your words of life into our beings. We pray that you would deepen our comprehension, broaden our thinking, and transform our understanding of what we are about to hear. For you are our wise counselor, our perfect teacher, and our faithful friend. Your generous blessing would mean the success of this activity. We know that without it, we can do nothing. Lord, may we be living witnesses of your genuine love through the implementation of knowledge acquired through this activity. Grant us your divine wisdom as we go about our daily task after this meeting. This we ask in the name of our Lord. Amen. So, magandang umaga po ulit. Today we are joined by offices from the central office and the field offices. I think from the OUS SWD, meron po ba tayong representatives here? Kindly chat yes po using our chat box. From the OSEC, we have representatives from the OSEC proper, from the legal service, from the ICTMS, from the internal audit service, from the social marketing service, and from the National Household Targeting Office. So for the operations group, we have representatives from the OAS statutory programs and specialized programs, from the PMB, from the 4Ps National Program Management Office, from ISSO, from Kalahi Seeds, and from SLP and PMO. From the GasG cluster, we have representatives from the OUS GasG, of course from the OAS admin, from administrative service, from finance and management service, from HRMDS, and from the PMS. We also have representatives from the OUS Dream G, from the Dream B and the NRLMB. From the Standards and Capacity Building Group, we have the OAS SCB, the Standards Bureau, Social Technology Bureau, and the Suite B. From the Policy and Planning Group, we have representatives from OAS Policy and Planning, OSM, PDPB, and RGMO. And from our ISO committees, our overall document controller and assistant document controller are here. The lead and assistant lead for the IQA committee are also here. Represented also are the lead and assistant lead of the 7S of Good Housekeeping Committee, the Committee on Anti-Red Tape, and lastly, the ISO Knowledge Management Committee. Of course, from our field offices, good morning to everyone. We have representatives from 16 of our field offices. Field Office 1, Field Office 2, Field Office CAR, Field Office 3, Field Office NCR, Field Office 4A, Field Office 4B, Field Office 5, Field Office 6, Field Office 7, Field Office 8, Field Office 9, Field Office 10, Field Office 11, Field Office 12, and Field Office Caraga. Welcome po sa inyong lahat and to our heads of offices, to our regional directors, and our assistant secretaries and undersecretaries, I think, will be joining us later on. So for our opening remarks, our Assistant Secretary Rodolfo M. Santos and team leader of the QMT PMT will deliver his opening remarks po. Asek Rod.
Maraming salamat, Donna. To our EXECOM and MODCOM members, regional and assistant regional directors, members of the quality management teams, members of the project management team for quality management, and other key personnel from the central and field offices, to our ISO consultant, Quality Plus Management Consulting Company, headed by no less than Mr. Henry Opalaca, a safe and healthy good morning to all. We are here today for the conduct of the closing meeting as a result of the 3-week walkthrough audit of our standard operating procedures, as well as the reorientation of the ISO 9001:2015 certification. These are among the many important activities and capacity building interventions that support our goal to be certified to ISO 9001:2015 standards as enshrined in the department's fiscal year 2020 and 2021 thrust and priorities. These are also aligned to our total quality management roadmap that envisions DSWD as a center of excellence in the delivery of social welfare and development services, recognized not only locally but internationally as an organization that develops, promotes, and adheres to global standards of public service excellence. Achieving ISO 9001:2015 certification is just one of the many strategies contained in the Total Quality Management Roadmap. However, for the benefit of this activity, let us focus our attention as to why we are doing this and how we are to move forward in achieving ISO 9001:2015 certification for the entire department. The department's ISO 9001:2015 certification journey is further reinforced with the recent issuance of the Interagency Task Force on the Harmonization of National Government Performance Monitoring, Information and Reporting Systems of their Memorandum Circular number 2021-01, providing the guidelines on the grant of the performance-based bonus for fiscal year 2021. The said issuance categorized the PDB criteria and conditions into 4 dimensions of accountability. First, performance results. Second, process results. Third, financial results, and finally, citizens or client satisfaction results. The ISO, along with the ease of doing business initiatives of the department, directly contributes to two of the dimensions for accountability: process results and citizens or client satisfaction results. The process result conditions may be achieved through streamlining of frontline services and standardization of frontline processes, including those implemented at the regional or field, satellite, and extension offices of the department, and digitization of other processes and improvement initiatives for faster and more efficient public service delivery. On the other hand, the client or satisfaction results may be achieved through accomplishment and submission of reports on the citizens or client satisfaction survey and resolution of all reported complaints from 888 hotline, contact center ng bayan, client satisfaction survey, and other medium for grievances. With the department-wide ISO certification project and the establishment of standard operating processes and procedures in the DSWD, in compliance with the ease of doing business, which started in 2019, we are on the right track in achieving and meeting these requirements. Specifically, the requirement for calendar year 2021 PBB for the process result is achievement of greater ease of transaction through streamlining, digitization, and standardization in all frontline services of the department. For the citizen client satisfaction results, it should be high satisfaction without 888 or CBB complaints. If the DSWD garnered a total of 100 points, all personnel of the department shall be individually entitled to receive a PBB equivalent to 100% of 65% of their respective salary. However, if the department attain a performance rating lower than 4 in any of the criteria, the unit most responsible for that criteria will be isolated from the grant of the FY 2020 PBB. Hence, all concerned personnel under these offices that are isolated will not receive PBB for 2021. This provides us all the more reason to work together towards better service delivery. And I would like to thank you once again for committing your time, knowledge, and skills in this activity, and we hope to continuously increase the participation of everyone in the coming activities for the project. In the past weeks, concerned offices in the central office and 14 of our field offices underwent a series of system implementation checking through the conduct of our ISO consultants walkthrough audit. From here, the Consultant Quality Management Plus was able to validate the implementation of our registered documented information and analyze the gaps in our system implementation. Today, Mr. Henry Opalaca shall present their team's findings, and hopefully, through this gap assessment, we may be able to further improve the implementation of our quality management system. Moving forward, we shall use these findings to better prepare ourselves for the upcoming internal quality audits and external audits of the certifying body, which shall facilitate the department's certification to ISO 9001:2015 standards. Further, in the afternoon, the reorientation session aims to increase the level of awareness and competency of the DSWD personnel who will embark to achieve our ISO certification and provide everyone updates on the project's milestones, current status, and next steps. At the end of this activity, we shall be able to have a refresher on the foundation and fundamentals of quality management system. Recognize the role of the management in the establishment, implementation, maintenance, and continual improvement of the organization's quality management system. Understand the scope of the ISO 9001:2015 certification project of the DSWD. And finally, harmonize activities relevant to the expansion of the scope and integration of other ISO certified offices in the department. With these objectives, I hope that we will have a very fruitful activity, and let us continue to push for strategies which will help us to achieve efficient and effective performance and delivery of results. In the following weeks, we will be equipped with more guidance through conduct of webinars and technical support from our consultant and quality management technical team. From here on, we expect your full commitment, engagement, and active participation in the series of activities geared towards the realization of our end goal. I hope that our learnings and takeaways from today's activities will help equip you in planning, establishing, and implementing the quality management system in your respective offices. Our target may seem challenging given our country's situation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. But with everyone's commitment and support, nothing is impossible for the DSWD. Always remember this quote from William Foster. And I quote, "Quality is never an accident. It is always the result of high intention, sincere effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wise choice of many alternatives." End of quote. And of course, let us always put into our mind and heart that quality is each and everyone's responsibility. As once said by Greek philosopher Aristotle, quality is not an act, it is a habit. Thank you very much for your steadfast support and participation in these activities. As angels in red vest, let us continue to give hope to those that are greatly in need, disadvantaged, marginalized, and vulnerable. Let us serve as a beacon of exemplary public service to our responsive social welfare and development programs and leaderships in innovations and effective, efficient delivery of services to the people we serve. Ipagpatuloy natin ang ating biyahe tungo sa mahusay at mapagkalingang serbisyo para sa mamamayang Pilipino na walang puwang sa katiwalian. Mabuhay po tayong lahat at mabuhay ang DSWD. Magandang araw po sa ating lahat.
Thank you so much, Asek Rod, for that very heartwarming opening remarks. So for our preliminaries today, next slide. So we will have our house rules po. Number 1, please turn off your microphones when not in use. Number 2, use the chat box po or raise your hand if you have any questions. Sa ating chat box, we have Miss Christine Polet Ramos from the QMT Secretariat who will be facilitating the chats and questions po sa ating chat box. So if you have questions po, kindly jot them down while we are discussing or our presenters are discussing po. And then we will we will facilitate yung question and answer po later on. Next, you may share your screen po for interactive meeting. Open your video if you are capable of video sharing po. And lastly, we are encouraging everyone to listen and participate in our activities. Next slide, please. So for the program flow, sa AM session po, we will have our closing meeting of the walkthrough audit conducted in the past 3 weeks. So Our consultant, Mr. Henry O. Palaca, will be presenting the major findings and observations during the walkthrough audit. And then after that po, we will have our discussion. So as mentioned earlier, for questions and other clarifications, kindly jot them down or isend po natin sa ating chat box. You may also privately message Miss Christine Polet Ramos. Kung makikita niyo po ang kanyang pangalan, QMT Christine Ramos. So you may chat her directly and she will take note of your questions po, and we will facilitate the question and answer during our discussion. And then after that, we will have a 1-hour lunch break from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. po. And then we will resume with a preliminaries, the objectives of our session in the afternoon for the ISO 9001-2015 reorientation. It will be followed by the ISO 9001-2015 roadmap for our milestones, current status, and next steps of the project. And then after that, Mr. Henry O. Palaca will be back to present the ISO reorientation for key personnel of the QMTs, a short briefing on the scope of our expansion, and then we will have a 10-minute break after that po, and then we will be back to present yung briefing on the integration of the other ISO certified offices. Lastly, we will have a discussion and open forum for our reorientation. So with that, may we call on Mr. Henry O. Palaca from Quality Plus Consulting Company to present their findings during our walkthrough audit conducted on May 31 to June 18, 2021. Sir Henry.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, Donna, for that introduction. So today I will be presenting to you, as mentioned by Ms. Donna, the major highlights of what transpired during the, I think, 3 weeks, no? Parang haba-haba yung ating audit. Walkthrough audit. So take note that the walkthrough audit is basically intended for us to know where we are now in as far as the implementation of the ISO 9001 is concerned. So remember that in the ISO journey, after we have documented our different processes, creating different SOPs of the agency or the department, we need to implement those procedures. Otherwise, kung hindi natin i-implement yung mga nakasulat, walang saysay. Anin pa natin yung pagsusulat ng ating mga manuals if we don't follow or don't implement those manuals. So basically, the primary intention or intent of the walkthrough audit is to assess the level of conformance of every process owner or the different process owners to this documented quality management system. Of course, so let me now go through the PowerPoint that we have prepared. So we did the audit from May 31 until June 18. So basically, we focus on the core processes that are that will be the primary scope of our QMS certification. So these are actually the MPA procedures and the DRMB procedures. So MPA, we actually have 4 processes. So we audited 3 processes for the central office. This include the MPA policy development, the provision of the technical assistance on MPA, and the third procedure for the central office is the issuance or releasing of the blue cards, no, to the different FOs based on the request, no. And of course, the highlight of the MPA is on the implementation of the MPA process itself at the different field offices. So we are actually talking here of how the FO processes and releases the request or the application for MPA. And under the DRMB, we only focus on one procedure, and this is on the processing of relief augmentation, no, by the different FOs as requested by the LGUs, no, of these FOs. So the coverage basically include the central office and the different field offices with the exclusion of the 4 offices that are already currently ISO certified. So we did not include in the walkthrough audit the offices of GASG, the NRLMB, FO1, and FO Caraga. Okay. So, but of course, our final audit, no, prior to the certification audit, we call it as the pre-certification audit. Of course, those 4 offices will be included in the pre-certification audit. Now, these are the primary objectives of our walkthrough audit. Of course, as mentioned earlier, the primary purpose is for us to gauge the level of conformance of the different processes against ISO 9001:2015 requirements. So remember that in audit or in the certification process, you will be assessed if you are fully compliant to all the requirements of ISO 9001. So which means that if there are, let's say, lapses of the processes to conform to the a particular ISO requirements, then that may be ground for not getting the certification. So again, the first objective is to assess the conformance. Then the second objective is to evaluate the level of effectiveness of these different processes. So pag sinabi kasi nating level of effectiveness, 2 things that we are looking into. No? First is if we were able to properly manage the risks related to those processes. So if I am talking here of, for example, L&D process or learning and development process, ano po ba yung mga risks related to the L&D process? And if that is the risk, what is your current control, no, to mitigate or manage the risk? Otherwise, if we don't manage those risks, chances are it will become a problem or an issue later. So kaya doon tayo tumitingin. Effectiveness of the process is first, how you effectively manage the risks, okay? And of course, the second one is if you were able to attain your objectives or your targets for the processes. So what are the, let's say, the performance criteria or the KPIs that you have set to those processes? We were actually looking into that, no? So that's a second objective, no? And of course, the third objective is for us to identify areas for improvement. So as auditors of quality management system, we are not really looking for lapses or non-conformities, no? But we are basically looking for level of conformities. And if there are, let's say, if we happen to identify or see lapses or yung tinatawag nating non-conformities, so we will help you improve or address those nonconformities, because the moment that we address those nonconformities, then that will result to improvement. Okay, so after all, the department is aiming to continuously improve your services, your processes. So we always believe that for your process or for your services to be continuously enhanced or improved, then we really value the results of an internal audit initiative or even an audit initiative. So I hope that gone were the days that our mindset for audit is fault finding. Tapos na yun, ano? Ang audit ay hindi para maghanap ng butas, but ang audit is actually a partnership between the auditors and the auditees. So in our case, in the walkthrough audit, we are your partners because we want to help you improve. Because the audit does not stop from identifying lapses or nonconformities, but the audit goes beyond identification, and that is by way of taking action or yung tinatawag nating improvement action, so that we'll be able to continuously improve our processes. Now, for the audit criteria, so basically we have 2 sets of criteria in our audit. The first criteria obviously is the ISO 9001:2015. Okay, so I know that you already underwent the orientation on ISO 9001 pertaining to the different requirements. So mamayang hapon we will be reinforcing, no? We will be revisiting those requirements, especially kung may mga mahihina tayong or if there are requirements that the department is quite having difficulty addressing or meeting those requirements. And of course, the other set of criteria for the our audit was the agency-wide QMS documentation. Basically, we really look into those procedures paulit-ulit, no, to the different field offices. Actually, kami as the auditors, parang umay na kami sa kakatingin ng mga procedures na yun. But that's the way for us to really improve those procedures, no? Kaya looking at ito yung nakasulat sa procedure, ano yung actual practice. So yun ang tinitingnan natin, no? That's our second set of audit criteria. Now, again, no, there were 4 of us that conducted the audit. I am the lead auditor, lead consultant for this walkthrough audit. Of course, alternate lead auditor is Miss Jen Makaya, and we have 2 members of the audit team, AJ Jimenez or Armando Jimenez and Muriem Biscocho. So again, we did the audit from May 31 until June 18. So I will now discuss the summary of audit findings per ISO clause or subclause. No? So ito po yung ating summary, and we are looking at the highlighted numbers referring to those in green, no? Yun po ang ating mga pagbibigyan ng pansin, no? Because those pertain to the major findings that we have identified all throughout the audit, no? So if you look at those in green, red text, so we have 6.1. So 6.1 pertains to actions to address risk and opportunities. So we have identified 65 minor nonconformities and 11 OFIs or opportunities for improvement. So and we have 6.2, and that is actually quality objectives and planning to achieve them. So we have 4 minor nonconformities and 11 opportunities for improvement. We have 7.1. 7.1 pertains to provision of resources. That we have 29 minor nonconformities and 15 opportunities for improvement. We have 7.5. 7.5 pertains to control of documented information. We were able to identify 29 cases of minor nonconformities and 9 OFIs. We have 8.4. 8.4 is pertaining to control of externally provided processes, products, and services, or in short, ito yung ating mga competitive bidding and the preparation of PPMT and APP. So we have 9. We were able to identify 9 minor nonconformities and 2 OFIs. And of course, the 8.5 pertains to service provision. So ito yung core process natin, yung 8.5. We were able to identify 10 minor nonconformities and 14 OFIs. And finally, we have 10.2 pertaining to nonconformities and corrective actions. We were able to identify 6 minor nonconformities and 7 opportunities for improvement. So let me now look into these major findings, and after the discussion of the major findings, we will be proposing recommendations to address the major findings. Okay, so the first, we arranged those 7 major findings from highest to lowest with regard to the number of minor nonconformities. So the first one is 6.1. Again, no, this pertains to the actions addressing the risk and opportunities. So sinabi ko kanina, no, paulit-ulit kung i-emphasize ito because the latest version of ISO 9001, so this pertains to the 2015 version, is basically about risk-based thinking. Actually, dalawa ang pinaka-focal theme or major theme ng latest version ng ISO 9001 na gustong mangyari ng ISO na bawat organization ay nagiging habit or culture. What are these 2 things? First is the process approach. The other one is the risk-based thinking. Okay, so bakit mahalaga yung risk-based thinking? Bakit mahalaga yung process approach? Okay, let me, although mamayang hapon pag-usapan natin ulit ito, but let me just emphasize the importance of these two themes in the 2015 version. Take note that in ISO, sinabi din ni ASEC Rod kanina, ISO 9001 is about achieving customer satisfaction. Okay? So that's the reason why organizations, whether government or private, are really, taking an effort to really implement this ISO 9001 because they really want to serve or achieve customer satisfaction. So the way to achieve customer satisfaction is to manage the process. Because take note that every process that exists in the agency or in the department produces a certain output, whether the output is a tangible one or intangible one. And that does not stop from there. The output will be delivered to an intended customer. So whether the customer is internal to the department or outside the department. So ang tanong ngayon, kung nagrereklamo si customer, whether that customer is internal or external customer, ang nireklamo niya is that output that comes from the process. So, and take note that all of us or all of you, from the top management down to the lowest level in the organization, are called process owners. Lahat kayo own a certain process or few processes. So, in other words, kung hindi mo na-manage yung process mo, expect that your output or the output of your process will not consistently satisfy the intended customers. So ang tanong ngayon, how do you manage the process? First and foremost, make sure that you measure the performance of the process. Kaya if you notice, no, lahat ng mga na-audit namin, laging ang isa sa mga lagi namin tinatanong, paano po ba natin tinitiyak na okay yung process mo? Ano po ba yung mga parameter na tinitingnan ninyo? Is it, so many of you mentioned about the result of customer, the CSS, or even the lead time, the TAT, or turnaround time. Again, because those are important to your customers. Di ba? So, kaya the way to manage the process is to make sure that you consistently deliver the output, and for that to be consistent, you have to make sure that you monitor, you measure those parameters that you've set for the process. So that's a process approach. Now, the second one is the risk-based thinking. Ito na yung 6.1, because that is one thing that I'd like you to really inculcate in the hearts and in the minds of everyone in DSWD. The thinking called the risk-based thinking. Bakit po mahalaga? Bakit partner ang risk-based thinking sa process approach? Because even if we already have set performance measures or performance indicators to our processes, even if you already have written the procedures to the process that you identified, by the way, no? Pag sinabi nating process, ito yung naglalabas ng output para masatisfy si customer. Pero paano mo gagawin yung output? You created your procedures. Paano mo gagawin yung process? You created the procedure of the process, because the procedure tells everyone how to perform or carry out the process. So if we talk about, for example, MTA or release of issuance of MTA certificate, so how you issue is written in the procedures. So the procedures basically control the performance of your process. Kasi kung wala kang procedure, pwedeng ang process mo ay hindi magde-deliver all the time ng okay na output. So kaya guided ka by the procedure. So ngayon ang tanong, even if you already have your procedures, even if you already have trained the people owning those processes or the procedures, yet there are times that the process fails to deliver the expected output or the expected result. Bakit ganun ang nangyari minsan sa ating mga processes? Because of the risks associated to our process. Remember that there is no such thing as a perfect process. Walang perfectong process. Okay? So, therefore, para lang ma-manage natin or matiyak lang natin that the process, at least most of the time, if not all the time, delivers the expected results, you need to identify the risks associated to the process and assess the level of risk, meaning high risk ka ba doon, low risk ka doon. Okay, and if it's a high risk or a significant risk, then take mitigation or countermeasure bago siya magiging problema. Parang ano lang yan, sakit, di ba? All of us are vulnerable to a disease, or even in what's happening right now in the pandemic, all of us may be infected by the virus. So that's the risk, di ba? Pero ang tanong ngayon, ano ang ating control measures sa ngayon? Individually, are we consistently using our face mask when we go out of our home? Or are we practicing consistently physical distancing? So yun ang mga control measures eh. So ngayon, even if you have already the control measures, yet nangyayari pa rin yung nag-occur pa rin yung problem related to that risk, then therefore your current control may not be sufficient. So think of other action plans. So yun ang actually tinatawag nating risk-based thinking. Okay? So it's not about being paranoid, but it's all about readiness, preparedness to what happened in the future, especially yung mga circumstances or mga unforeseen problems or issues. So yan ang karamihan sa aming nagiging nakikitang non-conformities, because right now all the FOs, no, or even the central offices that we have audited, hindi pa ganon ka-strong yung ating pag-implement ng risk and opportunity management process. Okay? So that's the first, no? The second major finding pertains to the resources, but if you look at the requirements of 7.1, napakahaba nito, no? Kaya expect na pangalawa siya. Because when we say 7.1, there are actually 6 major requirements under 7.1. Ano ito? First is on the resources itself, no? The general resources, that includes the financial, kaya tinitingnan namin yung budget, tinitingnan namin yung mga financial, no, allocation ng department to the different FOs or offices, no? So that's the first, no, under resource. Pangalawa is the people. So we look at how you provide human resources. Okay? So my team who audited yung ating HR, tinitingnan nila, ito ba yung ilan ang mga tao na nandoon? Ito ba talaga ay sapat para ma-deliver ng unit o ng office yung kanyang kinumit na delivery targets, or yung tinatawag nating OPC. Okay? So that's the second one, no? The human resource or the people. The third under resources pertains to the infrastructure. So we look at how you maintain your facilities, your equipment, and all of those pertaining to the infrastructure. So kaya medyo marami-rami yun, no? Pang-apat is the work environment, how you implemented your 7S program, how you maintain the work environment in such a way that the work environment is conducive to producing quality results. Next is on calibration. So you have your measuring equipment that need to be calibrated. So we look into how you implement that procedure on calibration. And finally is on knowledge management. Kaya if you look at that 7.1 resources, akala natin isa lang yan, but actually it talks about 6 major requirements. Kaya no doubt that is the second in the list, no, with regard to the major findings. Okay, the third major finding pertains to control of documented information. So actually kailangan talaga natin is-strengthen itong ating documented information, how we control, no? So we have appointed already the overall document controller, the deputy or assistant. We have the different document custodians in the different offices, field offices. Pero still, no, ang dami namin nakikitang lapses with regard to failure to control those documented information. Okay? Ano bang mga example natin sa mga uncontrolled documented information? For example, no, the central office already deploys, for example, forms that you need to follow or use in the execution of a particular procedure or process. But still, no, different field offices have their different versions of the form. Okay, iba-ibang itsura, iba. And isa sa mga madalas namin nakikita with regard to uncontrolled documented information are yung walang mga document code. Walang form code, revision number, effectivity date. So I hope no na nakikita natin yung value ng mga details na yun. Why do we make sure, why do we have to ensure that those documented information that we generate in our QMS need to be controlled? Yung mga nakalagay revision number. Okay, una-una, yung bakit kailan may form number? Because we want our document to be easily identified, to be easily traceable. Okay, kaya naglalagay tayo ng code, no? Form code or procedure code or whatever document code. And then the revision number is very important because that tells us kung ano yung latest version, because maybe you are using the obsolete version, the superseded version. Eh, ano mangyayari kung gumamit ka ng lumang version? For example na lang, may bago na pala tayong policy or bagong procedure, pero alam mo, dahil ang kopya mo ay obsolete copy of the procedure, sinunod mo pa rin yung lumang procedure. So, pwedeng mali yung output mo or your output is not correct because you follow the old or the obsolete version of the procedure or the form. Kaya I hope that those details are not just there para pampaganda ng form, no? Pero it has really a very important value to us, no? Or even the effectivity date. Bakit kailangan natin lagyan ng ang ating mga document ng effectivity date? Because the effectivity date tells us as to when that particular document takes effect. So, kunyari, ang nakalagay effectivity date is January 1, 2021. Pero until now, I'm not still using that form, that version of the form with effectivity date January 1, 2021. So, I may be in trouble. Bakit hindi ko pa siya nagagamit? Okay? So, again, no, those are concrete examples of the lapses that we've identified or we've seen in the control of documented information. By the way, I'd like us to understand that there are two types of documented information in our QMS. No? One is what we call maintained documented information, maintained, okay? The other one is the retained documented information. And the two types of documented information need to be managed or controlled. Yung kinukwento ko kanina, yung mga document na dapat may code, may mga effectivity date, pertains to controlling the maintained documented information. But another issue that we have encountered during our audit is on the control of retained documented information. By the way, the retained documented information simply refers to the records. Okay? Either soft copies or hard copies na pinapaskan namin prior to our audit in the field office or in the office. Kailangan may control, no? So one of the things that is really very that we really need to improve is the way we file our records, our retained documented information. Kasi during the audit talagang ang dami naming mga naranasang pagkakataon na naghihintay kami sa auditee para hahanapin yung mga nawawalang yung mga records. Actually, the approach in the walkthrough audit is not really exactly the approach of the final audit or even the pre-certification audit. Ano yung approach namin sa walkthrough audit? Ang approach namin, sinabi na namin in advance na ihanda na ninyo, mamili kayo ng sample record at ahead of time para pagdating sa audit na ipakita nyo na kaagad yung sample record na yon. Pero that's not the way that the auditors are really doing the audit. The real auditors are actually randomly selecting records. Pwede lang sabihin, patingin nga ng inyong MPA, application for MPA ng ganitong buwan or ng, let's say for example, ganitong week. So random yon. Paano kung hindi maayos yung filing ng inyong mga records? Kaya yun ang naranasan namin in the walkthrough audit ang tagal bago maibigay. No? May mga FOs ako na hindi ko natapos yung audit kasi half of the time, let's say I'm supposed, for example, I'm supposed to audit that FO, for example, in 2 hours, pero 1 hour lang yung audit because the 1 hour was spent in looking for those documents or those records. So the real auditors will not tolerate that. No? Kaya kailangan talaga meron tayong maayos na filing system. We are talking kanina, no? Sinabi ni Asek Rod, one of the reasons why we are implementing this quality management system is to increase productivity of our people. Do you think people will be productive if half of their time is spent in looking for lost records? Di ba idle yung mga ganun eh. So, well, looking for lost records or looking for records, old records, is not only happening during audit, even in your day-to-day work, no? Maraming mga pagkakataon na naghahanap ka ng asan nga ba yung file na to, ganito, ganito. But if you have a good filing system, or if you have in general, if you have a very good system of controlling retained documented information, kasi actually hindi lang naman filing system ang tinitingnan natin sa retained documented information, even the way even the retention period or retention system. Okay, have you classified your records into active record, inactive, and of course obsolete? Kasi kung hinalo mo yung
Hello po. Good morning. I think meron lang pong technical difficulty on the end of our ISO consultant. So, kontakin po ulit namin si Sir Henry. For a while lang po.
Okay, I'm sorry for the interruption. Ano? So let me continue. No? Nakabalik na ba ako? Sorry, I need...
Hi, Sir
Okay na ba?
Henry. Yes, sir. Okay na po.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. So let me continue with the control of documented information. Ano? So again, we need to strengthen those, the control of those two types of control of documented information. The maintained. Actually, the role of the document controller and the document custodians are on the first type of control of documented information, yung tinatawag nating maintained documented information. But controlling the retained documented information or records are really the accountability or responsibility of the individual staff. Kasi sila ang nagpa-file, sila ang, let's say, if it's a hard copy, how do we have a uniform way of labeling our files, our folders? So that's part of standardizing. That's part of, making our documented information, retained documented information more accessible, easy to retrieve. Okay, so mamayang hapon, pag-usapan natin ulit yung part na yun. Kasi I think, ako as one of the auditors, in the walkthrough audit, talagang nakikita ko yung need, very sa akin urgent ito na dapat matututo ang bawat isa to really make sure that you have a good system to control your documented information. Okay, the fourth major finding.
Sir Henry?
Yes, Donna.
Yes, opo. Sir, apologies po. Mukhang nawala po yung inyong presentation.
Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So the fourth major finding that I would like to highlight is on the service provision. So there are 10 minor, but we have 14 OFIs. By the way, OFIs, or opportunities for improvement, are actually known as the potential nonconformities. So during the audit, hindi pa siya maaring kulang pa ng enough evidence para magiging nonconformity. So kumbaga on the verge of becoming a nonconformity, so we categorize them as opportunities for improvement. So kumbaga nanganganib, parang ganun, ano? So pwedeng in the future, kung hindi ma-address, magiging non-conformity yan pagdating sa final audit. So kaya we have to also take seriously addressing those OFIs, or opportunities for improvement. So looking at the requirement on 8.5 pertaining to production and service provision, basically ang tinitingnan namin dito na mga processes, no? Dalawa sa FO, and of course tatlo sa central office, no? So ano yung dalawang ito? Unang-una is the MTA processing, no? And the other one is the processing of relief augmentation. So yung dalawang yun ang talagang tinitingnan namin thoroughly how the different field offices are really implementing the prescribed procedures for MTA, for securing travel clearance for MTA, and of course the processing of relief augmentation. So isa sa mga nakikita naming lapses dito, no, na paulit-ulit naming nakikita, ay hindi natin exactly nasunod yung procedure. Or may mga FOs na nagkabaliktad. For example, no, may mga FO ako na na-audit na, for example, sa MTA, no, nakalagay sa procedure ninyo is magbayad muna si applicant bago i-process yung clearance or certificate, pipirmahan ni RD. May mga FO naman na nakita ko na, kasi syempre ang nakikita ko din naman yung point nila, no, na controlled kasi yung blue card, di ba? So kung halimbawa kung na-process na yon, na cancel yung tawag nito, ang blue card, so paano yon? So parang kaya ang justification nila, nauna kasi yung may mga FO na nauna yung pagpa-approve bago yung bayad. So anyway, yun mga ganong klaseng deviation from the prescribed procedure. Or for example, ito lagi ko nakikita yung yung sinabi natin in relation to uncontrolled copy, no? So even if, let's say for example, the procedure has an attached prescribed form, pero pagdating sa different FOs, may kanya-kanya silang form. May kanya-kanyang itsura, may kanya-kanyang component. Even for example, checklist for documentary requirements. Kanya-kanyang itsura ng checklist, no? Kanya-kanya, yung iba may as in listahan lang talaga. Yung iba naman na checklist, magtitik sila. May naman na checklist combined with assessment. So again, iba-ibang itsura. So we don't want that to happen because we are talking here, parang lang kasi, no? You know, one thing that is good about ISO, it's all about standardization. Parang Jollibee lang yan, di ba? Jollibee is trying to standardize their services, even their food. Kaya kahit saan kang pupunta na outlet ng Jollibee, parang maramdaman mo, nasa Jollibee ka. Ganon din sa FO, no? So whether you visit FO NCR or FO O2 or FO Caraga, dapat pare-pareho yung service. Hindi pwedeng, uy, mas okay sa Caraga, uy, bakit sa ganito? Hindi. Di ba dapat pare-pareho? Because we're talking here of DSWD, parang branding na pinag-usapan natin dito. Dapat ganon, no? So even in the forms, dapat alam natin na whether I am applying for MTA sa FO1 or FO9, pareho dapat ang itsura ng application. Kaso iba-iba ng itsura, no? Even in fact, no, may mga kanya-kanya kayong practice, may mga FO na kunyari 3 bata ang mag-apply for MTA, so isang form lang nakalista na doon. Ang form kasi na nakita ko may number na, number, kunyari name 1 2 3 4. So yung iba naman talagang 1:1, meaning one application form, one. So yun, mga ganun, no? Or even for example, the documentary requirement, although your procedure has already prescribed 4 types of application, yung sinabi nating minor with ano tawag ito? With accompaniment ba yan? And first time, di ba? Minor without accompaniment, first time na mag-travel. 4 yun na naka-table, no? We have tables 1 to 4 as attachment to the procedure. Yet nakalagay doon kung anong mga documentary requirements. But pagdating sa checklist ng kanya-kanyang FO, iba-iba ang makikita mo. Hindi lahat, kunyari, hindi lahat hinahanap yung financial stability ng parent. Okay? Hindi lahat humihingi ng Senomar ba? Ini-require ba Senomar? Anyway, so in short, hindi rin nasusunod yung mga nandun sa checklist. So I think, sa akin, kung tutuusin, hindi naman ganun siguro kahirap i-implement yun. It's just a matter of consciousness, conscious effort to really follow what's written in the procedure. So maybe ang tanong mo ngayon, paano kung itong procedure na to ay talagang hindi applicable sa case namin? Di ba? May mga ganun. I'm not just referring to MTA, but maybe a certain procedure na talagang unique lang sa FO na to. Kung may ganong, kumbaga exempted kayo to follow that, mga ganon. Pwedeng ganon, no? If that is the case, then you need to talk, no? You have to, maybe in our procedure for control of documented information, maybe may step doon na i-discuss yung issue mo. Kasi after all, what I'd like us to understand is that the procedure, or we are the master of the procedure and not a slave to the procedure. Pag sinabi kasi nating slave to the procedure, parang wala na akong magawa, nandiyan na kasi sa procedure. But don't allow that to happen. If you think talagang itong procedure na to hindi applicable sa case mo, then talk maybe to the document controller. I don't know kung sino talaga yung nasa procedure na kakausapin, para what we're going to do is to make our procedure flexible. Because after all, what is the bottom line of following the procedure? To produce or to deliver a certain output of that process that will satisfy the intended customer. Kung ang iyong current procedure is sagabal pa para masatisfy mo yung customer, then change that procedure. Di ba? Ganun lang yun. Huwag mong sundin ang procedure na magdadala sa iyo sa kapahamakan. So in the same manner, if you think ang procedure na to ay kailangan pang i-improve para mas ma-enhance mo yung output mo na masatisfy mo si customer, please do that. So don't be a slave, do not be enslaved to your procedure, but instead, you have to be on top of your procedure. You have to be the master of your procedure. Make your procedure flexible in such a way that your output will not be compromised, that your output will really consistently and all the time deliver the desired output, the output that is expected by your customer. Okay? So yun ang gusto kong i-emphasize dyan sa part na yun, sa MTA, or even in the processing of relief augmentation. Ganon ang mga nakikita natin. Bawat FO na na-audit ko, may kanya-kanyang style. Pero sa akin, okay lang naman. No? Sa akin, acceptable sa akin kung may mga kanya-kanyang style, but at a certain extent. Hindi pwedeng ibang-iba talaga. Okay? So, yun lang. Next is on 8.4, control of externally provided processes, products, and services. So we are pertaining here to the two procedures, the competitive bidding and of course the preparation of the PPMP APP. So ano po ba ang nakikita namin dito? Ganun ulit, no? Your competitive bidding procedure is quite long. And that kasi of course that is aligned to or compliant to the law, no, of procurement law, no, set by the ang tawag natin doon? Government procurement law ba yun? Okay? So, now, ang sinasabi ko lang dito, ang dami kasing mga documentation, but not all of you are preparing those documentation. Okay? So, halimbawa, yung mga, for example, ito, madalas ko nakikita, no? Nakalagay kasi doon sa inyong procedure for the APP is preparation of the back resolution once na-approve yung APP. Pero hindi lahat gumagawa ng back resolution. Or like let's say for example, sa procedure nakalagay na you have to first post the procurement requirement to the field JEPs before you conduct your pre-bid conference ba? Pero ang nangyari, baliktad, no? Nag-pre-bid conference meeting muna and then bago mag-upload sa so again, may mga ganun, ano? Or minsan nasa-shortcut, okay? And even the documentation, kanya-kanya din kayong style. Okay? So, may mga documents tayo na kanya-kanya kayo ng itsura. Well, of course, all of these details are written in our report, no? By the way, we were able to come up with 80 pages walkthrough audit report. Ganun ka-detalye yung aming audit report. So, lahat ng mga specifics nandoon yun sa aming report. Please refer to the details, no? Pero gusto ko lang i-emphasize yung mga ganun, ano? Kasi itong mga general finding. Kasi may mga commonality, ganun, no? So, ang babalikan natin yung issue. Paano kung talagang kailangan mauna muna itong step bago ito? So, kasi lagi namang tinitingnan natin, ano? Yung risk. What will be the risk if this happens first before this? Sometimes kasi we don't look at the risk but we look at the convenience. Parang kasi para convenient tayo. Halimbawa na lang, ito, hindi ko sure, gusto ko lang i-example to. Kunyari, di ba may mga FO na mauna muna yung pre-bid conference bago post sa field JEPs or sa DSWD portal. Pero ano bang risk kung uunahin mo yun? May risk kaya? Kasi kung walang risk, it will not affect the quality of your output. Then, make your procedure flexible na pwedeng, kung ganitong condition, mauna yung pre-bid conference bago itong, pero kung may mga risk yan, huwag mong gawin. Kasi baka yung shortcut na yon or yung pag-switch mo ng activities may mean a serious problem later. Okay, laging ganon, no? Risk-based thinking pa din. Okay? So, laging ganon, no? Kasi if we create a mindset of risk-based thinking, ano bang mangyari? Lahat ng ating galaw, iniisip natin, kung isu-shortcut ko ba yung procedure na to, kung hindi ko ba to fifilapan, itong form na to, ano bang mangyari? Meron bang kaakibat na problemang malaki in the future? Okay? So that's how we make or refine or enhance our procedures. Okay, next major finding is the non-conformity and corrective action. Ito very weak pa ang department sa implementation ng, although ang nakikita nyo dito is kukonti lang, di ba? 6 minor non-conformity, 7 OFIs. Pero kasi the fact na this is my personal observation, yung ating kasing procedure for corrective action is embedded to our internal quality audit procedure. Okay? Ano ba ang disadvantage kung nakasama siya? That may create a mindset na ang gagawan lang natin ng corrective action ay yung mga audit findings. But that should not be the case, no? We have to make ourselves more proactive in the corrective action process. Because take note, this procedure for me, no, in the context of improvement, this is the most important procedure of all the procedures in QMS. Itong corrective action procedure. Bakit siya pinaka-importante sa konteksto ng improvement? Because corrective action means improvement. If you don't take or don't follow the corrective action procedure, there's no concrete improvement. Of course, no, in reality naman talaga namang may mga ginagawa tayong improvement sa iba't ibang ginagawa natin. Pero if we don't formally implement, kasi ang corrective action process is a more structured approach in attaining improvement. Ano ba ang pinaka-highlight ng corrective action? By the way, pag sinabi kasi natin corrective action, this is an action to prevent recurrence of a problem. Okay? Pag ma-prevent mo yung isang problema o isang non-conformity, ma-prevent mo na maulit yun, anong ibig sabihin nun? There's an improvement. Okay? So that's the reason why to prevent recurrence of a problem or a non-conformity, you have to conduct or you have to identify the root causes, yung tinatawag nating root cause analysis. Bakit kailangan nating mag-root cause analysis? Kasi alamin natin ang pinakasanhi ng problema or ng non-conformity, kasi yung action na gagawin natin ay para ma-prevent, maayos yung sanhi at hindi na mag-manifest yung problema. Parang ano lang yan, sakit, di ba? Sabi ng mga doktor, ang lagnat ay hindi sakit. Yan ay hindi totoong sakit. Ang lagnat ay isang simptomas lang ng isang sakit. Kaso ang karamihan sa atin, pag may lagnat tayo, anong iniinom natin? A medicine para ibaba yung ating body temperature. Paracetamol, di ba? Yun naman iniinom natin. Pero it's only temporary action. That's not the corrective action. Because ang corrective action is talagang magpa-doktor ka, ipaalam mo sa doktor or alamin ng doktor kung bakit may lagnat ka. Baka may infection yung isang parte ng bahagi ng katawan mo. Sasabihin ni doktor, o sige, uminom ka ng ganito kasi meron kang infection sa ganitong parte ng katawan mo. And that's actually corrective action. So, yun ang gusto nating ma-inculcate sa puso at sa utak ng bawat isa. No? While kanina in-emphasize ko, risk-based thinking, ito naman, corrective action. Alam nyo ba na magkadikit yun? Itong 10.2 tsaka yung 6.1 kanina. Kasi ang 6.1 or risk-based thinking is about preventive action. Ito namang 10.2 is corrective action. Anong kaibahan ulit ng dalawang action na to? By the way, both pertain to improvement. No? Corrective action and preventive action. The only difference is this. The corrective action is after the fact, the preventive action is before the fact. Meaning to say, bago mangyari ang problema, mag-preventive action ka na through risk-based thinking, through risk and opportunity management. Pero kung nandyan na yung problema, kasi sabi nga natin, wala namang perfectong sistema, walang perfectong process. So kung nandyan na yung problema, anong gagawin mo? Corrective action. Bakit? Because you don't want that problem is repetitive. Paulit-ulit. Sino dito may paulit-ulit na problema? Paulit-ulit na problema sa pag-ibig, paulit-ulit na problema sa pinansyal. Bakit paulit-ulit yun? Kasi hindi natin natumbok yung totoong sanhi ng problema na yun. Kaya ulit-ulit. And that is pertaining to 10.2. So again, no, that's one of the major findings of the agency, of the department. Kaya I want you to really embrace the process on corrective action. Okay? So again, bakit siya kailangang ihiwalay doon sa IQA? Kasi kung ilagay natin sa IQA procedure, ang corrective action procedure, reactive ang dating. Kasi pag ibig lang sabihin noon, maghihintay ka ba na an independent person by the name of auditor tells you, hoy, ayusin mo, may lapse ka sa process mo. You don't need to wait for the auditors to raise a corrective action for you. Pwedeng yung tinatawag natin, pwede natin gawin na self-initiated yung paggawa ng corrective action. Halimbawa, let's say, if my commitment in the OPCR or IPCR is that I will monitor this particular performance indicator every month. So every month, therefore, titingnan ko kung yung PAT ko na-attain ko. And then, for example, in a certain month, meron akong mga non-attained target. For example, hindi ko na-achieve yung pinramis ko na o kinumit ko na PAT. So anong gagawin ko? Hintayin ko pa ba yung auditor na makita yun pagdating ng audit niya? Or pwedeng ako automatically will take the necessary corrective action? So mag-fill up ako ng corrective action request form or yung tinatawag nating CAR, state ko yung naging non-conformity ko, hindi ko na-attain yung ganitong target ko sa buwan na to. So anong gagawin ko? I-root cause analysis ko, bakit ko hindi nakuha yun, hindi ko na-attain yun, and then kung ano yung root cause, gagawin ko na ang corrective action. O di self-initiated, mas proactive yung kultura ng isang agency o sa isang department kung gano'n ang ating practice, no? Na hindi tayo kailangan maghintay sa auditor to tell us na ito yung naging problema natin. So make sure that before we proceed with the final audit, the certification audit, itong 10.2 ay nagiging practice or naging habit na ng bawat isa. No? And then next is 6.2. This is the 7th finding, no? Quality objectives and planning to achieve them. So ito naman ngayon yung ating quality objectives targets. So, well, of course, government agencies are addressing this 6.2 via the ang tawag natin doon, SPMS ba? Tama ba? Yung tinatawag natin mga performance management system. Yung nagset tayo per office ng OPC, okay? or individually, we are requiring our staff or our people to establish their IPC. Okay? So, again, no, may nakikita kaming lapses dito. So, pwedeng ang lapse dito is hindi mo minonitor yung iyong kinumit na IPC or OPC. Okay? Or minonitor mo at hindi mo naman na-attain in a certain period yung target mo pero wala kang ginawang corrective action. So that's another finding. So magkadikit yan, no? Yung 9.2 kung hindi mo na-attain, 6.2 kung hindi mo na-attain yung target mo, proceed ka kagad with 10.2 corrective action kasi may non-conformity ka. So ganun din, no? So ang 10.2 nakakonect din sa 6.1 kasi kung hindi mo isi-strengthen yung 6.1, tiyak ang dami mong NCR at eco-corrective action. So ganito lang yun eh. If you are, di ba, sabi natin 6.1 before the fact, 10.2 after the fact. So if you strengthen 6.1 or risk management, expect that wala kang halos makikitang non-conformity dun sa process mo, therefore wala ka masyadong eco-corrective action. So it's a good indicator. Pag ang dami mong ginawang corrective action, ibig sabihin napakahina ng risk management mo, yung 6.1. Okay, I just added here another clause, no? 9.2 internal audit. Although it was not really a finding, no, during our walkthrough audit kasi kung ako kasi what I did was for some of the procedures, ang ginawa lang namin is we did this desktop audit or adequacy audit. So tiningnan lang namin kung adequate yung inyong procedure. So we look at the internal quality audit procedure kung adequate yon. May mga findings yun, no? Pero it's only doon sa documentation. But auditing the actual execution of the internal quality audit ay hindi pa natin nagawa kasi unang-una, wala pa naman tayong audit na ginawa for the agency-wide. So itong 9.2 will be audited after your IQA, after you have conducted your internal quality audit. So yung aming pre-certification audit will surely cover the audit under 9.2. So, pero sinama ko na lang yun, no, para maisama natin sa recommendation. So with those highlights of the major findings that we have encountered, these are the recommendations, no? Recommendations of the team, no? So with regard to the 6.1 risk and opportunity, so we already have the draft procedure on risk and opportunity. So the first thing that we need to do is to cascade, no? I think isa sa mga dapat nating isi-strengthen na cascade way of communicating our QMS documentation is to really determine the effective means of communication. If you read clause 7.4, ano ulit yung 7.4? 7.4 pertains to communication. Sabi sa standard that when we communicate, 5 ang dapat nating tinitingnan, ano? 5 components sa communication process. Ano 'yon? What to communicate, who should communicate, to whom it should be communicated, when should it be communicated, and how to communicate. So dito natin titingnan yung how to communicate. Ang tanong ngayon, ano ba yung best way of communicating or cascading the different QMS documents to the different offices? Napakalawak ng ating scope, no, sa ISO, no? From the central office to the field offices, meron namang field offices will communicate to the central office or meron naman sigurong field office to another field office. Paano ba ang inyong communication? So sa ngayon, ang dami nating means of communication. Pero pagdating sa QMS documentation, especially on cascading or communicating the documents, ang tanong ngayon, what is the current practice? I think base sa aming audit, ang narinig ko sa kanila, the way the central office communicates these documents are through email. So ang tanong ngayon, is email an effective means of communicating? Kasi baka parang hindi yata lahat lagi nagbubukas ng email. Or minsan naman nagbubukas ng email pag may nakita silang email coming from, for example, from document controller, minsan nai-ignore, ay saka ko na lang bubuksan yan kasi marami pa akong aayusin. So maybe well, of course, email is a good communication mechanism or means of communication, but maybe it should be complemented by another means of communication na mas proactive, mas interactive. Actually, I'm referring here to meeting talaga, meaning maybe virtual meeting katulad ngayon, na ipaliwanag talaga ito yung procedure. Okay? So talagang, ako, based on our experience, with that means of communication, sa akin mas effective eh. Kasi una-una, mas may interaction, audience could react, oy, hindi yan ang ginagawa kasi namin sa amin. Paano natin i-address yan? Kasi dito sa FO, nauna ito, bago ito. So at least they could voice out and maybe come up with a resolution doon sa mga differences. So I suggest that you complement your email as a means of communication by a virtual meeting or cascading. So ito, very important. Isa sa mga priority niyo for cascading is the risk and opportunity. So two things ang i-communicate natin dito. The procedure itself, kasi ipaliwanag dapat natin how to rate, how to assess using the matrix, no? Yung risk matrix. Ano ibig sabihin ng severity, ano ibig sabihin ng occurrence, okay, yung mga control measures, okay, kailan siya magiging significant risk, kailan siya insignificant risk. And from there, ma-translate niya yon into a risk and opportunity register. Ito yung matrix or risk, I forgot yung name niyo, risk matrix ba or risk register. So yun kasi i-audit ni auditor eh, kung talagang na-identify niyo ba yung risk sa process ninyo, sa office ninyo, kung meron ba kayong control measure, and of course kung may action plan ba kayo to address the significant risk. So yun ang sa ngayon nawawala sa iba't ibang field offices. So we need to document the risk register so that later we will be able to implement it. And what will happen if we implement the risk register? You will have less troubles kasi preventive yung ginawa ninyo. Okay, now we need to create both strategic and operational risk and opportunity register. Okay, kasi ang sabi ng ISO 6.1.1, sabi doon, when planning for the quality management system, the organization shall consider the issues from the 4.1. Ano ulit yung 4.1 ng ISO? It pertains to the context of the organization. Yung ginawa nating PESEL, ginawa nating SWOT, yun daw yung magiging basihan natin for identifying the risk and opportunity at the agency level or department level. Okay? So bakit siya tinawag na strategic? Kasi it's a risk that impacts or that will impact the whole agency, the whole department, and not only that, that is a type of risk that may have a very serious impact to the department. Kaya tinatawag natin siyang strategic risk. Okay? So gagawin yan ng ating top management, no? Ng finalizing the risk and opportunity register, strategic risk and opportunity register based on the PESEL, based on the SWOT, based on the list of interested parties that we have created. But the other type of risk register is the operational risk and opportunity register. Ito yung sinasabi natin na by process ialamin natin, no? Kung sa FO na to, kunyari sa field office, meron akong halimbawa MTA process. Of course, meron naman talaga lahat ng field office. Ang tanong ko ngayon, ano ba yung mga risk sa case mo sa field office with regard to MTA releasing, processing? So, pwedeng pare-pareho kayo ng risk pero iba-iba kayo ng level of risk. Tama po ba? So kunyari, no, ang one of the risks in the MTA processing is certificate processing is delay. Okay, I know you have your lead time or TAT for the releasing. For example, one of the risks is delay. So pwedeng ang FO number ganito ay mababa ang kanilang risk of delay kasi based on experience, hindi naman sila nadidelay. Pero ito namang FO number ganito ay high risk sa delay kasi based on previous data, previous experience, lagi silang nadidelay. So pwedeng pareho kayo ng risk about process, pero iba-iba yung level of risk. So dapat bawat FO, bawat office, even in the central office, ay may kanya-kanyang operational risk and opportunity register. Maybe pareho ng list of risk but different levels. Okay, so that's the first two recommendations pertaining to addressing risk and opportunity. Okay, second recommendation pertains to control of documented information. So right now, we have only created a single procedure on control of documented information. So our recommendation is to have two separate procedures on controlling the documented information, at least two. So ano yung two procedures na to? The first procedure is to control the maintained documented information, and the primary persons responsible for this procedure are the overall document controller, the assistant document controller, the different document custodians. So sila ang pinaka process owner nitong unang procedure. But the second procedure is control of retained documented information. By the way, no, I'd like us to again realize that when we say maintain documented information, this is the type of documented information that prescribes about your process. While the retained documented information describes what happened to your process. For example, okay, PPMP and APP processing process. So, ano ang maintained documented information nitong process na to? So anything that prescribes what to do with that process, preparation of PPMP and APP. Paano ko siya gagawin? Nakasulat yon, kung may document na nakasulat kung paano gagawin yung pagpaprocess ng PPMP, APP, ang tawag natin doon ay maintained documented information. So obviously, ano yung mga yon? Obviously, it may be the procedure, because the procedure tells you, ito pala yung steps. Maybe the form or the template, yung PPMP template, the APP template, because those templates prescribe anong itsura or paano ko gawin yung PPMP or APP. Okay? Kasi kung walang template, kanya-kanyang style yon. Baka yung ibang gagawin ng PPMP, sobrang information, kahit hindi na relevant, nilalagay pa rin. Yung iba naman, kulang-kulang yung magiging information na ilalagay. Again, kung wala kang template or form na sinusunod for the APP and PPMP. Of course, I think these are supplied by the BBM ba? I don't know. No? Another agency. I don't remember exactly kung saan nanggagaling yung dalawang form na yon. But these are what we call maintained documented information. Now, for the retained documented information, sabi natin describes what happened to the process. Ito na yung record. Patunay na sinunod mo yung tamang paraan sa pag-control ng maintained documented information. Sa tamang paraan sa pag-prepare ng PPMP and APP. So, in other words, we are referring here to the records. For example, one of the records that you generate in this process is the back resolution of the approved APP. So, ano po patunay na talagang na-approve yung So, may back resolution tayo. Kung wala yun, baka hindi yan pala approve. Or like, let's say, for example, the filled out APP or PPMP is another proof or evidence na ginawa ko yung process na yon. Kasi parang sinasabi ko, nagpe-prepare kami ng PPMP. Asa na yung patunay na nakapaggawa ka ng, let's say, PPMP mo for 2021 or APP ng office mo for 2021. So, ito na yon. Papakita ko yung mga records. Or even the logbook, di ba? May mga logbook kayong ginagawa. Ilalag ninyo yung pag may lumabas na document, okay, na-release talaga siya, natanggap ng dapat tumanggap, so pinapasign mo doon. Those are records. Those need to be controlled. Ang tanong ngayon, sino ba magko-control noon? Hindi naman si document controller eh. Ibig sabihin, pupunta si document controller para himay-himay yung logbook mo. Of course, you are responsible for controlling those records. So ito na yung sinabi ko kaninang filing system, setting retention period, putting proper labels to your records if these are physical or paper-based records. Like let's say pare-pareho ba kayo ng font pag mag-i-index kayo ng mga folder or binder. Okay, yung iba nga, no, they practice the Japanese way of labeling, no, their records. How do they label? Merong color coding na pagka ganitong bureau, for example, no, pagka let's say PMB, ang kulay nila sa mga records nila, lahat ng mga sticker, label sticker nila ay kulay, let's say sabi natin kulay red. Ito namang office na to, yan, may ganun sila. Bakit? Yung tinatawag nating visual management, it's easy to identify if it's colored, di ba? Ay, bakit nandito yun? Naliligaw yan, dapat dito yan, di ba? So you could easily identify when you use color coding. So again, you could include that as your part of your system in controlling your retained documented information, particularly in the labeling. Or like let's say file location. Halimbawa sa office niyo nakahilera yung mga filing cabinet. How do you label them? Of course, no, ang hinahanap ko lagi when I audited the different offices for the control of retained documented information, lagi kong sinasabi, meron po ba kayong master list of all the records in your office, in your delivery unit? Yan. Kasi doon sa master list, it's not just about listing all the records that you keep in your filing cabinet, but it also tells you kung kailan siya manatili sa or the detention period, paano yung filing system siya nakalocate. Kasi for example, paano kung absent ka, kailan i-retrieve yung file na yon? Paano i-retrieve yun? Tatawagan ka pa. Paano kung hindi ka na matawagan? I mean, hindi ka matawagan. So, if you have a master list of quality records, kahit wala ka, and if let's say somebody is allowed to open or access the record, titingnan niya lang yung master list and then, oy, nandito pala siya sa drawer 1 ng filing cabinet number 2. And those filing cabinets are properly labeled. So that makes our life more productive inside the workplace. Kung may mga ganun tayong procedure. Okay, so that's the third recommendation to address the major finding, finalizing the procedures, the 2 procedures, and of course, importante ulit, no, cascading. Kailangan talagang maipaliwanag para pare-pareho kayo ng paraan, no, sa pag-implement ng dalawang procedure na to. Next recommendation is the conduct of reorientation on control of documented information. Ito na yung sabi ko. No? So aside from cascading the 2 procedures, I think, no, the members of the document control team, the overall document controller, yung sinabi kong mga document custodians, I think they need to undergo reorientation. Kasi first and foremost, dapat maintindihan nila ano pa talaga yung requirement ng ISO with regard to control of documented information. Sometimes there are agencies, sometimes there are departments that are overacting in controlling the documented information. Ito lang pala ang gusto ni ISO, pero may ganito, may mga ganito. I remember before, no? Parang sa header ng kanilang mga document, di ba? Ang kunyari, procedure, may mga headers. Ang daming mga information doon. Kunyari, document number. Well, of course, document code is important. No? Pero bukod sa revision number, may nakikita akong issue number, tapos function number, may ganun sila. No? So sabi ko, ano may ibig sabihin ng issue number? So hindi rin nila ma-explain. So sabi ko, ano bang kaibahan ng issue number and revision number? Hindi rin nila ma-explain. Basta sinunod lang nila yon. So again, bakit gumagawa tayo ng sistema na hindi naman pala beneficial? So it's very important that the document control team, document controller, the document custodians would undergo again reorientation on control of documented information for them to really understand the requirements of ISO pertaining to this. This is actually 7.5 of the standard. And we have to create the master list of quality records per office. Ito na yung guide para madaling ma-retrieve, madaling at ma-prevent natin yung overstaying, no, sa ating mga filing location. 'Di ba? Isipin mo lang, no, kung hindi mo sinusunod yung iyong or wala kang sinet na retention period sa mga records mo. Halimbawa, wala kang sinet na retention period ng mga inactive files mo. At assuming na yung mga records mo, dahil hindi mo naman classify into active and inactive, ay nasa lugar kung saan ka nandoon. Di ba, naka-aircon ka doon, well-lighted ka. Sinong kasama mo doon? Mga lumang records. naka-aircon ang mga lumang records, naka-ilaw ang mga, di ba? Sayang yung ating resources. Pwede namang ilipat sila doon sa lugar, yung mga inactive, ilipat sa isang lugar na hindi ka na naka-aircon, iligay sa isang lugar na hindi naman nakailaw because they only serve as for future reference. So again, we need to, when we have a good system on controlling this documented information, we even incur a lot of savings. Di ba? So may savings yun. So dapat tinitingnan din natin. And of course, we have the recommendation. And next recommendation is to ensure consistent implementation of the MTA procedure and processing of relief augmentation procedure, including the use of prescribed forms. So first and foremost, babalikan natin itong dalawang procedure, MTA procedure, again, this procedure pertains to the field office, no? Yung inadapt ng iba't ibang field office. I don't know exactly how we send the documented procedure, including the forms, the associated forms of these procedures. Kasi pagdating kasi sa FO, gumawa sila ng kanya-kanyang version ng form. So, yun ang I think dapat ma-address, no? Kung ano yung pinadala ni Central Office na and yung kaakibat na form, dapat yun mismo ang ipapatupad, especially si document custodian, kung siya man yung responsible doon. Tiyakin na yung ginagamit sa office niya na form ay yun talaga yung official form. Of course, the official form indicates all the details, like yung document number, the division number, the effectivity date. Lahat I don't remember kung meron akong isang na-audit na may gumamit na form na may mga ganung details. Halos lahat ng mga na-audit ko ay talagang walang control details. So kaya again, no, when we cascade the MTA procedure, i-cascade na rin natin yung form. Ito yung mga official form na gagamitin ninyo. Okay? So para lahat pare-pareho ng form. Same with, of course, the relief augmentation processing procedure. And same with the competitive bidding and the preparation of the PPMP. Kasi again, ito yung mga procedures na nandoon sa major findings, no? Including the use of the prescribed forms. Again, may kanya-kanya tayong, let's say for example, no, you already have the, tama ba, 5th edition or 5th version of the bid document. Pero during my audit, wala pang isa na gumamit ng latest version ng bid document. And I think ang reason was because the cascading was quite late, parang late na yata na cascade, kaya hindi nila pa nagamit. I think October, tama ba yung memory ko? So parang October last year ang cascading, pero until now during the audit, wala pa akong, ang lahat ng ipakita sa akin na bid document ay mga lumang version pa rin. Okay? So yun lang. We need to really strengthen yung cascading, make sure that we do an on-time cascading. Kasi kung ang nilagay kasi natin, for example, na effectivity date ng ganitong document, kunyari lang, ang effectivity date niya ay, let's say, July 1, 2021. Pero kinascade mo ng August 1, 2021, a month after. So mate-technical ka. Kasi bakit mo kinascade ang isang document after the effectivity date? The correct time, the right time to cascade the document is prior to its effectivity date. Kung hindi mo kayang i-cascade ang document na to sa ganitong effectivity date, better to delay or i-change mo yung effectivity date. No? So dapat even when we amend a document, no, i-estimate natin, sa tingin natin, kailan kaya ito ma-approve para yung effectivity date niya should be on a later date after the approval and cascading. Okay? So I think we need to strengthen that. Next recommendation is to develop the habit of filling out corrective action request form for the non-conformities raised in your process as a result of audit findings, customer feedback, and non-attainment of quality objectives and targets. So ito yung mga magti-trigger ng CAR, no? Corrective action request. So ito pa yung hindi pa natin na-implement, na kailangan nating implement. So I use the word here, develop the habit. Kasi kung hindi siya maging habit, hindi magiging ano lang siya, no? Compliance lang. Mag-fill up lang tayo ng form na to kasi hahanapin siya pagdating sa audit. Pero it's more than compliance. It is a habit of improvement, of taking an improvement initiative. So ito very crucial na ika-cascade natin itong procedure na to. Of course, the form, the corrective action request form, para mas maintindihan ng bawat isa at ma-implement. And ensure that quality objectives and OPC /OPC or IPC are regularly monitored based on the defined frequency of monitoring. This pertains to the 6.2 finding. And of course, take the necessary corrective actions using the official corrective action request form to attain quality objectives and quality targets. So I think those are the recommendations that we want you to consider for you to address the major findings that I have discussed and presented to you a while ago. Okay, so I think I will now proceed to my last slide for today. So after my presentation, I will open the floor for questions, for concerns, for clarifications. Okay, so I think this is the last slide, of course, the conclusion. So maybe the next, although this is one of the agenda this afternoon, pero dahil na-prepare ko na yung slide, so i-advance ko na lang yung discussion na to. Since one of our concern is our documentation. So this is already presented to you, itong slide na to. We already have presented this to ASEC Rod and the QMT team. As to the action plans, our proposed action plans for the integration of the QMS documentation of the ISO certified offices. So again, the 4 offices that are already ISO certified maybe at this point in time are in limbo. Parang sabi, anong gagawin namin sa documentation? Diba? Maring may mga ganong tanong sa FO1, FO Caraga, okay, GASG. Anong gagawin nyo sa inyong mga documentation? So these are our recommended action plans. For the FO1 and FO Caraga, we need to adopt the agency-wide QMS documentation. You already have your procedures, the SOPs, and all of those documentation in your FO, in your field office. But for the purpose of uniformity across different FOs, you need to adopt the procedures provided to you by the central office, and your current documentation will serve as your future reference and of course benchmark. Kasi itong mga procedure ninyo are already proven to be proven na pumasa na sa ISO audit, tama ba? Kasi na-certify na kayo eh. So in other words, yung ating future maybe revision or amendment, or maybe sometimes pwedeng mag-create tayo ng bagong document, our benchmark are the field office 1 and 1 and Caraga, no? Kung ano yung kunyari may ganito, kunyari lang, no? Kasi I have not seen yet your corrective action form. Assuming that wala pa pala kayong agency-wide corrective action form. So rather than creating a new form, let's check the CAR form, the corrective action report form of FO1 and FO Caraga, and maybe adapt the form or maybe do some enhancement kesa naman mag-start ka from scratch. So yun ang aming recommendation, no, for the FO1 and FO Caraga. So pag sinabi kasi nating adapt the agency-wide QMS documentation, so lahat lang ng mga magagaling sa, tama ba, central office, or yun lang yung ating magiging official, no? By the way, no, ito ang isa sa mga na-encounter ko personally pagdating during the walkthrough audit, na wag niyong gawin sa final audit. Okay? So when your auditor asks you to maybe, kasi there are different styles of the auditor, no? Ako kasi when I do audit, I don't anymore ask you, could you show me your procedure? Hindi na eh, kasi ang assumption kasi doon, the auditor should be prepared in a way na dapat may advanced reading siya. Binasa niya yung procedure at alam niya na kung anong nilalaman sa procedure. Pero itong mga external auditors kasi dahil professional auditors sila, meaning yun ang profession nila sa buhay nila. Araw-araw maybe, nag-audit sila. So even if they don't do advanced reading of the procedures, somehow alam masusundan na nila yun. Hindi na nila kumbaga hindi mo sila mapaikot-ikot or maluloko doon sa procedure mo kasi for sure may ano na sila doon, may mga ideas na sila. So in other words, they usually don't say, could you please show your procedure? So kasi ang nangyari last time, most of you pinroject or share screen niyo yung inyong procedure and then we knock through yung procedure. So sa akin, okay lang naman yun. No? Pero again, there are auditors that don't do that. They will just ask you paano yung ginagawa yung procedure, step number 1. And maybe sa kanyang screen, tinitingnan niya kung yung kinikwento mo yung ayon sa procedure. But there are FOs na na-audit ko na ang pinakitang procedure is not the official procedure released by the Central Office Document Controller. Ang pinakita is their own version na medyo iba doon sa Central Office na ano. So mate-technical tayo doon. Please do not show a procedure na hindi official. No? Lalo na kung ang iyong procedure ay hindi talaga swak doon sa nakasulat sa official procedure. No? Yun ang mas danger. O, siguro mas, kumbaga, lesser evil yung gumawa ka ng sarili mong flowchart na hindi doon sa itsura ng official flowchart or procedure, tapos wala namang difference sa steps. Ang mas masaklap kung iba talaga yung flow mo. Di ba? Kumbaga, hindi talaga nasunod yung nasa official procedure. So please, don't do that in the final audit kasi magiging finding talaga yon. Okay, so ano lang yun, no? Medyo segue lang yung ano. So in the same manner, yung FO1, Caraga, GASG, and NRLMB, you may have the tendency to show this current documentation during the audit, pero remember, hindi na sila kasi magiging official. I mean, I'm referring to FO1 and FO Caraga. Ang magiging official ay yung manggagaling sa Central Office. So please don't show this document. Nilagay ko dito for your future reference, internal reference, but during the audit, do not show this documentation. Use the official documentation. Okay? So now for the GASG documentation, so we are actually proposing here that you conduct inventory of all your current QMS documentation and then use those documentation that are duplicate of the agency-wide documentation as future reference. No? Iset aside nyo muna, parang ganun, future reference, na in case in the future may kailangang mag-create tayo ng ganitong document, meron na pala kayong ganyang document or we need to revise or enhance a particular procedure or a particular form, at least makapag-refer tayo as benchmark dun sa inyong mga documents na to na sinet aside muna for future reference or benchmark. But those documentation that are not duplicate, meaning unique siya talaga, wala siya doon sa agency-wide documentation, we need to retain those documents, do the necessary reformatting kung kailangan nating i-reformat base doon sa template na sinusunod natin for the agency-wide documents. And then, of course, hindi kayo ang magkukontrol. Ang control will start from the central office for the, we need to follow the procedure for control of that documented information and kailangan ma-register. Okay, meron proper registration of this remaining documentation to the agency-wide document controller. And finally, for the NRLMB documents, so I think wala kasi kayong duplication, ano? So our suggestion is for you to retain those documentation that you have, and then of course do the necessary revision for the template, following the template, the prescribed template, and of course you need to register this to our agency-wide document controller or the overall document controller. So again, these are the general recommendations, but if you have questions as to how you do the inventory, for example, so we could assist you, no? Kung may mga bagay-bagay na hindi nyo alam paano ko tawag nito, i-integrate or i-retain, blah blah blah. So please feel free to consult with us so we could provide you a more concrete steps or actions as to how you do this integration. Okay, so finally, I will now proceed to the conclusion of this closing meeting. So what is our conclusion? By the way, also in the final audit or even in the pre-certification audit, usually ang conclusion is pagka final audit yan or pre-certification audit is papasa ba kayo or hindi? Ganun lang lagi, no? Yung pag may mga final audit, ang lagi mong i-expect at the end of the audit is pasado ba or hindi kayo pasado? Ganun, no? But in our walkthrough audit, hindi namin sasabihin kung pasado kayo or hindi kayo papasa, assuming na this is the final audit. Sabihin ko lang kung ano yung overall, ano yung degree of implementation of your QMS agency-wide based on the defined scope. So this is our conclusion. The department or the DSWD has demonstrated evidence that the QMS is already being implemented across offices within the agency. In other words, hindi talaga zero, no? Kumbaga, meron na kayong initially na may na-implement na QMS across different offices, central office down to the field offices. So, yun ang good news, no? Kumbaga, na-create na yung mindset somehow, no? Na meron kayong QMS na ini-implement. Meron kayong mga standards na sinusunod. Pero syempre, hindi doon nagtatapos yung aming conclusion. No? However, I already discussed the 7 major findings that results to a major breakdown of your department's QMS. In other words, although ang classification ng mga yun, di ba, we classify the non-conformities into major and minor. At the individual level, minor yun. Ano? Pero dahil collectively, inipon-ipon natin yung mga yun, di ba, may ilan ba yung summary natin? 65 ba yun, yung isa? 29, 10. So this, from the minor, nagiging major sila. So therefore, major breakdown ang treatment namin dito sa 7 major findings that we have raised. If it is a final audit, pag meron kasing major breakdown, it may be a ground for you not to be recommended to certification. By the way, kasi ang maririnig nyo from the certifying body during their final audit is, they will not say, you are certified or you are not certified. The auditor will say, we will recommend you to the certification or we will not recommend you. Ano bang ibig sabihin ng recommend? Kasi hindi naman ang auditor ang final judge. The auditors will just recommend that you will be issued certification. But the final decision will be their head office. No? Kasi yung inyong result of audit, ipapadala pa nila doon sa kanilang sa head office nila at yun ay i-deliberate pa before you are granted the certification. In fact, mga usually 1 month pa yan. Ano? Kaya yung ibang mga government offices, ayaw nilang magpa-certify. For example, yung certification, no, na ni-require ng DBM, hindi sila nagpapa-certify ng December kasi ang certification will not be issued on the same day na or a few days after the audit. It takes time pa. No? Kaya ganun din ang mangyari during the final audit. Sasabihin lang nila, we will recommend you or we will not recommend you to the certification. So pag merong major findings or major non-conformity, they will not say, we will recommend you. Sasabihin nyo, we will not yet recommend you to the certification, but you have to first address these major findings. Ganun. Pero kung okay, no, kung walang mga major findings, may mga lapses, minor lapses, mga minor non-conformities, sasabihin nila, we have identified mga minor non-conformities, but still, we will recommend you to the certification. So kasi pag sinabi natin, we will recommend you, kaagad-agad, no? After they finish their audit, maybe the following day, submit na nila yung report nila and ipaprocess nila yung certificate nila. Pero pag sabihin kasi na we will not recommend you, ang gagawin lang nila ay hihintayin nila yung corrective actions niyo. Paano kung matrabaho yung corrective actions? Paano kung ang corrective action needs, let's say, 3 months? And by the way, no, pag binibigyan kasi kayo ng, pag sinabi ni auditor, you need to correct these findings, they set a timeline, usually 3 months or sometimes 6 months. No? So pag lumagpas na yung 3 months at hindi nyo pa na-correct yun, consider as hindi na kayo pumasa and go back kayo from zero. So yun ang sistema pagdating sa certification. Again, no, dito sa ating conclusion, we have identified 7 major findings as discussed earlier. So you need to really work on the 7 major findings na pagdating sa pre-certification audit na gagawin namin ulit, dapat hindi na sila major findings. Kung meron mang lapses, they should not anymore be major, but maybe minor lapses. So therefore, there is a need to correct the 7 major findings that I discussed earlier before proceeding to the final certification audit or even proceeding to our pre-certification audit para hindi na mauulit. No? Safe na tayo pag gano'n. So basically, that ends my conclusion and my presentation. So thank you very much for listening, for paying attention to the presentation. So at this point, I'll turn you over back to Donna to facilitate the question and answer or the open forum.
Thank you so much po, Sir Henry, for sharing with us and presenting the results of the walkthrough audit po. So right now, we have questions po na na-raise dito sa ating Zoom meeting room. So there are questions which were responded by other participants, but if you wish to be further clarified po regarding your questions, we may do so. Sir Paul from FO3, meron pa po ba kayong further questions aside from those responded to by Sir Dennis of the OSM? So, sige po. So, ang question po ni Sir Paul is, with regards to the risk and assessment control, we were trained last year, but there's no instruction from the national level to consolidate and officialize the document. Kaya walang control numbers. Also, iba yung gamit na template or tool ng ng new consultant. So their recommendation is to conduct a reorientation on the risk and opportunity with clear directions from the central office. And also he asked, ano daw po yung connect nito sa enterprise risk management under the PDPB? Sir Henry, masasagot po ba natin itong question
Sige.
to?
So not fully kasi hindi ako familiar dun sa, and although nabasa ko yung enterprise risk management, whatever. Understanding ko kasi dun sa risk enterprise is yung sinabi ko kaninang strategic risk management register, no? Sinabi ko kanina na dalawa yung pagmulan ng pag-identify ng risk and opportunity, isa na manggagaling dun sa result ng 4.1 and 4.2. I think baka yun yung enterprise, no? Yung 4.1, 4.2, ito yung context of the organization. If we use PESEL and SWOT, no? Kasi sa PESEL and SWOT, we were able to identify external and internal issues, no? And those internal and external issues may be positive or negative, that may bring or that may trigger a negative risk or a positive opportunity. Kaya kailangan ma-formalize yun, yung mga yon into what we call a strategic risk and opportunity, no? Now, the other type is yung process level risk. So sa process ninyo, ano po ba yung mga risk based on your, actually in reality, pag mag-identify tayo ng process risk, based on customer feedback, doon sa process mo na yon, or based on internal audit finding or external audit finding, yun ang pwede nating pagbabasihan ng pag-identify ng risk sa level ng process natin. Now, ano ulit yun, Ms. Donna, yung isa pang tanong?
Sir, ano daw po ang connect nito with the ERM under the Policy Development and Planning Bureau?
Yan, unfortunately, I have not seen the template of the enterprise. Pero sa akin lang, ano tawag niya? ERM, no? Enterprise Resource Risk Management ba? Ang sa akin lang, I don't mind kung ang magiging terminology nyo is enterprise or whatever terminology that you are using right now. Wala namang problema kung i-continue natin yon. Basta ang gusto ko lang emphasize dito, let's create 2 types of risk register. Isang pang agency-wide as a result of PESEL and SWOT and interested parties, at isa namang pang-level ng office. So whatever template that you use, it's okay. Kasi after all, what is more important is ang sabi sa 6.1, it's not about identifying the risk, but it's really about actions to address risks and opportunities. Yun ang importante eh. Kasi hindi naman sapat na na-identify at na-assess mo yung risk and opportunity. Meron ka bang action para i-counter mo lalo na yung mga tinatawag nating significant risk or opportunities. So at this point, hindi ko fully masagot yung kaibahan nung but since I have already initially audited I did the walkthrough the adequacy audit with Benjan on the procedure for risk and opportunity. Kailan ba yon? Last Friday ba yon? Okay, tama ba yung memory ko? So somehow nag-usap na kami ni Benjan dun sa nakita kong template. Kasi what I saw was the template that I don't know kung siya ang gumawa or it's already an official template for the risk register. I hope na sagot ko, naliwanagan tayo dun sa sagot ko. Kayo. Okay?
Okay. Thank you po, Sir Henry. No? So, we have initial concerns and clarifications dun po sa aming pre-registration for our attendees, and I think most of these are already addressed during the presentation, especially yung sa audit findings po, recommendations on the walkthrough audit results. So I think these are already mentioned or addressed during the presentation. Sir Asekrod is raising his hand. Sir, may additional, may sasagutin. Meron po ba tayong additional na input, sir? Or,
Okay, thank you very much, Donna. If I may add, for now, currently, the PMT is finalizing the risk management procedure, wherein it will prescribe the standardized template that would be prepared by all offices pertaining to addressing these ISO requirements. So we are looking forward that this will be issued within this month or early week of July, and this will also provide guidance to all of us on how we perform the different processes, as well as the reportorial requirements and the use of standardized template. So I think that would address the concern of the FOs that there is no standard template that will be used, and it is different from that being used by our consultant. With respect to the enterprise risk management, the ERM, as of now, I think, Dennis, it's not yet approved. So what we will be using as what are the existing policies of the department. And these are all contained in the risk management procedure that we have in line with the requirement of the ISO standard. So let us just wait for the finalization of this documented information so that we are properly guided with respect to the use and adoption of these standard operating procedures, as well as familiarize ourselves with what are the appropriate templates and forms that will be used. And with respect to the other concerns, I think nabanggit naman na ito kanina. So ang nakikita ko lang dito sa ibang concern is, will there be delay pertaining to ganito in the certification? No, we will be proceeding as we become ready. So the procurement for the certifying body, we will be providing more details this afternoon, is already ongoing. And this will be, of course, synchronized with our activities also when they will be conducting the certifying audit for the department. We really appreciate the walkthrough audit conducted by the ISO, our ISO consultant, because it already provides us an idea of the gaps that we need to address so that we can work on that. For the certification audit, wala po itong bearing pa kasi hindi naman po official ito. So definitely, this is our guide para makita po natin saan po tayo dapat mag-focus in terms of complying with the requirements of the ISO. And we will be guided all throughout by our ISO consultant as we progress on that. And there will be, of course, official internal quality audits that will be conducted and properly documented because this will form part of the audit of our certifying body, that indeed we were able to conduct internal quality audits and corrective actions or non-conformities, of course, in the implementation and adoption of these SOPs are properly addressed at whatever level of the management or by the QMT, whether at the OBS FO level or cluster level or department-wide level when these actions are needing national attention. So with respect naman dun sa ating sinasabi na ano yung ating dapat na i-focus, pwede po bang for main yung core processes na coming from Dennis Graho? I am afraid we cannot do that because part of the requirement of the PBB eligibility is 100% coverage of frontline services of the department. So we cannot just choose 4. Otherwise, we are targeting not to be eligible to PBB. Okay, and this is of course for the information of everyone concerned so that we can work together in targeting this 100% accomplishment, particularly the 100% of frontline services of the department. And this will also be well aligned with the other targets of PGS, sulong recovery, etc., etc. Okay, so yun lamang po. I hope we have provided clarifications on your questions and inquiries. And of course, this will not be limited during this activity. You can always send your queries, clarifications through various means that we have already established within the DSWD, such as email, ISO resource site, Viber chat groups, and even during the conduct of ISO-related activities of the department.
Thank you for your clarification, sir. We have another question po from Miss Eunice Angkao. Ang question niya po ay, since we have new documented information or procedures still for approval of the head of office and the ISO requires at least 2 to 3 months of implementation, will this mean that the current timelines of the DSWD on certification needs to be pushed back?
Okay. Okay. So we already have declared the official date of implementation of our QMS. Ano nga ulit yung nakalagay sa ating mga procedures? January ba yun, Miss Donna? I forgot.
Yes, sir. January 24, if I'm not mistaken,
Okay.
sir.
So January 24, 2021. So that's more than 3 months. So tama yun, ano? The certifying body requires at least 3 months of implementation of the QMS. So since we started the implementation in January 24, 2021, so more than 3 months yan. So ngayon, paano kung may mga bago tayong procedures na na-create along the way? So wala namang kaso yun eh. Kasi maybe because that procedure was a finding by the internal audit or even a realization of the process owner na kailangan niyang gawin yon because of a certain issue. So as long as nagawa niya ng corrective action, and one of the action plans in the corrective action is to create this procedure, to create this form, or revise this procedure, then ibig sabihin nun, tuloy-tuloy yung PDCA. Di ba minsan kasi implementation is all about plan to check act. So I check, I do my personal or self-check of my process, uy, mukhang may ganito akong issue, so therefore I need to prepare the procedure. So the act is the creation of the procedure. I-register ko ngayon sa document controller. So walang kaso yon dun sa 3 months implementation. So very clear yon na January 24 until ngayon, more than 3 months yon. I hope malinaw po yung sagot ko.
Yes, sir. So, relative to that, may question po si Sir Michael Tandok from FO9. Ang question niya po ay, kung may bearing daw po ba or negative effect sa audit, yun pong effectivity date sa mga SOPs, kasi po majority, if not all, sa mga field offices, ngayon pa lang po nagte-transition sa mga forms and processes nakalagay sa SOPs.
Yan. Kaya yung sinasabi ko, no? Kaya ika-car natin yung mga lapses. Gawan natin ng corrective action. We need to fill up that form, that official form on the corrective action. I-state natin na nakalagay sa procedure ganito, pero yung department ko hindi pa, or yung office ko, yung unit ko hindi pa nag-comply, ito yung mga lapses. So therefore, ano yung action plan ko? So sa akin, walang kaso. Idaan natin lahat sa CAR. So hindi naman kasi pwedeng double jeopardy yung auditor. Meaning, kunyari yung nakita ulit sa final audit. Pero the fact na kinar mo na siya, hindi na niya uulitin yun. Kasi kinar mo na siya. Malinaw po ba? So hindi na i-raise ni final auditor yung mga na-raise natin or even na-raise ng mga ma-raise ng internal auditor. As long as naka-carry yun, naka-corrective action yun, hindi na nila i-erase yun. Ang delikado ay kung nakita ni final auditor, the certifying body auditor, yung isang lapse na hindi nakita nung mga naunang nag-audit katulad namin or katulad ng mga internal auditor. So ang suggestion ko, although our walkthrough audit is again to identify the gaps, but I suggest that you make it official by way of creating the CAR. Na ang atin kasi pwedeng palabasin dito is yung CAR is initiated by you, not because it's a finding by us, no, doing the walkthrough audit. Pwede naman kasi yung sinabi kong self-initiated yung corrective action. Kasi hindi, or pwede rin sa iba naman na agency or na offices, ang ginagawa naman nila is yung finding na to ipadaan sa internal auditors. Kumbaga, i-own ni internal auditor yung mga findings na to, tapos sila na yung ika-car ngayon ng mga process owners, yung ni-raise ng mga internal auditors, namin through the internal auditors. So either or yon. Sa akin wala namang kaso yon. Walang kaso pagdating sa final audit. Am I clear? Medyo baka malabo lang yung discussion ko.
Yes, Henry, very clear. And gusto ko lang susugan din yung nabanggit mo. That is really a very good guidance to us. And based on our strategy, if you may recall to all the DSWD key players, that our strategy is to first have an initial certification of MPA and its support services. And then later on, we will be expanding that to at least 50% and 100%. But since dumabas pong bigla itong IATF guidelines na 100% ng requirement, then I think we have to hasten. So with respect to the timing of the effectivity, of course, it is understandable na magkakaroon po tayo ng iba-ibang effectivity as we finalize the standard operating procedures for the remaining services po natin yan. So meron pong ma-approve by July, August, September. And should this will be audited by the certifying body, then this information as such to the, with respect to the effectivity and implementation would be provided naman to our certifying body. And at the same time, maganda po yung binanggit sa atin ni Henry na lahat po yan, kung meron po tayong mga problema in terms of the implementation, these are supposedly properly reflected in the corresponding report on the CAR, etc. And appropriate action would are undertaken and there is a progression. Hindi naman po sasabihin ng certified dapat 100%, etc. So the beauty of the ISO standards is there is a continuous improvement.
Yes.
And improvement does not only refer to the processes but as well as in the implementation and adoption. Tama ba ako doon, Henry, that there is a progression of proficiency, competency, as well as compliance and adherence to the standard. So makikita po nila yan na at the very onset, sabi nga natin, kung titingnan natin na yung ginawang walkthrough audit is the official audit. Since January pa po yung effectivity ng ating mga SOPs as directed by the Secretary, pero meron po tayong mga late adopters. Until now, hindi pa rin po yata nila nababasa yung mga SOPs natin at saka yung mga forms and templates na naandoon na pwede na yan po yung ating officially na gagamitin. So, as reflected po dun sa findings, lalabas po yun. And what is very important, the quality management team would be able to conduct management review of these findings and of course, direct the appropriate action on all these things. And once na another internal quality audit is conducted, yung mga NCs natin ay properly addressed. So I think hindi ko naman sabihin na 100% perfect lahat yan. No, there's no such situation. Wala akong ganyan kahit sa entire bureaucracy. There will always be lapses. There will always be new situation that you are challenged. And what is important is ginawa po natin yung ating PDCA. Alam po natin how to manage these risks and constraints, and these are taken cognizance of by the management, by the employees concerned, so that we can correct whatever is needed to be corrected, improve what is needed to be improved. Hindi ko sasabihin natin, perfect po yan, flawless. I don't think so. Even in the GASG experience, marami po kaming mga ganyan na along the way, at the initial mga audit yan, hindi po talaga naman kanyan. But there is, of course, a remarkable improvement in the adoption. And when the time finally comes na sinubject na kami, ang lumabas na lang po is mga minor observations and that we were able to immediately address in less than a week. Kaya automatic lumabas po yung recommendation for certification. So pagtutulong-tulungan po natin lahat yan, wag ho kayong ganong nag-aalala. Ang importante lamang po ay basic. Umpisahan na po natin isa puso yung pagbabasa, yung pagiging familiar with all these procedures as well as the templates being used. Kasi mahirap po na magtatanong tayo nang hindi naman po natin nabasa at hindi pa po natin nakikita. Kasi sobrang dami po yung ating katanungan. So siguro in our succeeding activities, ang pag-uusapan na lang po natin perhaps are those that are needing clarification. Pero malaki po ang problema nating lahat kung yan po ay hindi binasa ng mga kasamahan po natin at hindi po natin i-practice. Kasi yun naman po yun, adoption and implementation. Tama po ba ako doon, Henry?
Yes.
Yun yan. Meron na po tayong approved SOPs. Now, may flexibility din. Sinasabi nga kanina ng ating ISO consultant na if indeed very unique yung situation ng office mo, that can be addressed. And magkaroon po tayo ng flexibility. Pero hindi po naman yun ay parang lisensya na baliwalain po natin yung standard because magiging isa ka sa mga major findings na you are not conforming to the standards. So I hope that as we proceed on this, let us not forget na before we finalize the standard operating procedures, consultations were made all throughout, not only within the central office, but as well as the field offices. And these were subjected to the vetting. And we finally come up with the official. And these are not perfect SOPs. It can always be improved. Hindi ho yan yung parang sinabi natin forever na from 2021 hanggang sa 2030, yan na po. No. This will adapt. Katulad po ng mga nangyayari ngayon na magkakaroon po tayo ng devolution, etc., definitely ay magkakaroon po ng pagbabago. What we are now attempting is documenting what we are currently practicing. Meaning, hindi po natin kailangang i-dokumento yung nasa future pa po natin gagawin. Kasi hindi naman po yung actual na gagawin natin. So, ilalagay mo dyan, automated. Teka, may automation ka ba? Wala pa naman eh. So, what we are really doing in this ISO certification project is, of course, just documenting what we are already practicing and doing. And in the process, we standardize that in terms of kung meron pong differences ng interpretation ng mga policy. Remember, isa lang po yung binabasihan natin in all these things. The policies issued by the department, the various issuances, laws, regulations by the oversight agencies. Kaya lang po, ang challenge nga po natin dito, kung hindi po natin talaga i-standardize yan, kanya-kanya po tayong interpretation. At nagkakaroon po ng pagkakaiba kung ano po yung nandito na gagawin natin. Okay? So, I hope that I was able to further clarify this concern to the field offices and other concerned personnel of the department. Thank you very much, Henry and Donna.
Thank you, Ashak Rod and Sir Henry, for those clarifications po. We have another question from Ms. Sheena May from FO9. This is specifically addressed to the CART po. Ang question po ay, since we are also targeting by June to September the conversion of the Citizens Charter to standard operating procedures aligned with ISO, does this mean po that we should also be coming up now with the Citizens Charter for the 35 approved SOPs? And is this also on top of the scrub list provided by CART po, which are also for the crafting of the Citizens Charter?
May I respond to that, Donna, since I am the chairperson of the CART? Well, yung pong ginagawa natin sa CART and pinapasunod po natin sa buong departamento ay naka-align na po sa ating ISO project. Meaning, kung ano po yung mga nasa Citizens Charter natin na in-scrub na natin, yan po yung ating itinataya for compliance and as well as standardization through the ISO project. Kasi yan po in-align na rin natin sa requirement ng PBB eligibility. So paghahanapan na po tayo at the end of the year by the ARTA as well as by the IATF AO25 on PBB eligibility, titingnan po nila yan kung naka-align po yung ating compliance with the EODB as well as the PBB requirement. And nakalagay din po doon sa guidelines, ang means of verification is ISO certification for these frontline services. So hindi ho tayo magkakaroon ng on top. Yung gagawin po ng CART pagdating po doon sa translation, if there would be any, would be the result of further streamlining and re-engineering of our processes. Kung meron pong mangyayaring ganoon, then that should be properly reflected first in our Citizens Charter and then translated to our ISO templates. But remember, inumpisahan na po natin yan. Hindi na ho tayo gagawa ng mga SOPs na kailangan pa later ay i-translate natin sa ISO templates. At the very beginning, ang recommendation na po natin sa lahat ng mga offices, especially the process owner, use already the ISO template para it's just a matter of having that approved by the secretary, which is already compliant to all of the requirements of EODB, PBB, as well as that of the ISO project. So convergence po yan. And I think sinususugan po yan ng ating PGS requirement and sulong recovery, etc. etc. So hindi na ho yan ay iba. Parang sinasabi nga natin, para itong isang kape na 3-in-1, 4-in-1, 9-in-1 na ginagawa po natin. So there will be no additional requirement kung ano na po yung ating final scrub list at kung sakali po magkakaroon ng pagbabago, ay yan po ay will be also reflected on the targets of the ISO. So pinag-align na po natin yan para hindi na mahirapan na kanya-kanya pang compliances yung ating mga iba-ibang opisina. Ang isa pong perfect example po niyan, yung ating pong customer survey feedback mechanism. Ang palagi ko nga pong binabanggit, napaka-inefficient po na pag may dumating na client, 3 forms ang inyong pa-fill upan sa kanila. Kasi you have to comply with the EODB requirement, you have to comply with the PBB eligibility requirement, and of course, the ISO requirement. Hindi po. Kung titingnan nyo po yung ating SOP, yung template po na na-prescribe doon, pag nagawa po yon ay magkakaroon na po kayo ng compliance do sa 3 requirements. Hindi nyo na kailangan mag-submit ng iba-iba pang report on this because what we are now using is already harmonized and synchronized with all these 3 requirements. Okay, thank you very much, Donna and Mr. Henry.
Thank you, sir, for that clarification. So we have our next question po from Mr. Roxy of FO6. I think this is addressed to Sir Henry. Yung corrective action daw po ba na based dun sa findings from a certain FO ay localized lang dun sa FO na yon, or will it affect the whole department?
Okay, sige. So what we did in the audit was we audit both the adequacy of the documentation and the conformance of the process owner to the documentation. So pag ang finding namin ay adequacy of the documentation, it will not be the field office or that certain office to address, no, but it should be the central office. Kasi for example, no, one of my findings is not really a non-conformity but an OFI, for example, no. Ito yung mga activities na wala sa procedure. So nilagay namin halimbawa doon, consider to include in the procedure the following activities. So pero dahil naitanong ko halimbawa yun doon sa FO na yun, doon ko na ilagay. But the way to address it is not at that level, the office level, but it should be the central office. So siguro at your level, ang gagawin nyo later when you read the detailed report from us, paki-identify lang na itong finding na to, kayo yung mag-address kasi ano yung mga kayo dapat mag-address kung hindi nyo sinunod yung procedure. No? Pero kung ito ay, ang finding ay kailangan mas standardize yung document, so i-elevate natin yon sa central office. Okay?
So thank you po, Sir Henry. No, so dito po sa ating chat box, we have other suggestions po. So these are duly noted by the Secretariat naman po. Meron pa po ba tayong mga ibang questions regarding sa conduct ng walkthrough audit or sa results ng walkthrough audit? Right now, you may turn on your microphones po if you have other questions pa po. We have a question ulit po from Sir Michael Tandok of FO9. Ang question niya po ay, may gagawin pa po bang another walkthrough audit and when po ang target date?
Yun, ma'am.
Okay. As far as I think our engagement with DSWD is concerned, we will have the pre-certification audit. So this happens prior to your final certification audit. So yung ating halos same methodology, except that we will just change the way we get the records. No? So we will be testing by that time during the pre-certification audit if we already have properly maintained or properly filed our records. So we'll do random selection of the records. Matitest natin kung gaano kabilis mag-retrieve ng files. And it's going to be stricter audit. In fact, maybe strictest among the audits that you will undergo because kumbaga kung sa board exam yan, ito yung parang dry run. Siyempre, mas mahirap ang dry run, di ba? Kaya sa final board, tama ba? Kasi kung medyo hindi ganong kahigpit ang pre-certification audit, pagdating ng certification, baka may makita pa. So we really try to be stricter pagdating sa pre-certification audit. And the approach may be quite, not really very different, but at least yung pagpili ng mga records would be different from the way we obtain records in the walkthrough audit. Okay, and in the walkthrough audit, in-emphasize talaga namin doon yung pagiging friendly audit yun, because again, it's really a partnership between the auditor and the auditee with regard to improvement. Pagdating sa pre-certification, we will be trying to simulate what the final auditor will do, no? How they perform the actual audit. So we will still, of course, will be friendly. Pero kumbaga, we try to be like the real auditors. Sometimes, there are real auditors na napaka-inconsiderate, So parang we'll try to simulate them. Hindi naman to the point na ma-inconsiderate kami, but at least a little stricter than the walkthrough audit that we perform. We have just carried out. So ang tanong, maybe the target date, I think that the schedule of activities, I think, will be discussed this afternoon. Tama ba, Ms. Donna?
Yes po, sir.
Okay.
So, thank you, Sir Henry. I think we have questions po dun sa ating YouTube live stream. So, from Ms. Ann Padilan, ang question niya po, if a certain program manual has been cascaded to the staff, do we still need to issue a memo when we need to update, to ask updates and or outputs?
Sorry, should I answer that question? I think nasa procedure ninyo yun, I have not yet fully read yung inyong documented information, because again, our recommendation is to split that current documented information procedure into two, no? Kaya hindi ko talaga pa isa-isa. Pero yes, ASEC.
If you are referring on the adoption of the SOPs as well as the use of the prescribed templates, once this is already approved by the secretary and cascaded to all offices that will be using that, then officially yan po yung gagamitin natin. Should there be changes later on, that can be, of course, considered by the QMTs per the recommendation of the feedback and review of those that are using the said SOPs. And that will be the subject of enhancement later on. But for the meantime, what is approved, yun lang po yung ating gagamitin. Hindi po tayo pwedeng may kanya-kanyang template or format. Kasi magiging findings po sa atin yan. Hindi po natin, unless meron pong immediate na kailangan gawin, na justification, and that will be addressed, of course, by the QMT at whatever level po na inauthorize po natin to address the concern of a specific FO and OBS in the central office.
Thank you po, ASEC Rod, for that clarification. So, I think...
Ma'am Donna.
Yes po, Miss Giselle.
Yes, Ma'am Donna. Si Arda po yan. Good morning. I'm OIC Arda Mayla Gatchalian from Calabarzon po. Pwede po bang mag-clarify?
Yes po, ma'am. Go ahead po.
Thank you. Unang-una po ay nagpapasalamat kami sa Calabarzon kay Sir AJ for the patience, no, na binigay sa amin during the walkthrough. Ang clarification, isa po sa aking clarification is on the unit of measure na ginamit ng ating consultant on the summary of findings. Like for example, doon sa 65 NC, ano po yung unit of measure na ginamit natin dito? And are we to expect a findings per FO so that makikita po namin kung ano yung particular non-conformance na nakita sa aming field office. And observation ko po siguro, dahil nababanggit kanina na merong mga deviations in terms of the SOPs, So for Calabarzon, ang na-observe ko is more on the mid-May na kasi natin na-receive. Well, nasabi naman ho kanina ni ASEC Rod, yung ating mga SOPs, and during the walkthrough, ang tiningnan na documentation as proof started in January 21 onwards. Kaya meron ho talagang mga deviations in terms of the templates used, because mid-May lang namin na-receive yung mga templates and also the SOPs. Ang tanong ko po dito, how do we resolve now the varying implementation of procedures? No? Kasi nakita ko and nabanggit din na it can be a potential NC, lalo na yung mga procedures na wala naman sa SOP and yet we are implementing that. Because in Calabarzon ay may na-encounter din po kami ganon. And in terms of the standard use of the templates, meron ho kasi tayong branding ngayon na ini-implement, no? Particularly yung mga insignia po natin per FO. So sa amin, siguro makikita niyo po yon sa aming mga forms na ginagamit. So ano ho yung magiging position ngayon ng ating QMT? Are we to include pa rin yung ating mga insignia? Kasi isa po yan sa ating mga branding. So, yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you po for those questions. Before I turn over to Sir Henry and ASEC Rod po, we'll give clarification lang po as to the copy of the results of the walkthrough audit, and also for everyone's information din po, we will be providing the copy of the results of the walkthrough audit, especially for all FOs po, for your reference dun po sa inyong corrective action reports. And also, copies of the presentations today will also be sent via email po, will be shared po after this activity. So I think Sir Henry, pwede na po tayo dun sa kanilang first question. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Medyo maraming questions, hindi ko masyadong naalala lahat. But yung first question was, I think, about unit of measure. So when we say unit of measure, for every, how do you call this, case, as long as there's supported, as long as there is evidence, no, then we'll raise that. That's one count of a finding. So for example, I look at your, kunyari I audited MTA, and then nag-sample ako ng record, tapos ganito yung nakita ko. So yung record itself may lapse, so that will be the evidence na may lapse. So isang count yun. Okay, that's how the auditor is doing an audit, no? Ang auditor kasi hindi niya sasabihin na i-rate ka na 1 to 10 or 1 to 100%. Parang yes or no lang siya, either looking at that process or a particular activity in the process, the auditor is asking for evidence, and if there's no evidence, then that's a non-conformity. Pag may evidence pero may lapse dun sa evidence presented, then that's a non-conformity. Pero kung the evidence presented is sufficient to address a particular ISO requirement, then that will be raised as a conformity. So that's how we do accounting, no, of the different findings that we have identified. Now, we summarize all of those findings, kaya umabot yun yung kunyari for this particular clause. Kasi ang ginawa kasi namin is, in the final report, the detailed report that we have forwarded to the QMT, we did the summary per FO, no? Kunyari, sa FO na to, sa ganitong, I think sa ganitong clause or ganitong clause, ilan yung conformity, ilan yung OFI, ilan yung minor, ilan yung major. But in my presentation this morning, hindi ko na pinakita yung per FO, no? Kasi ayoko din na magkakaroon ng comparison. What is more important is we look at the totality of the agency, no, or the department. So instead of summarizing per FO, we did a summary of the findings per clause. Para at least alam natin na, kasi remember that all of these clauses are arranged according to the PDCA. Alam natin as the department, ang mahina pala sa atin ay plan or do or check or act. So lumabas, ang mahina sa atin is plan, particularly on the risk part, no? 6.1. By the way, clause 6 is about plan. Clause 7 and 8 pertains to the do. Clause 9 is the check, and then clause 10 is the act. So doon sa summary ng ating audit findings, ang pinakamadaming findings natin pertain to the risk management or 6.1, which is under plan. So in other words, isi-strengthen natin yung pagpaplano natin for our QMS processes. So yun ang medyo dapat titingnan natin at that macro level. Okay? So rather than looking at the individual findings, of course, kayo at your end, you really need also the breakdown. No? At least alam nyo Kaya lang naman naging major finding ito kasi when we total the different minor to a particular clause, kaya it boils down to a major. Iba kasi yung isang incidente major na kaagad. Wala kami ganon. Nagkaroon lang ng kasi summation ng lahat ng minor non-conformity to a particular clause, kaya in-elevate namin into a major. Okay, so that's how we did the summary. Now, in terms of yung, I think, nasagot ko na rin to sa question kanina, no? But let me reiterate na ang panlaban kasi natin pagdating sa final audit is the corrective action that we prepared for a lapse or a non-conformity that was identified earlier. Okay? So yun ang lagi nating as long as nagawa natin ng corrective action and one of the action plans in the corrective action is to create a new procedure or revise an existing procedure, then we are safe. Ibig sabihin nun kasi nga progressing yung ating QMS. Dynamic in the sense that we follow the PDCA. Remember that the CAR is the act of the PDCA. So in other words, dahil the fact na nag-act ka na, nag-plan, do, check ka. Di ba? It's a cycle eh. You plan, you do, you check, you act. The fact that you create a corrective action, that's an act, meaning that you are now on the loop of the PDCA. So yun lang, yun yung ano natin. But don't abuse the CAR, kasi yung iba, sige CAR na, dapat merong reason, merong valid reason why we did the CAR. Kasi nakita natin yung need na i-improve natin yung process, therefore we created the CAR. Okay? So I hope the questions are properly answered. Asek Rod, I think you have something to add.
Thank you very much, Henry. So maganda yung reiteration na sabi nga natin, wag po kayo matakot dun sa mga findings natin because if these are properly recognized and meron po tayong ginagawang action, then that is acceptable to the certifying body. Ganyan din po yung nangyari sa GASG. No, I would say yung isang example po natin sa building and facilities natin na meron pong kakulangan. So, syempre, hindi naman ganoon overnight magpapatayo ka ng building. Magkakaroon ka agad ng mga installation na kailangan. So it was part of our recommendation na meron po tayong action plan on how to address that within the 3-year period at ini-include po natin yan sa ating DRIP. So ibig sabihin, hindi po naman kailangan idea na lahat ay perfect ang ating situation. There may be some constraints and obstacles, but we are able to recognize that an appropriate action is being undertaken within the, of course, constraints of a government agency, such as yung ating pong budgetary requirement, etc., etc. So, wag po nating pupalitan. And if I may add dun sa inquiry ng ating Ref 03 at Director Myla, on the use of yung ating insignia. Yes, that is recommended because yung ating pong template, generic po yan, wag lang ho yung babaguhin, but yung ating pong office identification ay allowed po yan. So ngayon, yung placement ng inyong insignia at saka nung meron naman pong portion doon na pwede nating ilagay. So perhaps the QMT will issue examples on this if you have some recommendation kung saan dapat officially yung nilalagay yan. Kasi some field offices, baka nasa kaliwa, iba nasa kanan, iba nasa gitna. So ang hindi lang po natin hahayaan, madi-dislodge po yung official template. Pero if there are spaces provided, then you can use that. So there is no problem with the use of this branding and special office identification of the FOs or the OBSUs. At total, kuwan na rin ako, meron ako mga nakita kasi dito na mga comments din sa ating chat box. Bibilisan ko na lang po. Yung pong ating mga approved SOPs na ina-adapt na po natin yan na disseminate natin, it has gone through a series of consultations, not only within the central office but as well as the field offices. Pinakomentahan po natin yan at binago, ni-revise at in-improve. So ito po ay in-adapt na natin upon the recommendation of the QMT to the Secretary. Now, for the new SOPs, again, this will also be subjected to the same consultation with the field offices and all other concerned that will be using or implementing these SOPs. So yan po yung challenge natin to comply with the requirement ng PBB at saka ng EODB. So the process owners, kung na already identified, ay sila po yung mag-i-initiate on how to standardize all these things, taking into consideration the comments and recommendations of the field offices so that somehow yung may establish po nating standard operating procedure as documented would be responsive to majority. We are not saying 100%, but that is the ideal requirement. On the workshop for the different capacity building need, meron po tayong in-establish na ISO committees. So meron po tayo dyan, yung isa ay ang ating IQA. Ang ating pong committee lead dyan ay si Miss Eunice Angkao. So she will be engaging their counterparts, yung ating pong mga internal quality auditors, in the entire department for the orientation, ano po ba yung roles and responsibilities and how to properly conduct the internal quality audits to support our compliance with the ISO standards. And of course, aside from that, in the course of the standardization of the processes, yung pong ating mga process owner will also conduct their consultation with you. And this is on top of the program activities by the quality management team in collaboration with our ISO consultants. And by demand, should you need further clarification on and orientation on the different processes, then just provide us your requirements so that the Secretariat can, of course, schedule all FOs and other one who have the same concern, and we can conduct a workshop or orientation on how to properly use the SOPs. So as I mentioned, yung ating pong IS committees, pagdating po sa document control and custodianship, meron din pong on deck na gagawin pong mga capacity building mga committees na ito, even for the 7S, etc., etc. Okay.
Thank you so much po, Asek Rod. So I think before we have our lunch break, meron pa po tayong siguro time for one last question, and then after this, all other questions po regarding the walkthrough audit, you may address to the QMT Secretariat po. So from Miss Evangeline of FO3, we are waiting for that daw po, sir, yung actual audit and prescribed templates for the IQA.
Sige. If I may respond to that, yes, there will be an orientation on that as mentioned by Ms. Eunice Angkao, our team lead for the IQA committee. And this will also be supported by a CAP building that will be conducted later on for our IQAs. And templates will be provided and adopted in the conduct of these internal quality audits. And as I would reiterate also, na hindi po natatapos dito yung ating engagement. If you still have other clarifications and concerns, as mentioned po ng ating Secretariat, padala lamang po sa kanila, or you may also use the other social media and other apps natin, katulad po ng ISO resource site, Viber group, the email, etc. So we are not limited during this engagement. We shall be continuously engaging each other, and kailangan po namin ng suporta ninyo so that if you have clarifications to better comply with all these requirements, don't hesitate to ask or seek assistance from the project management team. So we are ready to help you and schedule appropriate activities for the benefit of more offices so that we can help each other in ensuring that we are able to comply with all these requirements. So wag po tayong mag-atubili na iparating ang inyong mga kailangan so that we can properly support you. And of course, organize meetings, focus group discussion, capacity building activities. So yun po yung kailangan natin sa inyo. Active participation for this project. Okay, so Donna, I think we are already at exactly 12 p.m.
Yes, sir. Thank you for those clarification and reminders po. So right now, we will be ending muna our discussion on the conduct of the walkthrough audit. So as mentioned by ASECROD po, should you have other concerns or clarifications, don't hesitate to contact the Secretariat. So we have our email and hangouts po, QMT Secretariat at dswd.gov.ph. Also, for other information, you may access our ISO resource site po, iso.dswd.gov.ph. So kindly log in lang po using your DSWD email, and all of the information on the DSWD-wide ISO project will be found there po. And also copies po ng ating standard operating procedures and editable forms. No need to access po, just download directly from the ISO resource site using your DSWD emails. So with that, we will be having our 1 hour lunch break po. So right now it's 12 p.m. We will be back at 1 p.m. po for the reorientation session on the ISO 9001 2015. So maraming salamat po for participating in the closing meeting for the walkthrough audit. We'll see you after lunch po. So happy lunch. Kain na po. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Ano ba ito patayin? Game.
The Assistant Secretary for Administration, Rod Santos, the team leader of the DSWD Project Management Team for Quality Management Program, and to all the participants of this training from our central office and field offices, a pleasant day to all of you. The Department of Social Welfare and Development, as the lead agency in social protection, continuously pursues excellence in service delivery to the development of a quality management system that is aligned with latest international standards. Quality management system translates to quality service. Attaining ISO 9001:2015 certification will help DSWD fulfill its commitment to deliver excellent, citizen-focused public services to our clients. This ISO 9001:2015 awareness, documentation, and risk management training is one way for DSWD to affirm our clients, the poor, vulnerable, and disadvantaged, that we are continuously working to improve our systems and processes to provide them with maagap at mapagkalingang serbisyo. Aside from quality service, getting ISO 9001:2015 certified will also help create an environment where the personnel of DSWD could be engaged and motivated in achieving DSWD's organizational objectives. Externally, achieving this goal can help improve our country's competitiveness ranking, specifically in the area of government efficiency. I hope that this training will successfully capacitate everyone with the knowledge on developing and implementing a quality management system in DSWD that is aligned with ISO 9001:2015. Rest assured, the department will continue to help and support you to effectively deliver your functions, specifically on quality management, through trainings like this and through the provision of the resources and tools that you may need to perform your tasks. Before I end, let me share with you this quote from William A. Foster. And I quote, "Quality is never an accident. It is always the result of high intention, sincere effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wise choice of many alternatives." Unquote. Achieving quality is not an easy feat. As such, I enjoin you to work towards making DSWD to be among the growing number of certified agencies that serve as benchmarks and models of service quality excellence for other agencies to emulate. Pagpatuloy natin ang pagganap sa ating mandato para sa bayan. Maraming salamat at manatili tayong lahat na ligtas.
DSWD, katuwa ng mga kapuspala.
The Assistant Secretary for Administration, Rod Santos, the team leader of the DSWD Project Management Team for Quality Management Program, and to all the participants of this training from our central office and field offices, a pleasant day to all of you. The Department of Social Welfare and Development, as the lead agency in social protection, continuously pursues excellence in service delivery to the development of a quality management system that is aligned with latest international standards. Quality management system translates to quality service. Attaining ISO 9001:2015 certification will help DSWD
Hello, good afternoon po.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon po sa ating lahat. Tayo po ba ay nakapag-launch na? Nakahinga, nakatayo na po ba tayo sa ating mga kinauupuan?
Yes po, good afternoon.
Yan, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Good afternoon to all our representatives and participants from the central office and the field offices. So we will start in a few minutes po for our PM session on the ISO 9001-2015 reorientation. So while waiting for the others po to log in back to our meeting room, nasa chat box po ang ating attendance form. Sa mga hindi pa nakapag-fill up, kindly fill up the attendance form po. And also for those QMT members na hindi pa nakakapag-attend or hindi pa nakakapag-log in, kindly notify your teammates po na mag-log in na sa ating reorientation. So maraming salamat po and we will start in a few minutes. Salamat po. Hello, good afternoon po to everyone in our meeting room. So for those who were here kanina, nakapag-lunch na po ba tayo? Can we have a yes sa chat box kung ang lahat po ay ready na to participate for our reorientation on the ISO 9001:2015 standards? Yan, yes daw from the central office and field offices. So maraming salamat po for this afternoon, and for those who were not able to attend the discussion this morning. So kaninang umaga po, we had a closing meeting for the conduct of our walkthrough audit. And then this afternoon po, we will have a reorientation on the ISO 9001 2015 standards. So this will be led by our consultant, Mr. Henry O. Palaka. So to start, we have Ms. Christine Paulette Ramos for the preliminaries of this session. Ms. Teen?
Okay. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. So for the preliminaries po ng ating pong session ngayong hapon, I'll be presenting po the objectives of this afternoon's activity. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you po. So for this afternoon activity, our objectives are, number 1, to have a refresher on the foundation and fundamentals of quality management system. Number 2, to recognize the role of the management in the establishment, implementation, maintenance, and continual improvement of the organization's QMS. Third is to understand the scope of ISO 9001:2015 certification project of the DSWD. And lastly, to harmonize activities relevant to the expansion of the scope and integration of ISO certified offices. And for now po, to present the ISO roadmap of the DSWD and the milestones of the project, may I turn over the screen to Ms. Donna. Thank you po.
Thank you po, Ms. Christine. So, before I present the ISO roadmap, may I please remind everyone that for those who will not be able to log in sa ating Zoom meeting, we are live streaming via YouTube po. The links to the YouTube live streaming will be pasted dito sa ating chat box. So for kung meron po kayong mga kasamahan na hindi pa nakakapag-log in or will not be able to log in sa ating Zoom meeting room, they may watch the proceedings of this reorientation session sa ating YouTube live streaming. And for those who will not be able to attend, available po ang recording and proceeding nitong ating orientation session dun po sa ating YouTube page, and also this will be uploaded sa ating ISO resource site. So with that, I will proceed with the ISO roadmap po. So here is our roadmap, the total quality management, and this is also this can also be found sa ating ISO resource site. So we have 8 milestones before we will be able to reach our ultimate goal. So for milestone number 1, we were able to conduct orientation and capacity buildings last year po, from September to November 2020. And then after that, we have achieved milestone number 2 on the documentation of our provision of travel clearance for minors traveling abroad and its essential support services. And right now, we are at milestone number 3 for the implementation of our registered documented information. And then gearing towards milestone number 4, after ng ating implementation, we already have our initial system implementation check of our documented information. So gearing towards milestone number 4 na po tayo on ISO 9001-2015 certification. So when we have achieved our ISO certification by third quarter of this year, we will further expand our scope to cover 100% of our services for us to achieve milestone number 5. And then for milestone number 6 po, we are hoping and to achieve the Philippine Quality Award and then the PGS Islands of Good Governance for milestone number 7. And then lastly po, as planned, so we will also be pursuing certification of other ISO standards such as health and safety and risk management po. And then lastly, for our ultimate goal, we aim to be awarded with an United Nations Public Service Award. So, next slide please. So right now po, for the milestones of our project, so we were able to conduct, as mentioned earlier, yung ating capacity building activities last year from September to November of 2020. And then right now, we are also continuing the conduct of our capacity building activities for the key personnel of the DSWD. And then we have approved and implemented 35 of our standard operating procedures. These were cascaded via the ISO resource site and via email. So as of May, we are already starting with the implementation of our documented information. And then we have also developed the DSWD Quality Management Team. This is the 3-level DSWD-wide QMT, kung saan yung ating first level po ay yung ating top management, followed by the cluster QMTs and the OBS and FO QMTs. And then lastly, as mentioned and kaninang umaga po, so our ISO consultant were able to conduct an initial system implementation check through the walkthrough audit, which were held from May 31 to June 18. So kaninang umaga, we had our closing meeting where the findings of our consultant were presented to our concerned offices, bureaus, services, and field offices. So right now po, we are in the implementation phase of our initial scope, yung ating original scope na MTA and essential support services. And we are preparing to expand our scope to cover 100% of our frontline and non-frontline services as a requirement of our PBB for FY 2021. For the next steps of the project, so as mentioned, we will be further conducting capacity building activities for our key personnel. And then, papasok na po tayo sa documentation phase ng ating expansion of the scope to cover our services. And then, for the MTA and essential support services para sa ating ISO certification, we are already preparing for the conduct of internal quality audit. And lastly, this will be discussed later on by our ISO consultant, our other ISO certified offices. So yan po yung GASG, NRLMB, Field Office 1, and Field Office 12 will be integrated to the DSWD-wide ISO project. So yun po yung ating milestones, current status, and next steps. So for the reorientation on the ISO 9001-2015, we have Mr. Henry O. Palaca, our lead consultant from the Quality Plus Consulting Company. So may I know if Sir Henry is ready for his presentation po?
Yes, Ms. Donna, pwede na.
Hi, Sir Henry. So let's start po with your presentation. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Donna. So as emphasized this morning, we will be having this reorientation for us to have a refresher of what are really the requirements of the ISO standard. So you already had your maybe orientation last year, but today it's just a refresher, no? Parang reminder lang na ito yung mga requirements that we need to address in preparation for the ISO certification comes third quarter of this year. So let me begin with this statistics that we have gathered from the different websites. So first is on the Global Competitiveness Index of 2019. So alam natin that Philippines is ranked number 64, parang bumaba tayo no? From 56 ngayon ay in 2019 naging 64 ang ating ranking among the 137 countries that were ranked in terms of global competitiveness. So medyo hindi ganun ka ganda ang ating performance kasi number 64 tayo. If we compare the Philippines to the other countries in the ASEAN region, so naunahan pa tayo ng Vietnam, okay? So itong Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand talagang nangunguna na yung mga yan, Indonesia and Brunei, no? And of course, Vietnam. Hindi. Sa 2019 pa lang, medyo bumaba sila. From 55 naging 67. Tayo from 56 in 2018, naging 64 noong 2019. So what are the criteria that were the basis for this ranking? Of course, the criteria include the institutions, infrastructure, macroeconomic environment, health and primary education, higher education and training, goods market efficiency, labor market efficiency, financial market development, technological readiness, market size, business sophistication, and innovation. So syempre, malaki ang role na ginagampanan ng DSWD, no? To contribute for us to have an improvement with regard to this ranking on Global Competitiveness Index. Another statistics, and this is coming from the website of ISO, www.iso.org. So we have here, we just selected the countries in the ASEAN region. And if we look at the statistics of the Philippines compared with other countries, so looking at the yellow chart, no, kasi ito yung representing the 2019 statistics. So actually in the Philippines in 2019 there were only 4,434 certifications granted to organizations, both government and private companies. No? Only 4,434 companies or organizations in 2019. Ilan ba ang meron sa Pilipinas? Ilan ba ang organization dito sa Pilipinas? Ang dami, di ba? But there are only 4,434. Okay, so if you compare Philippines, for example, to kanina natin pwede i-compare. Okay, maybe, of course, we could not anymore compare ourselves to Vietnam, to Malaysia and Thailand kasi talagang nangunguna yan pagdating sa ISO. No? Singapore, mas kukonti kaysa Philippines in 2019 kasi halos lahat ng mga companies doon certified na eh. By the way, when you say 4,434 certifications, new certification yan. So as you could see, no, hindi ganun kaganda yung ating data with regard to to the organization here in the Philippines, organizations adoption to the standard. So for an organization or for a country to be competitive, kailangan talaga pati sa certification lagi tayong nangunguna. So again, this is a wake-up call to all organizations here in the Philippines that we have to really be very serious about getting the certification. And in fact, in the website of ISO, hindi lang naman ISO QMS ang nandun na statistics, but other certification na binanggit kanina ni Ms. Donna, like you are also aiming for certification on occupational health and safety or risk management or maybe environmental management system. So better that you really have to expand your management system. I remember when I assisted one institute in UP Diliman in their ISO journey, year 2000. That was 21 years ago. So I had the opportunity to assist one institute in UP. And in one of their meetings, ISO meeting, so in-announce ng kanilang director that actually at that time he just arrived from Thailand, at sabi niya, dun sa report niya, no, in 2000, na he was shocked because even the LGUs or the local government units in Thailand were actually preparing for the ISO certification. That was 2000, year 2000. So as early as that year, ang mga government agencies, particularly the LGUs in Thailand, ay nag-ISO na. So if you could recall, Philippines at that time, parang wala pa, no? Kasi I remember the executive order, I think that at the time of GMA on getting certification to ISO was in 2007 pa lang. Parang mandate na mag-ISO. Pero prior to 2007, there was no law about LGU or government agency na magpapa-ISO. Anyway, so kailan talaga, no, na kailan sumabay tayo what's happening in the international arena. And then the last statistics that I'd like to share with you is on the ease of doing business, no, by the World Bank Group. So what we have here is the statistics for 2020. And again, no, Philippines is very consistent, pang number 7 tayo with regard to the ranking. So laging parang even in the competitiveness index, no, global competitiveness index, parang ang ranking halos ganun din, no. So tayo dito it's not indicated here kung ilan ang countries na nire-rank on ease of doing business. Pero as you could see, no, we are number 95. So talagang malayo na. So it's again, mahirap, ibig sabihin lang nito, mahirap mag-put up ng business dito sa Philippines or maintain ng business. So there's somehow a difficulty in doing business in the Philippines because we are ranked number 95. So again, another thing that we have to really work harder, na mag-improve yung ating ranking with regard to the ease of doing business. So why did I share all of these statistics? Because it's all about improving the capabilities of the different organizations here in the Philippines for us to improve our competitiveness, for us to improve our productivity and quality within the organization, because these are primary determinant of competitiveness, no? So one thing that I'd like us to understand in the ISO requirements is that when we adopt ISO, it makes the organization more competitive. Siguro mas tatanungin ninyo, kailangan ba ng competitiveness sa isang government agency? Wala naman kayong kalaban, eh. Of course, no, in the private sector, talagang importante yung competitiveness. Pero pagdating sa government offices, kailangan ba talaga ng competitiveness? So tingnan natin as we discuss the requirements of ISO 9001/2015. Okay, so let me now, these are the 4 topics that I will be discussing this afternoon in our reorientation. So after discussing these 4 topics, we'll spend time for the open forum. So the topics include defining quality, and then overview of ISO 9001 as a quality management system standard. And then let's dissect in more details the quality management system ISO 9001 by looking at the different requirements of this standard. Pero dahil we have limited time, so I will not look into per specific requirement, but we will just look into the major requirements of ISO 9001. And finally, although kanina pinakita ni Ms. Donna yung milestones, no, yung inyong journey in the QMS, but under section 4 of the discussion this afternoon, we will be looking at how organizations are setting up their ISO 9001 until they get the certification. Okay, so of course, all of these efforts of the different organizations on ISO all boil down to the word quality. Okay, so quality is now a buzzword, no? Not only in the private, but even in the government offices. So ano ba ibig sabihin ng quality? So according to ISO, let's borrow the definition of ISO on the word quality. So when you say quality, it's all about the degree to which a set of inherent characteristics fulfills a set of requirements. So in other words, pag sinabi natin quality, merong requirements at yung requirements na yun for our product or our service will be our current product or our current service will be evaluated or will be assessed against those set of requirements. Okay, so I hope malinaw yan. Halimbawa, no? So let's make it more specific. For example, one of the services that we provide to the people is the issuance of MTA certificate. Okay, so kung kailangan yung minor child kailangan pupunta abroad, so kailangan may permit or may clearance, so kaya nag-apply yung guardian or kung sino man yung mag-apply for in behalf of the child ng MTA, no? So o certification. So pag ako yung customer mo, so pupunta ako sa office ng DSWD, sa field office, and then I apply, no? So, ano ba ang requirement ko as the customer of that particular process? So, sometimes, no, yung requirements ng ating customers are being assumed by us, no? Parang inassume natin na siguro ito yung gusto ni customer. Okay, like let's say for example, in our citizens charter, one of the things na makikita ko doon is the lead time or the TAT, turnaround time. So, kung ito ang aking, let's say, MTA process, anong i-expect ko pagdating sa TAT ng process na to or turnaround time. So there are times na ang pagsiset ng requirements ay internal, but actually in ISO, the requirements should be first and foremost should be set by our customers. Okay, kasi pag sinasabi kasi nating customer-centric ang organization, let's listen to the voice of the customer. Hindi natin pwedeng sabihin, ito ang gusto ko eh. 5 days ang TAT ang releasing ng clearance. So take it or leave it. So if you are a customer-centric organization, you have to listen to the voice of the customer. You will have to take an effort na kung ano man yung narinig mong voice ng customer, gagawin mo. Although of course, no, unang problema natin doon is yung resources. Paano kung ito ang gusto ni customer pero wala akong resources para ma-meet ko yung requirement na yun. But again, in QMS, you have to really work, you really have to think of ways para ma-address. No? Maybe it may not be drastic, but at least you have the effort, constant effort, no, to satisfy your customer. So babalikan natin ulit yung definition ng quality. Ang requirements are basically set by the customers, but at the same time, a regulatory body. So requirements here may be legal or customer requirements. Now here is my product or my service. I will now compare my service characteristics against that requirement. So kung si customer, ito yung gusto niya, but ito lang ako, okay, ito lang yung na-offer ko sa kanya o naibibigay ko sa kanya, then I may not be able to satisfy our customers. Okay, again, pagdating sa government sector, talagang struggle ang marami dito, no? Kasi paano kung ang gusto ni customer ay ganito, wala tayong resources. Pero babalik ako dun sa ano ang effort, continuous effort na ginagawa ng agency para kahit papano matugunan. It may not be drastic yung pagtugon, pero at least there's a constant effort to address or meet customer requirements. So in short, pagdating sa quality, meron tayong tinatawag na excellent quality or high quality of the service. Paano mangyayari yon? When our current service characteristics satisfy certain product or service requirements, no, set by the customer or legal requirements. So syempre, pagka hindi natin na-meet yun, we fall short of the set requirements, then we could say that we have a poor quality service or a low quality service. So ang tanong ngayon, paano natin tinitiyak na ang ating service is of quality service. So nowadays, okay, customers all over the world are already changing their definition of quality, not only limited to performance, but according to these 4 elements of quality. So kung ito, labas muna tayo sa DSWD context. No? Pag halimbawa tayo bilang mamimili, we are consumers of products or services. Every time we buy a product, una nating tinitinan is the performance of the product. Kung pagkain ito, matamis ba siya, masarap, masarap, sariwa, okay, all of those characteristics. But all of those pertain to performance. Pero ngayon, hindi lang performance ang tinitingnan ng mamimili o ikaw bilang mamimili. No? Pangalawa ay promptness. No? Halimbawa, kakain ka sa isang kainan, alam mo, base sa kwento-kwento, masarap yung pagkain sa kainan na yon. Pero ang bagal ng service, promptness, punctuality is an issue. So mababawasan yung quality, di ba? Kasi it's not only about performance, but also the punctuality or the promptness of your service. Okay? So the third one is price. Okay, well, of course, this is particularly true to companies that provide service na may bayad, ano, or product na may bayad. So ang tinitingnan nila dito, affordable ba or reasonable ba yung price? Okay? So kasi minsan, no, again, quality nowadays is not only limited to performance or promptness, but even to price. Maraming mga produkto sa market na affordable ay okay yung quality with regard to performance. Sabi natin masarap ang pagkain, pero with regard to the price, okay rin. Okay? So, again, price is no component. Bakit kasama na ngayon ang price sa element ng quality? Because, you know, lalo na ngayon in the competitive market, no, ang daming mga mura or affordable na products or services with quality or excellent quality with regard to performance kasi they were able to improve productivity of their processes. Kaya ang mangyari doon, bababa ang kanilang operational cost. Therefore, they could offer a more reasonable price of their products or services. Kaya yun ang reason kaya kasama yung price sa element of quality. And of course, perception. No? Even in the government offices, perception is important. So pag sinabi natin, or yung tinatawag nating perceived quality, ano ba ibig sabihin ng perceived quality? Halimbawa, no, ako ay hindi ko pa halimbawa na try ang service ng DSWD, but I already have a perception of DSWD. So, yun ang tinatawag nating perceived quality, no? Pwedeng ang perception ko sa inyo kahit hindi ko pa na-avail yung inyong service ay okay kayo. Okay, kasi yun ang nakikita ko. Or hindi kayo okay, yan ang perception ko, kahit sa totoong buhay ay okay kayo. So in other words, pangangalagaan natin yung tinatawag natin perceived quality. So it's not only, this does not only apply to private, but even in the government offices. Like ngayon, no? Outside of DSWD, if you think of a government agency na sa tingin mo ay ang ganda ng kanyang service, sino kaya yon? Or anong agency kaya yon? So yun ang tinatawag nating perceived quality. Pwedeng hindi mo pa na-try yung service nila. Parang halimbawa, yung again, one thing na na-appreciate ko sa present kanina ang milestones, no? So one of the milestones that you are aiming to obtain or to reach is the PQA, no? The Philippine Quality Award. When I was when I think in 1998, when I attended the National Quality Forum organized by the Philippine Society of for Quality, no? Isa sa mga nagiging speaker nung time na yon was the mayor of Marikina, Mayor Bayani Fernando. He was one of the speakers kasi he showcased the city government of Marikina at that time being a recipient of the Philippine Quality Award. Okay, so kinuwento niya kung ano nangyari sa Marikina. They have their KPIs. Sabi pa nga niya, naalala ko pa yung sinabi niya, no? Na even yung mga janitor nila or yung mga naglilinis ng mga kanilang mga streets, one of their KPIs, itong mga naglilinis sa streets, walang pebbles na matitira doon sa street. Pati yung mga pebbles, tinatanggal daw yun. Or even in the wet market, kailangan walang langaw na nandoon sa loob wet market. I think kaya sinasabi niya nung time na yon na yung mga wet market daw sa Marikina naka-screen. Okay, so yun ang sinasabi niya, ng mga KPIs to improve excellence or to achieve excellence in their public service. So again, that creates, kahit kayo halimbawa, no, you have not been to Marikina or maybe napadaan ka lang sa Marikina, pero that might create an impression na, uy, ang Marikina, okay talaga to. Diba? Parang ganun kasi, no? So yun ang tinatawag nating perceived quality. Pangangalagaan natin yun. So balikan ko yung question ko kanina. Outside of DSWD, if you think of a government agency that you think provides excellent service, anong agency kaya yon? So wag nyo na lang sabihin, wag nyo na lang sagutin yung tanong ko na yun. Answer that your own. Pero for sure, meron kayong masasabing agency. And that is what we call perceived quality. Kahit na hindi mo pa na-try yung agency, yung service ng agency. So take note that absence of any of these 4 elements in your service may result to customer dissatisfaction. Kaya kailangan natin, of course, in the case of price, maybe that does not apply to DSWD, but looking at the performance, promptness, and perception, dapat tinitingnan, pangangalagaan natin yung quality sa tatlong elemento na to. Quality of our service. So what were the ways or means of different organizations to ensure quality of their service? Ano bang ginagawa ng mga iba't ibang organisasyon, no? Both private or even government offices? Ano ginagawa nila to ensure that every time they provide service to their clients or their customers, their clients are happy or impressed with the service? So if you look at the evolution of quality, what was the initiative of these organizations in ensuring quality? They implemented a tool or an activity called quality control. Okay, so kahit naman sabi natin government office ka, may mga quality control activities pa rin kayong ginagawa. Maybe consciously or unconsciously nagka-quality control kayo. Kasi when you say quality control, it's all about checking the quality of your output. Okay? So not necessarily somebody else will check. Kahit ikaw ang mag-check doon sa output mo, let's say in this process you are expected to deliver a certain output, a certain report. So before you hand over that report to your customer, to the one that receives that report, you do the final check. Meron bang maling spelling? Kumpleto ba yung pages? Okay, you do that, right? Ginagawa natin yun. Yung, or baka naman may mga misprinted page. So you do final check. So ang tawag natin doon, quality control. So what is good about that? Of course, we want to ensure na ang ating produkto pag makarating kay customer, kay client, ay okay yun. Hindi niya ibabalik. No? I don't know, sa MTA ba? May mga experiences ba kayo na binabalik yung certificate, wrong spelling, and all that? Okay. So, again, no, checking or quality control is the primary means of ensuring product quality. But there's a limitation on that particular activity of ensuring quality. Ano yun? It only detects defect or error, but it does not really prevent defect or error in your process. Okay? So kumbaga, dinetect mo lang. Okay, kunyari, report, bago mo ibigay, chinek mo, kinumpare mo itong report na to. I mean, kung certification yan, tinignan mo yung details ng nandun sa certificate against maybe the application form. Okay, you compare. Tapos, uy, mali pala yung type na pangalan nung nag-apply. So you now correct. You do the necessary correction, yung repair, quote-unquote, or kung ano man yung correction na gagawin mo dun sa defect or error. So, pag may ganun tayong activity, medyo humaba yung ating TAT or turnaround time. Kasi nung chinek ko at nakita ko yung error, i-retype ko ulit. So, of course, rework yun. Hahaba yung time at it also incurs additional cost. No? So, not good but not good. Okay siya yung quality control pero kulang. Tama ba? So companies or organizations added on top of quality control, they added another initiative to ensure quality of the service, and we call that as quality assurance. So when we say quality assurance, it's all about ensuring product quality by controlling the process to prevent generating defect. It's not about to generate defect, but preventing the generation of defect. In other words, while quality control is somehow reactive, kasi you just detect defects or error, itong quality assurance is preventing defect or error. How do you prevent error or defect in your service? By controlling the process, not the product or the service. So paano ba natin kinokontrol ang process natin? If let's say MTA process, how do you control the process? So we are always looking at ano bang inputs ng process na to at doon natin kinokontrol. So remember the 4 M's and 1 E, no, of a process. Ano yung 4 M's and 1 E? 4 M's. So M stands for man, material, machine, method, and then environment. So 4 M's and 1 E in a certain process. So paano natin kinokontrol yung 4 M's and 1 E? So if it's MTA processing, ano yung man doon? So the person in charge with that process is being controlled by ensuring that he or she is qualified or competent to perform the task. Kasi sometimes, no, kunyari, absent si Juan de la Cruz, siya talaga yung competent to do a particular task. Ano ang tendency natin? O sige, ikaw muna dyan. Ikaw munang humawak dyan. Wala si Juan eh. Pero pwedeng magsasuffer yung quality ng output niya kasi hindi pa pala siya qualified to perform that particular task. So nawawala yung control mo dun sa process because the person you assign at that time is not the right person. Okay, how about material? Okay, how about material as controlling the process? So sa MTA processing, ano yung mga material? Maybe yung form na ginagamit natin. Paano kung ang ating form MTA application is not that user-friendly, that the one that fills out the form may be vulnerable to committing errors in filling out the form. So pagdating sa, di ba, minsan may mga form na please write legibly. So kailangan, so if you have that instruction and nakabox, halimbawa yung sa spelling pa lang ng pangalan, vulnerable na magkamali yung person na nag-fill up dun sa, I mean the one that encodes the details kasi hindi readable, so better that you improve that form. So sinasabi ko lang, even in the material, input material, maybe a culprit why we fail to control our process. Or like we say, environment. Ano ba ang contribution ng environment sa quality ng ilalabas ng process mo? Siyempre, kung maingay yung environment mo, or magulo, hindi nag-implement ng 7S, okay? So, in other words, even the environment could affect quality of the output of the process. So, all of this, the 4 M's and the 1E, should be controlled so that the output of the process will be error-free or defect-free. Okay, so better ang quality assurance compared to quality control. While quality control is reactive and it's all about controlling the service or the output of the process, itong quality assurance is controlling the process itself so that lahat ng ilalabas ni process na output will be okay. Pero anong limitation ng quality assurance? Well, of course, the limitation is it prevents the defect or error incurred in the process, but it does not prevent errors as a result of the process interfaces. Remember that a process is not independent. Processes are interdependent. Tama po ba? Yung process na to, ang output niya nakakonect sa another process. So in other words, process A and process B are interdependent. Sometimes okay, sabihin natin process A okay siya, process B okay siya, pero yung interlink ng dalawang process, pwedeng doon nagkakaroon ng error or problem. So in other words, instead of just ensuring quality of the process, we need to ensure quality of our system. By the way, anong kaibahan ng process and system? A system comprises of interdependent processes. So, mas malawak ang scope ngayon ng system. Ang tanong ngayon, paano natin i-implement yung maayos na sistema? Kasi kung ang ating tinitingnan ay maayos na proseso lang or process lang ang quality na tinitiyak natin, but not the entire system, then we are still have a lot of problems that may encounter in our services. So paano natin i-set up yung magandang sistema, good system, quality system? Okay, so titingnan natin ngayon in a while. Sabi dito, according to Joseph Juran, if you don't know yet who Joseph Juran is one of the fathers of quality. No? He passed away at the age of 107. So bakit kaya ang haba ng buhay ni Juran? Kasi ang kanyang tinuturong quality is applied sa personal na buhay niya. Kasi first and foremost, when you say quality, quality is a way of life. Quality is a lifestyle. At yan ang ginagawa ni Juran. So quality life siya. Kaya ano nangyari? Ang haba ng buhay niya. Pero anyways, ano lang siya, no? Tawag nito, trivia lang yun, no? Pero ano ba ang sinabi ni Joseph Juran? One of the powerful principles of Juran was this, no? Sabi niya, 85% of the problems, organizational problems, can be corrected by changing the system. Less than 15% are under workers' control. So in short, to simplify yung sinabi niya, sa bawat problema na na-encounter ng DSWD, merong dalawang pinanggalingan. Human error, saka failure on your system. Unfortunately, 85% ay dahil sa may kakulangan sa sistema mo, but only 15% is due to human error. Okay, so ano ang implication yan sa atin? Sa halip na pagalitan natin yung tao na nagkamali, remember, ang kanyang contribution is only 15%. Sa halip na pagalitan natin kung sino man yung nagkamali, we have to fix the system kung saan doon nagkaroon ng pagkakamali. Fix your system, come up with a good system. And now, ang tanong, paano natin ayusin yung sistema natin? You use as a framework called the Quality Management System Framework. Okay, yun ang nagiging shift ng maraming mga organizations all over the world. No? In 1987, when this international organization by the name of ISO released its first edition of ISO 9001 in 1987 yon. So this was about quality management system. Kasi ang paniniwala ng standard na to, ng quality management system na to, o nitong standard na to, ayusin yung sistema natin para yung 85% na pinagmulan ng problema ay ma-eliminate or at least ma-reduce. Okay? So when we say quality management system, it's a set of interrelated elements that organizations use to formulate quality policies and objectives and to establish the processes needed to ensure that policies are followed and objectives achieved. In simple term, pag sinabi nating meron akong magandang sistema sa aking organization, sa buong department, ay kung meron tayong quality management system sa loob ng ating department. And ano yung concrete proof or evidence na meron talaga akong quality management system? When I follow the PDCA framework. Kasi quality management system framework is all about PDCA framework. So ano ba ang sabi ng ISO pagtungkol sa PDCA? So sabi ng standard, pag nag-quality management system ka, always begin, or implementing the quality management system, always begin with a plan. Sino dito ang nag-asawa na walang kaplano-plano? Di ba mahirap? Sino ditong namasyal or naglibot na walang kaplano-plano at nung naglibot ka na actual na naglilibot, everything runs smoothly? Bihira lang nangyayari yun, di ba? Kung wala kang plano, expect na sa actual execution, talagang marami kang ma-encounter na problema. So to prevent that, always begin with a plan. Sabi nga ng isang famous na quote, failure to plan is planning to fail. So kung gusto mong mabigo sa buhay, huwag kang magplano. So ISO encourages companies or organizations to start with a good plan. Sabi dito, plan is all about establishing the objective of your quality management system, the objective of yung inyong agency and its processes, and the resources needed to deliver results in accordance with customer requirements and the organization's policy. So in simple terms, plan happens when you have a clearly defined goals and objectives. Now, it doesn't stop from the plan. No? Marami sa atin ang galing magplano. Pero hindi doon nagtatapos. No? Hindi dapat doon magtatapos sa plan. After you plan, then comes the do. So when you say do, it's all about implementing your plan. Okay? Implementing your plan. Kung anong nakasaad sa iyong plano, let's say if your plan is to be able to release the MTA certificate in 1 day or 2 days or 3 days, let's say that's my plan, that's my target, that's my objective. So i-execute mo yung iyong day-to-day na activity on MTA related to that or aligned to that target. So ang tanong ngayon, ma-attain ko ba itong 1 day or 2 days or 3 days na TAT ko? So, syempre, titingnan mo ngayon yung procedure because part of planning is to look at your procedure if your current procedure supports attainment of your objective. Sometimes kasi ito yung objective ko pero yung aking procedure hindi ko naman inayos na hindi siya na yung aking yung aking sinet na target or objective ay parang suntok sa buwan. So therefore balikan at part of the plan is after I establish my target, my objective, I have to look at my current procedure, saan ba anong pwede kong gawin sa procedure para ma-attain ko yung aking sinet na target. So I will now follow kung ano man yung define kong procedure, I will now implement that procedure, follow that procedure so that yung plano ko, yung target ko ay ma-attain ko. Okay? So now that you have implemented your plan comes the check. So check is about monitoring and measuring the processes, performance via its set performance measures, and the resulting products and services against the policies, objectives, and requirements, and report the result. Kaya itong part of the check at the macro level, at the agency or department level, is the management review. Kasi kailangan makarating sa management, sa top management, yung ating status ng ating performance sa quality management system. Okay? So checking here may include internal audit. Of course, unang check dito is self-check. Kaya yung meron akong sinet na ITC or OPC, anong gagawin natin? We have to do some regular monitoring. Of course, there's an independent team called the Internal Quality Audit Team to also check our processes. And of course, the management, on top of all these checking activities at the office level, titingnan naman ngayon ni top management kung adequate and effective yung ating quality management system when they conduct their management review. Okay? And finally, kung merong deviation, merong lapses, may mga tinatawag na non-conformities that you have encountered after checking, then what happens last? To act. Take the necessary actions to improve performance. So ito na yung corrective action na sinasabi ko kanina kasi without the corrective action, you will not be able to attain improvement. So again, this is not static. This is a continuous process. The PDCA is a cycle. It's a never-ending cycle. Walang katapusan. Habang nandyan ang DSWD, paulit-ulit lang ang PDCA cycle ng DSWD. So walang kasawaan. Now, how does ISO translate this general PDCA framework of quality management system into something that is more implementable, more doable, and more easy to implement? So ito na yung requirements ng ISO. Okay? So ISO came up with a concrete set of requirements following the PDCA para ang bawat organization na mag-adapt ng ISO 9001 ay i-adapt niya yon using the set of requirements. So mamaya titingnan natin yung ISO requirements. So before we look into the requirements, sabi dito that actually yung PDCA is a generic framework yun. Even if you don't go for ISO 9001 or implement ISO 9001 requirements, the PDCA itself is a framework that anyone, even the individual people, could adapt. Kahit sa personal mo na buhay, para magtagumpay ka, para mag-succeed ka sa buhay, embrace the principle called the PDCA. Always begin with a plan. Kahit sa bawat araw mo, always begin with a plan, execute your plan, check at the end of the day kung nagampanan mo yung or nagawa mo yung nakaplano mo, and then take the necessary action kung hindi man nagawa yung dapat mong gawin. So that's the overall framework. But ISO as a standard, ISO 9001 as a standard, is a standard on quality management system. And again, as mentioned earlier, it was first published in 1987 by this organization named ISO, okay, or ISO. Okay, so composed, this agency, international agency, composed of different members, 100 coming from 160 countries all over the world. In fact, the Philippines is a pioneering member of ISO. Okay? So, isa sa mga pinaka-popular na standard na in-establish na pinablish ni ISO is the ISO 9001 standard. No? So, ito yung evolution ng standard na to. No? So, my first experience with ISO was the 1987 version. Yung pinakaunang standard ng ISO, alam ko na to kasi when I first worked in a manufacturing plant in Makati, ang trabaho ko doon ay i-ISO ko yung company na yon. So that was in 1993. Okay? So at that time, 1993, nung nag-ISO sila, o nag-ISO kami, so I was the one that led the whole ISO team. So ako yung leader nila hanggat ma-ISO certified yung planta. So that standard, that version was called the procedural version. Bakit siya procedural version? Because ang bida ng standard na to, itong version na to, is the procedure. Kaya nung time na yon, paramihan ng procedure. No? When I had the chance to visit an oil refinery plant in Batangas, no? So I had the chance to enter their DCC, Document and Data Control Center, okay, DDCC. I was shocked kasi punong-puno ng mga iba't ibang manuals, SOPs, yung room na napakalaking room na yon. Kasi sa 1987 version, ang audit ay iba, no? Pagka meron kang ginagawa doon sa process or procedure mo at hindi nakasaad yon sa inyong written procedure. So kunyari, no, let's say recruitment and hiring. So may ginagawa kang interview pero when I read your procedure on recruitment and hiring, walang binanggit about interview activity. So non-conformity yon. Kaya sabi nga dito, no, the procedural approach is write what you do what you write. Eh kung marami kang, kasi doon talagang pati naalala ko when I created a procedure or work instruction on how to start up the machine for the process. So ang tinagalog kasi namin yun. So ang una kong step doon sa instruction, sindihan ang pugon gamit ang posporo. Ganun ka-detalye. So ngayon, pagdating sa internal audit, so yung internal auditor na naka-assign to audit that process was looking for the posporo. Saan po yung posporo ninyo? Ang naipakita ni audit, yung operator, ay lighter. Kaya ang unang finding ni auditor, ni internal auditor, at the time of audit, ang ginamit na pansindi ay lighter at hindi posporo, which is a non-conformity against step 1 of the, yan, ganun ka detalyado. No? So, maganda sana yung standard, pero dahil ganun ka detalye yung documentation mo, so napasama ang ISO at that time. No? Kasi ang notion or yung impression ng mga industries, including the government sector about ISO, ay papel-papel lang yan, documentation lang yan. Same with the 1994 version, ganun pa rin kasi procedural approach eh. Write what you do what you write. But the breakthrough of the standard happens in the 2000 version, itong third version. Because from the procedural, it shifted to process approach. Kasi sa process approach, ano nang nangyari? Ang bida ay ang process at hindi ang procedure. Procedure only helps the process to deliver its expected results. Kumbaga, tool lang yung procedure sa process mo. Because the process is the one that produces a certain output that will satisfy the intended customer of that output. Okay? So therefore, in the process approach, you have to make sure that the process is effective. And the way to measure effectiveness of the process is via the KPI o yung masinet nating performance indicator sa process natin yan. So same with 2008, And even currently, we're using the 2015 version. The process approach is still the primary theme of the latest version. Plus, dinagdagan ngayon, no? Process approach plus the risk-based thinking. At yun ang binanggit ko kaninang umaga, no? Yung process approach and risk-based thinking. So sa process approach, even the process should be managed according to the PDCA. So if I own a certain process, I have to plan for that process, implement what I have planned for the process, check or evaluate the performance of the process, and take the necessary action in case my process deviates from the set standard or the output of the process is falls short of the expected result. While the risk-based thinking is about yung sabi ko, no? Identify the risk in your process, assess the level of risk, a level of significance of that risk, and then if it's a significant risk, then you take, anong sabi dito yung word na ginamit? Preventive control. So, preventive action. Okay? Para hindi mag-occur yung problema na yon. So, in line with the two major themes of the 2015 version of ISO 9000 are the 7 principles of quality management system. Okay? So, pag sinabi nating 7 quality management principles, dapat ang epekto ng ISO sa DSWD is a culture on customer focus, culture of leadership, engagement of people, process approach, improvement, evidence-based decision-making, and relations management. In other words, dahil consistently sinunod ko yung requirements ng ISO, anong epekto sa organization ko? Magbubuo siya ng kultura. Okay? It will build culture of this, culture aligned to the 7 principles. So when we say customer focus, ito yung sabi ko kaninang customer-centric, no? Using just a simple tool, okay, process tool, managing the process, like ito yung process ko, sino ang ano yung output, sino ang customer ng output ko, or ito yung process ko, ano yung mga input na gagamitin ko para sa process ko, at kanino manggagaling yung input na yun, ang tawag ko doon, internal supplier. So, pag sinabi natin customer focus, alamin ko kung ano yung gusto ni customer. That's principle number 1. And then principle number 7, relations management, ito naman yung strengthening relationship with my supplier. Kung ang principle number 1 is strengthening relationship with my customer, si 7 naman with my supplier. Again, supplier here could be the internal or external supplier. Anyone that supplies you with your needed input to operate your process, consider them as your supplier. Ang tanong ngayon, kumusta ang inyong relasyon with your supplier? Kumusta ang relasyon mo with your customer? Kasi kung hindi kayo nagkakaintindihan, expect that there's no quality in your output. No? So 1 and 7 dapat gawin natin kultura yon. Of course, number 2, leadership is about unifying the effort, unifying the whole agency by way of cascading effectively yung ating vision, mission, or even the quality policy. No? So one of our questions during the audit, walkthrough audit is, ako, no, in my areas that I have audited, some of them, ang bungad kong tanong is, pakipaliwanag nga po yung quality policy ng DSWD. Bakit mahalaga yun? Because strong leadership is being manifested when everyone in the organization knows the commitment, the direction of the agency. Okay? Paano mo lalaman na ang galing ng leaders ng isang ahensya, ng isang organization? Kung ang bawat isa alam nila kung ano yung mission ng agency, kung ano yung vision ng agency, kung ano yung commitment sa quality ng agency via the quality policy. So kung tama yung pagkasagot ng mga tinanungan natin, no, about quality policy, ibig sabihin very strong ang leadership ng agency. Kasi all of this, no, the vision, mission, and quality policy unifies the effort. Hindi kayo watak-watak, hindi kayo nagkanya-kanya. You are all in one direction, achieving the vision, fulfilling the mission, and of course, fulfilling the quality policy. So dapat ganon. So therefore, cascading, no, is really very important. I hope na during your monthly, di ba, you have your monthly Monday ceremony, no? In many agencies that I have visited, no, on a Monday, one of their routines during Monday ceremony is reciting the vision, mission, and quality policy. Bakit mahalaga yun? Because it's really about inculcating into the hearts of our people our commitment to quality, to satisfy our customers. Third is engagement of people. So ang ISO is not only limited to people in this Zoom room now. The reason why you are here is because kailangan, no, makiisa tayo sa pag-implement ng ISO. But take note that the implementation is not only limited to you. Although kahit sabihin natin, ito lang muna ang scope ng ating QMS certification, but it doesn't mean na hindi na natin ipapractice yung QMS sa ibang processes outside of the scope. Okay, dapat we have to really engage everyone in quality management system, in continuous improvement. Of course, sinabi ko na yung process approach, the PDCA framework, improvement, no? When we say improvement here, it's about continuous improvement. No, I like the way the Japanese engage themselves in continuous improvement. Ano yung kanilang way of engaging themselves to continuous improvement? Yung tinatawag nilang Kaizen or Kaizen philosophy. What is Kaizen philosophy? What Kaizen philosophy is all about? It's all about incremental improvement. Yung little by little ini-improve mo yung ginagawa mo. Okay? Kasi kung ang kagandahan sa little by little, okay, pwedeng everyday, hindi mo pa maramdaman yung pagbabago, but after a while, sabi natin after a month, after a quarter, after a year, yung little by little, naging lumaki na siya. Okay? So, dapat ganun ang ating, for us to embrace the philosophy on continuous improvement, let's imitate the Japanese philosophy or mindset. Anong sabi ng mga Japanese? There is no best way of doing things. Walang best sa ginagawa natin. Sa mga Japanese, according to them, there is always a better way of doing things. So kung gano'n ang ating mindset, better way, kasi kung best way nang iniisip natin, ang ginagawa ko yung best, you will start improving kasi best na yun eh. But if your mindset is there's always a better way, so every day you will engage yourself in little by little improvement. Of course, evidence-based decision-making, principle number 6, is about making a decision based on facts. Don't make a decision for your process based on opinion or hearsay, but it should be substantiated by facts, by data, by objective evidences. And of course, finally, relations management, yung sinabi ko kanina, you have to partner. You should build a strong partnership with your internal and external suppliers. So from there, no, yung discussion natin on the principles para mas magiging concrete yung principles na to, itong 7 principles na to, at ma-implement sa agency, sa department, then these principles are translated into specific requirements. Okay, so before discussing the requirements, I would like us to first look into the 2 major frameworks of ISO 9001 version 2015. Okay? Ano ba ang kahalagahan ng framework sa atin, sa DSWD, sa department? Every time we implement something, we always build the framework, no? Create a framework. Dati kasi, yung sinabi kong different versions of ISO, like yung 1987 version, 1994 version, yung dalawang naunang version, wala siyang framework. Wala siyang sinunod na framework. So sabog tuloy yung requirements, naka-enumerate lang yung requirements. No? We call them, at that time, elements 4.1 hanggang 4.20. And the way the requirements are arranged hindi mo alam kung paano na-arrange. No? So 20 requirements, ang tatawag natin doon, 20 elements. 4.1, management responsibility, 4.2, quality planning, 4.3, contract review. So they are all enumerated and you don't know ano bang kinalaman ng mga to about isa sa kanila. Parang hindi mo malaman anong connect ng kunyari 4.1 sa 4.7. Hindi mo makikita eh. But starting 2000 version of ISO 9001, the version started with a framework para alam mo na kung itong element or specific requirement ay hindi mo masunod, magsasuffer yung buong framework mo ng quality management system. So therefore, hindi mo masatisfy yung iyong customer. Okay? Sige, so let's now, dahil we are now talking of the 2015 version, let's look at the two frameworks that we need to embrace, we need to internalize into the department or into the agency. So ano itong dalawang framework? Let me begin first with the general framework, yung PDCA framework sa buong agency, sa buong DSWD. Okay? So I hope, no, by the way, I hope that you have a copy, no, of the ISO standard para after today, babalikan ninyo, titingnan nyo. And this is one of the frameworks reflected in or contained in that standard. No? So intindihin muna natin ulit itong framework na to. No? Although this framework follows the PDCA, okay? Pero tingnan muna natin, no? kung paano to ina-apply sa DSWD. Okay. DSWD as an agency is an interdependent organization. I mean, pag sinabi natin interdependent, laging may connect siya. Hindi naman pwedeng katulad tayo ng North Korea na wala tayong pakialam kung anong nangyayari sa labas ng mundo natin. Parang kumbaga in-isolate natin. So as an agency, we are interconnected with other entities outside the agency. We are affected by different issues outside the agency. Tama po ba yun? So therefore, kailangan intindihin natin ano ba yung mga external issues. And of course, para balanse, alamin din natin yung mga internal issues or issues na nandito sa loob ng ating organization. But take note na pag sinabi nating issue, it's not always negative issue. Pwedeng positive issues. Okay? Kasi sa atin, sa mga Pilipino, pag sinabi, uy, may issue ka, ang lagi natin iniisip, negative ka agad. No? But you know, issues according to the standard may be positive or negative. So for us to be very thorough in understanding those issues or knowing those external and internal issues, according to dito sa left, no? Sabi dito, organization and its context. Therefore, you should have a process on organization and its context. Dapat daw meron kang process of knowing what's happening in, pag sinabi kasi nating context, the word context means operating environment. So DSWD has operating environment, both external and internal. So pag sinabi nating understanding the organizational context, alamin natin ano ba yung nangyayari sa ating paligid, both internal and external. And not only that, no, dito naman sa baba, part of our effort is also to know, understand who are our interested parties, okay, interested parties, or also known as the stakeholders of the agency, okay, internal, maybe they are internal or external to the agency. And not only that, we also have to understand the needs and expectations of the interested parties. So when you do that, no, when you understand what's happening in the internal and external environment, when you know what's the needs and expectations of the interested parties, then anong mangyari doon? Mas malawak ang iyong pananaw sa ginagampanan na role ng agency. So in other words, when you perform that process pertaining to context of the organization, pertaining to the needs and expectations of the interested parties, you make your agency strategic. Okay, tama po ba? So mamaya i-explore ko yan, i-expound ko yan further. But take note that this is what we call, itong context of the organization, needs and expectations of the interested parties, are what we call external driver of your QMS. Remember, this is the QMS. Okay, ang role ng QMS natin ay PDCA, kailangan constantly umiikot siya. Paano siya paikutin? Babalik tayo dito sa external driver. Para umikot daw yung gulong, kailangan natin ng external driver. So alamin natin ano na yan sa paligid natin para yung ating PDCA iikot. But there's also what we call an internal driver of the PDCA. And sino siya? The leadership The leadership will push or will drive the entire organization to perform the PDCA cycle. Well, of course, no, as organization, we now execute the PDCA beginning with the plan, the do, the check, and the act. Of course, ang title dito, if you notice, no, planning, support, operation, performance evaluation, and improvement. So yun ang ginamit na terminology ng ISO standard. Pero ano daw ba ang magiging resulta pag itong PDCA ay patuloy na umiikot, walang katapusang pag-ikot, ito sa right side, ano ang magiging result or benefit sa agency if you have the PDCA constantly rotating? Customer satisfaction. Mas tiyak ka na yung customer mo ay masiyahan sa service mo. Results of QMS. So ano ito? Ito yung mga kinumit nating OPC, IPC sa ating OPCR, IPCR. Yung ating mga quality objectives, ating mga targets, ma-attain daw natin yon if we constantly follow the PDCA. Ano pa? Of course, consistency in the quality of our service. So we are rest assured na whatever situation we are into, ang ating product or service quality is retained or consistent. Kahit sino pa ang uupo or mag-i-implement ng process na yon, bago man siya ang empleyado or matagal na empleyado, ang output nito ay consistent with regard to quality. Okay, so yun ang kabuuan ng PDCA sa buong agency. Now, ang tanong, ano ba yung mga number na yan? So itong mga number na to pertains to the major requirements of the standard. So in other words, ito yung major requirement for, okay, ito naman yung 5, ang tawag doon leadership, planning 6. In other words, ang major requirement is better known as clause, CLAUSE, or ISO clauses. So we have clause 4, clause 5, clause 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So that's the major requirements of ISO begins with clause 4 down to clause 10. Okay, so ano-ano yung mga clause 4 to 10? So mamaya titingnan natin. Now let's first go back to the second framework. Okay, while the first framework pertains to the whole agency's PDCA framework, ito naman is applicable or applies to each process owner. And I mentioned this morning that each staff or each employee of DSWD is a process owner. So as process owner, you are accountable to your process. So para para mag-perform ng maayos yung process mo na ino-own mo, always follow this framework called actually ang tawag natin dito sa industry is SIPOC or SIPOC framework. Ano ba yung SIPOC? Supplier Input Process Output Customer. Okay? Tama po ba? So supplier input, dati kasi ang ating mindset, IPO, Input Process Output. Pero hindi ganun ka-strong ang pagmamanage ng ating process if we only use IPO. Kasi dapat ang pagmamanage ng process natin is extended to the source of the input and customer of the output. Okay? So kaya kailangan SIPOC. Okay? So, but you know, to use this framework, do not start with source or supplier. Always identify first your process. Ano ba ang process na ino-own mo? If you are let's say in charge with maintenance of the facility or the building, so that's your process, no? Building maintenance. Ano ba yung input para makapag-maintain ka ng building? Kanino ba nanggagaling yung output na yon? In the same manner, ano ba yung output ng pag-building maintenance ko at sino ang magbe-benefit doon sa output ko na to? Again, no? Both inputs and outputs may be classified into either matter, energy, or information. Anong ibig sabihin nito? Pwedeng ang input mo ay intangible, pwedeng ang input mo ay tangible, pwedeng ang input mo ay information. Like let's say, pagdating sa maintenance, building maintenance, ang iyong input may be, for example, equipment na lang or yung mga vehicles maintenance. So ano ang iyong input doon? So syempre spare parts. So spare parts is a tangible input. Hindi ka makapag-maintain ng iyong sasakyan kung walang spare parts. Okay? Or yung mga, ano pa, mga oil or grease is another tangible input, matter. Pero yung mismong mag-repair or mag-maintain, yung kanyang effort na gagawin to maintain and repair the equipment is what we call energy or intangible. Di ba? And of course, yung information is, sa example ko na yun, is maybe contained in, for example, in the job order. Kung meron kayong job order form, nakalagay doon kung anong details ng sira, anong nararamdam, anong na observation ng nagpa-repair doon sa equipment na yon, maingay ba siya, may ganitong. So in other words, all of those are information needed to execute the process, no? And the output is what? So the output of that maintenance or repair and maintenance is tangible and intangible. Ano yung tangible doon? Siyempre, yung na-restore na equipment. Siyempre, intangible is mismong yung ano, no, yung service associated doon sa pag-repair. And of course, the information is what? Ano yung output information doon sa process na yun? Siyempre, meron kang completion report, accomplishment report, pwede ring i-log mo yung history ng details ng ginawa mong maintenance doon sa history log of the equipment. So, all of those, no, are the outputs of this particular process. So, ano ang gusto kong i-emphasize sa framework na to? To manage your process, know your input, know the source of your input, know your output, and know the source of your the recipient of your output. And after knowing the source and the receiver of your output, strengthen your relationship. Sabi nga nila, no, marami sa atin na mga empleyado, hindi naman tayo graduate sa assumption, pero ang dami nating assumption sa buhay. No, ina-assume natin siguro si customer ganito ang gusto niya. No, don't do that. Talk. Have a constant communication, regular communication with your supplier of the input and customer of your output para lahat masaya. Okay? So I hope that we embrace this framework to manage our individual process. So now, babalikan natin itong major framework ng ISO, translate this into, or looking now at this framework into the requirements. Okay, so ito na yung outline ng ISO requirements, no? So if you notice, no, I mentioned that the major requirements start with clause 4 or context of the organization down to clause 10, improvement. So the first 3 clauses do not contain requirements. So clause 1, scoping, clause 2, normative references, clause 3 of the standard terms and definitions. So wala tayong mababasang requirements doon. Requirements begin at clause 4 down to 10. Okay, by the way, when we say requirements, it pertains to mandatory requirement. Okay? Pag sinabi natin sa school, oy, ito yung requirement ng teacher natin. So para pumasa ka sa subject na yon, ma-meet mo lahat ng requirements. Ganon din sa ISO because ISO 9001 is a mandatory standard. So therefore, we need to know the mandatory requirements of the standard so that by the time that we push through with the certification, we will pass the certification audit. So titingnan natin quickly yung iba't ibang requirements from 4 to 10 sa konteksto ng DSWD. Okay. So ulitin ko lang, clause 4 is the external driver for the PDCA of the agency to constantly rotate. So it begins with 4.1 and 4.2, knowing the what's happening in the environment, and you do that through the tools that you have used called the SWOT analysis and the PESEL analysis. I just partially copy part of your SWOT and PESEL para lang ma-refresh tayo dun sa ginawa nating SWOT and PESEL analysis. No? So ito yung mga ginawa nating SWOT. Okay, partly we look at the strength and weakness of the agency's technology, economic, culture, organization, etc. So ito yung mga nilagay natin. Okay? Ito yung mga ano. So these are what we call issues, di ba? Internal issues. So positive or negative, like for example, under technology, one strength we have identified is computer-based systems are in place and fully functional. So there's a positive issue here, di ba? Or kung sa weakness naman, nakalagay dito, outdated systems, lack of technical employees. So from there, ano yung negative issue? Ano ba yung issue kung wala kayong lack of technical employees or outdated yung system niyo? So kailangan ma-exhaust natin lahat, no? Yung as agency, kung ano yung ating strengths, ating weaknesses, para alam natin ano yung positive and negative issues from the strengths and weaknesses that we have identified. Of course, meron pa kayong opportunities and threats, di ba? In the that you have identified, no? Ito yata ay part pa rin ng SWOT, no? Medyo mali yung label. So SWOT under opportunities and threats. So sabi dito, strong and supportive leadership and administration. That's one opportunity. Strong political will for change. But the threat is changing administration, changes the direction and implementation of projects, programs, and activities. So in other words, itong mga nilagay natin na to are all positive and negative issues. Okay, or we could draw positive and negative issues from the PESEL, from the SWOT that we have prepared. No? And of course, yung huling nating document related to context of the organization, or 4.2, is the list of interested parties. So ano ba paano natin gagamitin yung information na to para ma-identify natin yung issue? Or, syempre, ang issue dito ay kung na-meet or hindi natin na-meet yung needs and expectations ng mga in-identify natin na interested parties. For example, employees. Ano ang needs and expectations ng employees ng DSWD? On-time release of salaries and benefits. Meron bang issue to ngayon, positive or negative? Or maybe negative issue? Hindi ba on-time na-release ang salary at benefits? So in other words, dapat malaman natin, no? Ano yung mga issues versus the needs and expectations that we have identified. Okay, so from there, sabi dito, no, after you execute or perform 4.1 and 4.2, ano ulit yung 4.1, 4.2? Context of the organization, PESEL, SWOT, knowing the interested parties, 4.2, no? You could now define the scope of the QMS. So kanina, binagit ni ASEC Rod na with the recent update from or directive from the IATF, it should be the whole agency, the whole department that will have to be certified to ISO 9001 to qualify for the PBB. So otherwise, kung hindi kayo ma-certified buo, ayun, ako, sayang naman. So yun ang magiging the basis for defining the scope is the result of 4.1 and 4.2. Mahirap kasing mag-define ng scope kung buo ba, buong agency ba, or ito lang, MTA lang, or 50% lang yung tawag nito, yung ng frontline services ang isasama natin, unless malinaw sa atin what's happening in the internal and external environment. Kaya prerequisite to defining the scope is 4.1 and 4.2. Now, dahil dinefine na natin yung scope ng ating QMS, then we could easily pinpoint or identify ano ba yung mga processes na nakapaloob sa ating QMS based on the defined scope. Okay? So that's how you understand, no, yung itong part na to. Now, looking at the scoping, so ito yung preliminary scope but with a recent update. So we are not only limited to MTA and the process under the DRMB, pero kailangan natin i-extend to other frontline services. And from there, nakagawa tayo ng ma-identify nating process, and to formalize the processes identified, we need to create our DSWD process map. This is the version that you have right now with regard to the process map that needs updating. So later, makikita nyo yung improved version nitong process map, pero makikita natin dito how the different processes of DSWD are interconnected following the plan, do, check, and act cycle. Okay, actually, itong process map na to is just a customized map based on, balikan natin ito, no? Ito kasi yung generic map, no? QMS framework. I-translate lang natin to sa konteksto ng DSWD at ito dapat yung itsura. Ito yung PDCA framework ng PDCA. Okay, so that's how we have to understand clause 4. Now, the next requirement is leadership. So if you could still recall, no, ang leadership is the hub of the wheel. It is the center of the PDCA because this is the internal driver. So it drives the entire organization, the entire agency towards consistent quality service, process effectiveness, and consistent customer satisfaction. So to attain, to drive the whole agency towards this, no? So kailangan mag-start with a commitment. Okay, so pag sinabi natin commitment, okay, that's quite broad, but the commitment should be first translated into more concrete, and the commitment is stipulated through the quality policy. So tingnan natin ang quality policy ng agency. So lahat ba aware na sa quality policy ng ating department? So expect that during the final audit, your auditors would ask you as to your understanding of the quality policy of DSWD. So you don't need to really memorize. Pero ang kagandahan kasi sa inyong quality policy ay ginamitan natin ng acronym, no? DSWD. So we at the Department of Social Welfare and Development commit to, so D, deliver, S, sustain, W, work, and D, demonstrate. So mas madaling matandaan. But then again, no need to memorize, but at least you understand by heart. So kailangan natin, if anyone, or kahit sinong magtatanong sa atin, ano ang quality policy ng DSWD? So dapat automatic masagot natin. Because the quality policy is your commitment. Okay, is your statement of commitment to customer satisfaction. So, pag sinabi natin commitment, kung sa ano pa yan, sa Pilipinas, meron tayong panatang makabayan. So, sa quality management system, meron tayong panatang maka-customer. So, sino dito merong panatang magiging makabayan? Lahat tayo. Sino dito may panatang magiging maka-customer? Yung tinatawag nating customer focus. Okay, kahit tayo individually, may mga customers tayo, di ba? Sa tahanan natin, sino yung ating mga customers? Siyempre, yung mahal natin sa buhay. So, are we consistently satisfying our mahal sa buhay? That's your commitment, right? So, imagine mo lang ang isang individual o ang isang agency, no, walang panatang maka-customer. Di ba mahirap? Kumbaga patsamba-tsamba lang yung quality ng inyong service. Pero kung meron kang panata, kasi alam mo kasi yung word na panata, no? It speaks about discipline. Pag sinabi mo may panata ka, may disiplina ka, na kahit hindi mo feel gagawin mo kasi panata mo yun eh. Okay? Halimbawa sa inyo, no? Sino sa inyo ang merong panata na pumunta sa ganitong lugar every year? Panata mo yun eh, no? Yung iba, halimbawa, panata na pumunta sa, di ba, pagka piyestang Nazareno, may mga panata yung iba na talagang mag-join sila sa ganon, anong tawag natin doon? Translation, whatever. So, in other words, panata niya yun eh. So, kung meron ka ng panata, hindi mo gagawin mo siya. Okay? So in other words, if everyone in the department has internalized a quality policy, so kahit pagod ka na, marunong ka pa rin mag-asikaso ng iyong mga customer. Halimbawa, no? 4:55 dumating yung mag-apply for MTA. Anong sasabihin niyo? 4:55 ng hapon, 5:00 ang uwian ninyo. Okay? I don't know kung anong sasabihin ninyo. Pero kung sinabi mo may panata ka to satisfy the customer, then you have to do something na masatisfy si customer. Okay? So ano pa? Halimbawa, internal. It even is applicable to internal customer. No? So halimbawa, no, hinahanap ka over the phone, no? Ng kabilang unit or kabilang office. Uy, pakausap naman si ganito, si Juan de la Cruz. Sabihin mo, kunyari, ikaw si Juan, pakisabi wala, nasa meeting. So nandun ba yung panatang maka-customer kung iniiwasan mo yung internal customer mo? Nawawala. I mean, wala, di ba? So in other words, kung talagang totoo na meron kang panata, no, as stipulated in the quality policy, then you really have to give your best. Sabi nga nila, no, ang mga Americans, meron silang mindset towards their customer. Sabi na, customer is always right. Okay, yun ang gagaling yun sa mga Amerikano. Customer is always right. Kaya sila, may mga, sabi nila, may mga restaurant daw sa US na, halimbawa, no, huling kagat na lang ng burger na kinakain mo, in order mo sa kanila, at na-realize mo na hindi ka nasarapan sa burger, pwede mong ibalik yung natitirang burger. Kasi sa kanila, di ba, customer guaranteed or your money back. O ganun daw yung mga panata ng mga Amerikano. If you go to Europe, lalo na yung mga British people, sabi naman nila, customer is our king. Kaya ginagawa nila yung best para ma-please yung kanilang king. Ang mga Japanese naman, customer is our God. Ganun ang mga Japanese. No? Giver of life. So kung walang customer, wala silang buhay. So ganun ang mindset nila. That's the reason why, di ba? The Japanese really exerts effort to excel, no, and provide the best. Kaya yung ibang mga Japanese, pag hindi nila na-perfect yung ginagawa nila, nagpapaharakiri sila, di ba? Kasi na-frustrate sila sa sarili nila. Pero ang mga Pilipino, ano ba yung ating mindset with regard to our customers? Kung sa palengke yan, may mga nakalagay minsan, although hindi naman na masyadong ako may pailan-ilan, may nakikita akong gano'n, lalo sa probinsya. No return, no exchange. So nawawala yung pagiging maka-customer natin. So anyway, hindi ko naman sinisira ng mga Pilipino. Alam ko, bumabago naman tayo. No? We try to improve the quality of our service. But I hope that in the context or within the bounds of DSWD, lahat ng ating customer, no, internal man or external customer, we really give our best kasi yun ang panata natin base sa nakasaad sa ating quality policy. Of course, no, looking now at the third major requirement, the planning under the Plan to Check Act, it's the plan, the first element in the PDCA. So paano tayo magpaplano? Sabi natin kahapon or kanina pala, sorry. Tatlong bagay ang gagawin natin, no, para kumpleto yung ating plano. Alamin mo yung risk, i-define mo yung objective, at para magiging ma-actualize yung iyong objective, kailangan mo ng action plan. So dapat kumpleto yun. So when you plan, know the risk, define your objective, craft your action plan supporting your objectives. Okay, so hindi ko na siguro thoroughly i-discuss yung you already have your procedure for risk and opportunity management for the first element in the planning. The second element that's already in place, your OPCR, your IPCR, and of course the action plans. These are your let's say delivery units action plans or office action plans supporting the attainment of your objectives or commitment or targets. Okay, now the do in the PDCA, dalawang elements ang do. Ito yung support, clause 7, and then of course clause 8. Clause 8 is the operation. So sino ang tinutukoy sa support? Support here pertains to the supporting processes of the agency. So ano yung mga supporting processes ng ating agency? Siyempre yung process on managing the resources, budgeting, yung mga yun. So yun ay part of the resource management. What else? Competence. And then of course we have awareness, communication, and documented information. So ito yung sinabi ko kaninang umaga during the closing meeting. Resources ay napakalawak. So when we say resources here, okay, when we say resources, this includes what? Sabi natin, ulitin ko lang, no? Hindi ko na pala na-enumerate dito. But when we say resources, this includes the budget, financial resources. This includes the human resources, no? How we assign people to the different offices, yung plantilla natin, or yung mga even sometimes we hire COS, okay, for the human resource requirements of the office. And of course, we have the infrastructure, how we maintain our infrastructure. It's not just repair, but it should be preventive maintenance for our different infrastructure. We have, of course, the 7S to maintain good housekeeping at the workplace. By the way, yung work environment does not only apply to the physical environment, even yung tinatawag ng ISO na social and psychological environment. Okay, so like how do we create a work environment that is free or ang sabi ng standard, burnout prevention or ano pa, stress reduction, reducing environment. Kasi kung ang iyong workplace ay napaka-stressful, so hindi yon ayon sa sinasabi ng ISO pertaining to work environment. So kaya part of the programs of some agencies or some organizations with regard to the social or the psychological environment, meron silang mga wellness program, no? Because that's part of the requirements of the ISO. Next, under resources is the calibration of your measuring equipment. And finally, yung knowledge management na tinatawag. So you have your organizational knowledge. Take note that there are times that your knowledge are not explicit or not codified. They are tacit knowledge. Ano ang sabi ng ISO pagdating sa tacit knowledge? You need to manage the tacit knowledge. Ano ba yung ibig sabihin ng tacit knowledge? Tacit means unwritten knowledge. Okay, hindi mo na kayang isulat. Halimbawa, ako ay mekaniko. Sobrang tagal ko nang sa pagiging mekaniko. So lahat ng alam ay yung ibang alam ko, hindi ko kayang isulat. Kumbaga nasa sa inherent na. Parang tinanong ko yan sa when I audited MTA, for example. So there's a step there on assessment, no? How do the social worker assesses the application for MTA? So actually may kanya-kanya kayong style, no? Pero ang laging sinasabi ninyo, hindi na kailangang isulat kung paano mag-assess because inherent na daw yun sa social worker. Una-una, may license naman yun bago siya maging social worker. Merong orientation and all that. So yun ang tinatawag nating tacit knowledge, no? Unwritten knowledge. Pero ang tanong ngayon, what if let's say a certain skill, special skill na let's say unique lang sa tao na to ay umalis na yung tao, no? Nag-resign siya or umalis sa kung wala na siya sa department o wala na siya sa FO. So anong nangyari doon sa knowledge na yun, yung tacit knowledge na yun? Dala-dala niya. So wala nang naiwan sa organization. So sabi ng standard, you need to manage even the tacit knowledge, no? By way of maybe mentoring. So ang maganda doon sa L&D process ninyo, no? Yung L&D process. So it's not only limited to based doon sa na-audit ko, it's not only based on training, but there's also mentoring and coaching program. Okay? Except that doon sa mga FOs na na-audit ko, yung kanilang focus kasi sa L&D is training eh. Merong nakalagay doon sa kanilang plan for mentoring and coaching, pero hindi pa ganun ka-structured. Paano ba i-administer or i-execute yung mentoring and coaching program? But you know, that is very important because mentoring and coaching program is to transfer yung tacit knowledge. Kasi kung otherwise, kung hindi natin na-manage yun, mawawalan ng organizational knowledge ang agency or ang department. Okay, so that's all about resources. Of course, the competence. So, paano natin manage yung competence? Nandun sa ating L&D procedure yon. Awareness, we don't have a specific procedure on awareness. But of course, it's always an effort, no? Usually of the HR, no? To create awareness. Ano bang sabi ng ISO pertaining to awareness? Merong 4 na basic things that every individual should be aware of. Unang-una, awareness on the quality policy. Pangalawa, awareness on the relevant quality objectives or yung tinatawag nating OPC, IPC. Dapat alam niya yun. Okay? Third is yung kanyang contribution sa QMS. So maybe during the orientation of the new employees, pinapaliwanag natin yun, yung kanyang role sa QMS. And fourth is the implication if he or she does not follow yung kanyang procedures. tayo ba pag nag-cascade tayo ng mga information or ng mga standards, procedures, you know, the conventional way of cascading procedures or policies ay nakafocus sa how. Kunyari, balikan natin, L&D procedure, paano ba ginagawa yon? Step 1, OCAT, blah, 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 blah. So you only focus on the how, but do you also emphasize on the why? Bakit gagawin natin yung step 1? Kailangan natin gawin yung step 2? Bakit kailangan mauna muna yung pag-post sa field jeps bago tayo mag-pre-bid conference? Example lang yun. Dapat may why. No? Because the why is all about the implication if you don't follow exactly the steps. Kung sinortcut mo yung steps, anong implication on? So therefore, dapat malinaw sa kanila. No? Sabi ng isang motivation theory, I forgot the motivation theory, the title of that motivation theory. No? Pero sabi nila, people will be more compelled to follow or to be more motivated to follow if they just don't know the how but the why. Dapat i-ano din natin yun sa ISO. No? Huwag natin lang i-focus yung paano nila gagawin yung steps, pero kung bakit kailangan nilang gawin yung steps. Okay, and of course, pagdating sa communication, how do we communicate internally and externally? So you don't need to really create a specific procedure on communication. Pero ang sinabi lang ng standard dito, when you communicate, sinabi ko na to kaninang umaga, there should be 5 elements in communication. What to communicate, who should communicate, to whom it should be communicated, how to communicate, and when to communicate. So dapat defined yun. For every important information that needs to be communicated, dapat naka-define yung limang elemento na yun. Finally, documented information. Sinabi ko na to during the closing meeting. We need to control all our documented information, both maintained as well as retained documented information. Okay, so that's basically on the resources. Now, that's actually on the support processes. So usually, sino ang mga nasa clause 7? Okay, syempre yung mga in-audit namin na bukod sa MTA, DRMB, bidding, the rest are actually the support. No? Yung mga, sino ba yung mga yon? Okay, so alam nyo na yon. Okay, so you should know kung anong clause kayo, ha? So are you addressing the requirements under clause 7 or clause 8? Okay, so ano naman yung mga nasa clause 8? Siyempre, ito yung mga operational processes. No? So ito kasi very generic ito, but in the case of the DSWD, lahat ng mga frontline services are what we call the operational processes. No? Even those that are outside the scope, outside not only the MTA, but yung mga ginagawa ng other frontline services. So they are considered operational processes. So ano ang dapat nating tingnan pagdating sa operational processes? Unang-una is itong mga number na to. Ito yung pagkasunod-sunod dun sa requirements na sa loob ng clause 8. No? Okay, ano yung mga yon? Itong una is requirements for products and services. So sa konteksto ng DSWD, for example, in the MTA, which is one of the frontline services, sino ang customer natin? So syempre yung mga nag-a-apply. So pagpasok pa lang kasi itong requirements for products and services, it's all about the process that interfaces with your customer. So pagpasok pa lang ni customer, halimbawa, nakalagay sa inyong procedure sa MTA, issue, ang tawag natin doon, service sequence number. No? I don't know kung papel ba yun, parang sa bangko ba yun na ibibigay ni guard or person on duty, yung papel na yon or yung number upang number 1 siya. So yun ang nakalagay, no? Yun ang imagination ko. Service sequence number, yan ang tawag niyo sa procedure. Paano papasok yung clause 8.2? Dapat at the start, alam na ni customer kung pang-ilan siya. Okay? Pero kung hindi niya alam, parang ano yun? Kasi kung ako, not necessarily DSWD, but kung saan man ako pupunta at meron akong hihingin or i-request or ano, lagi kong tanongin, pang-ilan po ako? Kasi kung hindi ko alam kung pang-ilan ako, parang hindi ko alam kung hanggang kailan ako magpipila dito, no? So that's part of 8.2. Kaya yung sequence, yung transparency noon, I think that's very important under 8.2. Hindi pwedeng mabubulaga na lang si customer na 20 people pala ang nauna kaysa sa kanya. Kaso dahil hindi tayo transparent, hindi natin pina-practice yung service sequence number, well, of course, yung iba naman ang justification nila dahil pandemic ngayon, walang masyadong nag-apply for MTA. But again, dahil yun ang nakalagay sa standard o sa procedure natin, let's do that because that's according to 8.2. Okay? So that's only one specific example of 8.2. No? Ang 8.2 kasi is dapat from the start, from the time na pumunta si customer because he or she is requesting for a certain service, dapat may agreement na. Or like they say, for example, pag sinabi ni, yung Citizens Charter is one of the 8.2 kasi malalaman doon ni customer, no, kung gaano katagal yung TAT ng ganitong service. Kasi anong sabi sa 8. Okay, i-ano nyo lang later, no? Please read 8.2.1, letter A. So ano nakalagay doon? Dapat information pertaining to your service. And the Citizens Charter is a primary source of information. Kung ano yung mga steps na gagawin niya ni customer at kung gaano katagal yung bawat step. So Citizens Charter is about 8.2. Okay? So next is yung 8.3, ito yung design and development of the service. I think this is an exclusion, no? Of DSWD services. Kasi pag sinabi natin design of the service, before you implement a certain service, you first design it. So, as far as MTA is concerned, wala namang design yun. You don't design. Pag sinabi kasi nating design, kung lalabas tayo sa konteksto ng DSWD, pag magpapagawa ko ng bahay, hindi naman kagad gagawin yung bahay. I-design mo na yung bahay. So, that is about 8.3, design before the execution or the construction of the house. So, while the construction of the house is 8.5, yung 8.3 is about the design. So in the same manner, kunyari sa school yan, before I offer a new program or a new degree to the people, no, to the students, kailangang i-design ko muna yung curriculum. Ano ba yung mga subjects sa first year, second year, third year, so may ganun. So kaya may design yon. But I don't know if in the services, in the different frontline services of DSWD, meron tayo talagang design. Basta ang MTA, and of course, yung ating processing of relief augmentation do not require design. Automatic i-execute yung service. Of course, no, bago yung, of course, pagka na-design na, so siyempre may execution na nung design. Pero again, sa inyo, wala namang design, execution na kagad. Ito yung 8.5, no? Service provision. So that's according to your procedures. And anong sabi sa 8.6? Release of the service. So ano yung ibig sabihin ng release dito? It pertains to quality check. Bago mo i-release halimbawa yung certification, i-check mo muna kung may pirma ba talaga yun, tama ba yung spelling, and whatever things that need to be checked on that output that will satisfy your customers. Okay? So dapat may quality check tayo. That's 8.6. And in the event na nag-check ka at hindi tama yung output, no? Kunyari, mali ang spelling, mali yung date, o kaya may dumi doon sa certification, or napunit yung certificate. So anong sabi sa 8.7? Control that non-conforming output. So you have to do something, no? Maybe revise, or gagawa ka ulit ng certificate. So that's control of non-conforming output. Pero syempre, dito sa left side, may nakikita tayong control of externally provided processes, service, and products. No? So bago, part of executing the service, kunyari kung sa, ano yan, sa relief augmentation, wala kang mai-release na family food pack kung walang na-purchase. Kaya yung control of externally provided processes, products, and services pertains to your procurement procedures. So kaya kasama siya doon sa operational processes. Okay, so basically that's clause 8, and then we'll move on to the second from the last. So what's the second from the last? This is pertaining to performance evaluation. Okay, so ito na yung check of the PDCA. So sa ISO, how do we evaluate the performance of our QMS? Paano natin masasabi na hindi lang props ang ISO? Di ba may mga agency or may mga establishments na nakalagay sa labas ng kanilang building, we are ISO 9001 certified, pero pagpasok mo sa establishment, parang hindi naman halata na ISO sila. Ang dumi ng ng lobby, pagpasok mo sa CR, medyo hindi ka aya-aya, pagpunta mo sa kantin, ang daming langaw, 'di ba? Yung basic facilities, hindi obvious na quality management system sila. So, again, sa case natin, paano natin malalaman na we are really effectively implementing ISO? So, tatlong bagay ang dapat nating tingnan. Unang-una, monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation. Anong nandito? First and foremost, we have to measure customer satisfaction. Kaya meron kayong CSS form. So, dapat we have to consistently implement or ask our customers to fill out that form. Okay? Kasi that's our way of measuring if they are satisfied. Another thing on the part of analysis and evaluation is the analysis of data. No? We have a lot of data that we have gathered from our different processes. But ang tanong ngayon, did we really summarize this data and do the necessary analysis? Okay? Nag-analyze ba tayo, making inferences out of the data that we have summarized? Of course, itong internal audit, ito yung gagawin natin next month. Because we need somebody else, independent of our process, to tell us if we are okay or not okay. And finally, the management review is conducted by the top management. For us, at the macro level, makikita nila, oy, okay na nga, maganda ang nangyayari sa DSWD. So, of course, the management review will tackle different agenda. Napakadaming pag-uusapan ng management review, ng top management. Ano yung mga some of the agenda there? Siyempre, kailangan pag-usapan nila yung result ng internal quality audit, result ng customer survey, result ng pagmomonitor ng OPC, IPC, yung ating risk and opportunity management status, or even the budget or allocation of resources. Lahat yun, ang daming pag-uusapan. Because we want to ensure that the management will really come up with the correct conclusion kung okay or hindi okay ang inyong quality management system. And finally, the act. PDCA Act is about improvement. And according to Clause 10, hindi lang corrective action, hindi lang correction ang pwede natin gawin to improve, but even innovation, breakthrough change, reorganization, continual improvement are some of the means of achieving improvement in our quality management system. Okay, so dito papasok yung CAR, no? So ano ang highlight ng CAR na sinasabi ko kaninang umaga? Kailangan mag-root cause analysis tayo. Ito yung kahinaan sa karamihan ng mga napuntahan kong establishment na nag-ISO sa pagdating sa QMS, no? Yung pag-root cause analysis. Kasi according to the Japanese, when you do root cause analysis, you have to ask yourselves why 5 times at least. Bakit? Kunyari, ito yung non-conformity, may complaint si customer. Bakit nag-complain siya? Bakit? So 5. So tayo kasi, isang bakit pa lang, tigil na tayo. And usually, ang sagot natin sa first why is person. No? Kunyari, bakit nag-complain si customer? Kasi si Juan de la Cruz, nakalimutang ibigay yung i-issue ang ito kay customer. Okay, so kung tigil tayo doon, ano ating solution? Pagalitan si Juan de la Cruz o sermonan or pagsabihan or maaring pagpalitan na lang siya, ilipat sa ibang. So ang ating naging action ay para kay Juan de la Cruz. Pero if you dig deeper, for example, bakit nakalimutan ni Juan de la Cruz? Kasi ang dami niyang chine-check bago niya ma-issue yung yung dapat i-issue sa customer. Bakit ang dami niya i-check? O bakit siya nalilito? Ganun na yung sagot. Kasi nalilito siya kung ano yung mga dapat i-check. Bakit siya nalilito? Kasi walang checklist sa mga documentary requirements na dapat. So in short, ang pinaka-cause pala doon, walang checklist. Okay? So kung may checklist ka lang sana, hindi dapat makalimutan yung mga dapat niyang i-check. So again, no, if you just stop up to the first why, pwedeng ang ating solution is just a quick fix solution, but not a permanent solution. But if you dig deeper, why, then you will arrive at a cause that is system related. Kulang sa checklist, kulang sa sistema, kulang sa tool. So therefore, if you address based on the fifth why or the root cause, then you will be able to permanently address the problem. At yung permanent solution na yun, ang tawag natin doon, corrective action. Siyempre, sa corrective action, kailangan may closure, no? Marami kasing mga findings ang auditors na, okay, nakagawa nga ng car, pero hindi naman na-close. So, kailangan mabuo natin, no? Paano natin i-close ang isang non-conformity or ang isang issue? Pag ang action na ginawa, yung corrective action na ginawa or na implement is effective in such a way that there's no more recurrence of the non-conformity or the problem. So that completes the corrective action or the improvement. Okay, so before I do, I think few slides na lang. Would it be okay kung ituloy ko na siya or I need to we need to have a break first? It's already 3:04. What do you think, Miss Donna? Miss Donna?
Hello, sir. Opo.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so,
Opo, hindi kasi ako makapag-unmute kanina. So,
okay.
Sir Henry, may discussion po ba tayo on the briefing
Yes.
on the scope expansion after
Yeah.
this?
Pwede, yeah, actually pwede naman. It's not a long discussion on how we finalize the scoping, okay? Kasi after this, I'm basically done with the discussion of the requirements. Pero meron pa tayong last part on how an organization implements or sets up a quality management system until the certification.
Sige po, sir. So, is it okay po if we will have a quick 10-minute break lang para yung ating mga participants ay kung gustong mag-coffee or mag-water break?
Marita raw yun yung mga lapakan kung di ka mo
Yan. Yan po. So, time check, it's 3:05. So, we'll have a 10-minute break po. And then we'll be back at 3:15 p.m. po. So, yung mga gustong mag water break, you may get your coffee po or bathroom break. You may do so. Let's just be back after 10 minutes po. And for those who have questions, comments, or recommendations, you may jot down your concerns po or send directly to Miss Christine Ramos dito sa ating chat box. Ang pangalan po niya ay QMT Christine Paulette Ramos. So she will be collating or consolidating yung mga questions and concerns during this lecture. Tapos we will be addressing those later po during our discussion and open forum. So, ayun po, it's 3:05. Balik po tayo in 10 minutes. Thank you po. Hello, good afternoon po. Nakabalik na ba tayong lahat from our 10-minute break?
Yes po.
Hi, magandang hapon. So sige, yun, may mga nag-yes. Sige nga po, pa-yes nga po ako sa chat box kung tayo po ay ready na ulit sa second half ng ating ISO orientation. Yan, yes daw. So sige po, welcome po ulit sa second half ng ating reorientation on the ISO 9001-2015 standard. So Sir Henry will resume with his presentation po dun sa ating reorientation, and then after that we will have a briefing on the scope of our expansion and integration of other ISO certified offices. Those who were not able to attend our morning session during the closing meeting po. So na-discuss ni Sir Henry kanina yung integration ng ating ISO certified offices with that of the DSWD-wide ISO. For the benefit of those who were not able to attend, we will have a quick briefing po ulit. So, Sir Henry, if you are okay na po with your presentation. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Miss Donna. So I hope naka-recharge na, no? Kasi pagka ISO standard or requirements sa pag-uusapan, talagang ang sarap matulog, ano? Parang yun yung pampatulog ng karamihan, ano? Tapos ganitong oras pa, madaling medyo ito yung oras de peligro na makatulog tayo. So I already have discussed the major requirements of ISO 9001 from clause 4 up to clause 10, and I hope that, again, because this is just a reorientation and we have very limited time to discuss each of the requirements, I suggest that you do your self-study of these different requirements by way of reading the standard on your own. Aralin ninyo kung ano yung mga nakapaloob dun sa standard. By the way, no, this is just for you to know kung ano yung mga specific requirements ng ISO. Ganito lang yun, ano? Every time you read the word shall in the ISO standard, shall indicates a mandatory requirement. So pag nakalagay halimbawa sa 4.1 ng ISO, the organization shall determine issues, blah, 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 blah. So dahil may ginamit na word, dahil may salitang shall determine issues. So therefore, kailangan ma-address yung requirement na yon because the shall indicates or implies a specific requirement. So pag sinabi nating mandatory requirement, laging meron tayong evidence to show to the auditor na may patunay na talagang na-address natin yung requirement na yon. So in short, for example, balikan natin yung 4.1, the organization shall determine issues or shall determine external and internal issues, blah, 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 blah. So tatanungin ko kayo, ano ba yung document na ipapakita mo sa akin that patunay na ang DSWD was able to determine external issues? So pwede ipakita ni Audit or ni DSWD ito o PESEL analysis. So dahil may PESEL analysis na ipakita, therefore there is evidence of addressing that 4.1. Okay? Asan yung evidence that you determine internal issues? So may pinakita na SWOT on the strengths and weaknesses. So therefore, that's enough. And that's another requirement. So ganun lang, no? Every time we read the standard, hanapin natin ano yung mga shall dito. Take note that you will never read the word should in the ISO 9001 standard. Kasi ang should sa standard is recommendatory or optional. No? Pag sinabi na, kunyari, may nabasa kang standard, the organization should blah, 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 blah. So either you address it or not, it's up to you. Hindi siya requirement. So kailangan kaya shall ang ginamit sa ISO 9001. You will never read the word should. Hindi naman sinabi ni MacArthur, I should return, di ba? Sinabi niya, I shall return. So mandated siyang bumalik sa Pilipinas. So, ganun din, no? Sa ISO, we are mandated to fulfill all the shalls, signifying the different requirements of the standard. Okay, so now let's recap yung ating napag-usapang clause 4 to 10. No? So therefore, in the ISO requirements that we have discussed, it's very clear that the current version is requiring the agency to adapt to major themes: the process approach and the risk-based thinking. Sa process approach, marami na tayong procedures. Okay yun, no? Pero pagdating sa risk-based thinking, kailangan isi-strengthen muna natin yun. Itong ating documentation pertaining to the risk-based thinking. Next is that ISO 9001 is a strategic tool, not just an operational tool. No? Yung dati ang ISO is all about guide for everyone as to how the person executes his task or her task. Pero ngayon, hindi lang siya operational tool. No? It's a strategic tool. Kailangan ba may strategic tool ang isang agency? Wala naman siyang competition. Kasi pag sinabi mong strategy, it's a game plan. No? Bakit pa? Kailan mo ng game plan? So kung sa private yan, sa private sector, you need a game plan so that you will win the competition. Pero sa government agency, wala ka namang kino-compete. You compete against yourself, di ba? So in short, dahil meron kang mga strategic direction or long-term goal ng agency and you want to achieve that long-term goal, kailangan mo ng game plan, kailangan mo ng strategy. So use ISO as a strategic tool para ma-attain ninyo yung inyong long-term goal. Being able to implement a sustainable, a long-term quality management system that really brings significant impact to the Filipino people. And of course, last point that I'd like to emphasize in the 9001-2015 requirements is that we should be able to establish a quality management system. And when we do that, we need to take into consideration what's happening in our external and internal environment. Mas magandang ating magiging plano for our quality management system kung alam natin anong nangyari sa ating paligid, anong nangyari ano ang mga sinasabi ng ating mga stakeholders or interested parties. Okay, so I will now move on to the last section for the reorientation, and this is on how an organization, and that includes DSWD, how should you prepare yourself for the certification or set up your quality management system so that you are prepared or ready for the certification. So basically, you always begin with a phase one, which basically is all about planning and awareness. So may mga organizations na hindi nila masyadong binigyan ng pansin itong phase one na to, yung awareness phase. So what is the importance of awareness? Sabi nga natin, people will not follow unless they are aware. People will not follow unless they are aware as to what's in it for them. How will they benefit from ISO? Kaya importante dito sa phase 1, ito yung step kung saan you get the sympathy, tama ba? You get the full cooperation of everyone in the organization, and they could only give you full cooperation when they know kung ano ba tong ISO sa kanila. So part of the planning and awareness first step here is to conduct gap analysis. No? So ito yung, I think last year nyo to ginawa. So maybe your previous consultant conducted the gap analysis para at least alam lang ninyo kung saan kayo as far as the ISO requirements are concerned. Saan na kayo? Marami pa ba kayong gagawin or kunti na lang? So that will be addressed when you conduct the gap analysis. No? And of course, there's this appointment of people that will play an important role in the ISO, in the quality management system. Of course, we have the quality management representative. Since the organization is quite big, okay, covering all the central office and the different field offices. So that's the reason why you have the appointed deputy QMR, okay, to assist the QMR. Of course, maybe they are also the steering committee or a different team who will be appointed as a steering committee. Okay, ano ba yung steering committee? They are the usually head of the bureaus, no? Para talagang kung may mga issues, policy issues sa kanilang bureau will easily be addressed because they are part of the steering committee. We have the documentation team. So sila yung magsusulat. I think they are in your case, I think we call them as the document custodian. No? It's not only in charge with maintaining the documents, but even creation of the documents. Tama ba? We have another team called the internal quality audit team who will be doing the audit later, no? As we continue to implement our quality management system. And of course, the document controller. For small companies, there's only a single document controller, but in the case of DSWD, it's a big organization, so we have the overall document controller and of course the team supporting the overall document controller. And lastly, under phase 1 is the company-wide awareness. I hope that after this, you will re-echo, or kung nagawa nyo na last time ito, siguro magkaroon din kayo ng reorientation among your people in the FOs, no? At the FO level. So hindi lang pwedeng kayo lang nakakaalam. No? Everyone in the agency, in the department should know ano itong ISO na to. So after phase 1, sabi nga nila, phase 1 is the most exciting part of the journey. Kasi parang, wow, nako, ano kayang mayayari sa ISO? Parang, kumbaga, mixed emotion yung phase 1, ano? Na-excite ka, kinakabahan ka, kayo, no? Being part of the journey. Pero pagdating sa phase 2, ito yung tinatawag nating design and development. Nagawa nyo na rin to, okay? Prior, kasi nasa phase 3 na pala tayo ngayon. Ano? Yung phase 2, ito naman yung documentation phase, the most tedious part or step in the journey. Kasi ito yung, ang daming isusulat. So ano mga dapat isulat? You begin with QMS planning documentation. That's the PESEL analysis, the SWOT analysis, the interested parties, no? Drafting of the quality policy, creating your DSWD process map. Sa other agencies create SIPOC diagram, the second level process mapping tool. Okay, pwede naman din yon. Kung ako ang pagpipiliin or papipiliin, mas maganda kung may SIPOC diagram, but maybe because you have no more time to create the SIPOC diagram, maybe after the certification, consider the SIPOC. Yung tinuro ko kanina, yung first framework ng QMS, yung SIPOC, source or supplier, input, process, output, customer. Maganda kung may ganun kayo sa bawat process. So again, that is another documentation that you may consider. Of course, the risk and opportunity register, of course, the OPCR, IPCR are already in place. And of course, need to consolidate your documentation by looking at the 3 levels, the QMS manual, the quality manual or QMS manual, the procedures manual, the support documents, and of course, the last level is the record. So lahat ito very tedious kasi bubuuhin ng team na magsusulat in charge with the documentation. But before you proceed with the implementation, what's next? You need to deploy. Ito yung I think importante talaga, no? While the step or phase 2 is very tedious, itong phase 3 is very challenging. Bakit? Because you have to cascade this to the people, and pwedeng during the cascading you will encounter resistance to people. Kunyari, sinabi mo, starting January 24, kailangan itong form na to, itong checklist na to, ito yung ating gagamitin. Starting 24, dapat every day magmo-monitor ka nang dito kasi risk natin yan and all of that. So medyo kung hindi natin nakasanayan, tendency, we will resist to it. Kasi here in the implementation of the QMS, you are already going out of the comfort zone. Kaya expect that during the cascading, may mga ganong initial reaction, but you have to properly manage change, di ba? By way of convincing or explaining to the people kung bakit kailangan yung gawin yung mga yon. Okay? Yung why na sinasabi ko, rather than just discussing on the how. Ito kasi in many companies or agencies that I have observed, no, or experience assisting, minsan take for granted nila yung phase 3 na to, yung deployment. So kailangan hindi natin to pababayaan. Kasi kung hindi natin to nagawa ng tama or ng maayos, pwedeng pagdating sa phase 4 or phase 5, nag-fail kasi hindi natin properly na-deploy yung ating documentation. And of course, no, dahil na-deploy na, people are aware of what's they are supposed to do according to the quality management system standard that we have established. Then comes the implementation. People will now conform to what was the standard that they should follow. Okay, the procedures, the forms, checklist, and all of that. No? So as you implement the ito nga sabi nila ang pinaka, while the first is the most exciting, yung awareness. No? Phase 2 is the most tedious. Phase 3 is the most challenging. Ito for me is the most difficult. Ano? So may mga organization na ang target nila 3 months of implementation. Pero yung iba 3 months and 3 years. Ako, I had assisted a tertiary hospital, no? Private hospital. I think there are 4,000 employees in that hospital, 4,000 to 5,000. It took them 7 years to complete, sa phase 4 na to. No? Nakailang management, nakailang audit sila, 7 years. So, naka-14, 14 audit. Kasi every 6 months sila nag-audit. No? Naka-14 internal quality audit sila, naka-14 management review sila. Kasi 7 years yung kanilang ISO. 7 years in the making. So I hope that in DSWD, as long as people, ito phase 3 ulit, no? Balikan natin yung phase 3. If people are aware of what's ISO all about to them, then they will cooperate. No? So walang resistance. So ito implementation, sabi natin 3 months. So it started in January 24, 2021. So pang ilang month na natin ngayon? Pang 6th month. Okay, so kailangan, kumbaga na to, no? Kung sa baby pa to, nag-upisa na tong gumagapang, tama ba? Okay, so gano'n, no? Pagka 6 months old baby, yon na, nag-respond na sa'yo, tawa na ng tawa, gumagapang. So gano'n na dapat yung ating QMS ngayon, nag-upisa ng gumapang yung ating ISO. So while we are implementing our quality management system, we have the phase 5 on audit review and improvement phase. So ito na yung conduct of internal audit. Okay, so that will be in July, hopefully July, and of course, right after the internal quality audit, you have to take the necessary corrective actions for all the findings or the non-conformities that will be raised by the internal auditors, and of course, the management review meeting will be conducted. Okay. So maybe until August ito, so that by September, yan. Again, no, if these 3 major activities in phase 5 are properly executed, ano ang naghihintay? Wala na palang step 6 dito. Step 6 is the certification process. Sabi dito, di ba? The result of the management review will determine if the company or the agency is ready for the certification audit process. So magkakaalaman yan pagdating ng August, no? When the EXECOM conducts the management review meeting, so they will decide, no? But of course, ngayon pa lang na alam naman natin ng decision ng top management, no, to really proceed with the certification 3rd quarter. Pang ilang quarter na natin ngayon? 3rd quarter na ngayon, di ba? So that means September, no, latest September. So kunting buwan na lang, no, ang hihintayin natin, magpapa-certify na tayo. Nako, yung iba dito medyo kinakabahan na, nako, ano kayo nangyari. But again, ang assurance naman natin dito, as long as you really are serious about, implementing your processes, well, of course, hindi naman perfect yung pag-implement ng process. As long as you are aware of the lapses in the implementation and you take the necessary corrective actions, then you are safe. Safe ka kasi may ginawa ka namang action doon sa mga lapses mo or mga deficiencies ng process mo. Okay, so let me end this reorientation with a quote by Mahatma Gandhi. Sabi ni Mahatma Gandhi, be customer focused. Sabi niya, a customer is the most important visitor on our premises. He is not dependent on us. We are dependent on him. He is not an interruption in our work. He is the purpose of it. He is not an outsider in our business or in our organization. He is part of it. We are not doing him a favor by serving him. He is doing us a favor by giving us an opportunity to do so. Yan. So I hope that we build a culture of customer focus, and let's use ISO 9000 to really build that culture of customer focus. No? So kung ma-master lang natin yung, sabi natin, no, ito yung process ko, ano yung output ng process ko, ang output ko dapat will always satisfy the customer, then that's where customer focus is being built or being developed. So, as a conclusion, sabi dito, survival is the name of the game. Well, of course, pag private, talagang survival is the name of the game. But in the case of the government agency, sabi dito, maaring hindi naman siguro survival yon. Pero personal observation ko, may mga ibang agency na pwedeng ma-resolve kasi kung ang mandato niya hindi naman niya magagampanan, di ba? Hindi resolve, dissolve. No? Kasi kung hindi mo naman magagampanan yung mandato mo, parang wala ka na ring purpose why you exist. No? But anyway, hindi naman yan common issue sa government. Pero sabi dito, no, survival is the name of the game. Therefore, in order to survive, you must adapt to the constant change in the industry environment, or even as individuals. No, we are in the right now, no, sa survival mode tayo. But for us to survive, we need to adapt to what's happening, to the change that is happening in our environment. Quality is the key, okay, to satisfy our customers. Without quality, we could not sustain and we could not. Well, of course, hindi naman maaring issue ito sa inyo. But without quality, customers will not be happy with you. Sabi nga nila, no? Only 2% of our customers that are not satisfied with our services are vocal about their dissatisfaction. Kunyari, meron kang sabi natin 100 katao na hindi happy sa service dun sa MTA service na ni-render nyo sa kanila. Dito sa 100 katao. Only 2 of them, 2%, only 2 of them are vocal about their dissatisfaction. Well, that's according to statistics. The 98% of the dissatisfied customers, hindi na sila magko-complain sa iyo, hindi na sila magsasabi, "Oy, pangit ang sablay yung service mo." Anong gagawin nila? They will badmouth you. Ikukwento nila, "Ay, pangit ang karanasan ko sa agency na yan." So ano mangyari? Ang imahe ng agency napasama kasi take note, no? Out of the 100 na hindi happy, yung 98 sa kanila magkukwento sa kanilang mga friends about pangit na karanasan nila sa agency na yon. So kaya we have to really make sure that our customers are happy, and therefore we really solicit feedback from our customers. 80% of the solution to our quality problems could be addressed when we have quality management system in place. So basically that ends the orientation. Okay. Ms. Donna, should we proceed first with the question and answer before the scoping and the expansion and the integration?
Yes, sir. Mag-proceed na po tayo with the briefing on the orientation, briefing on the expansion of our scope and dun po sa integration ng ating ISO certified offices. And then after that, sir, we will have our discussion po with the participants.
Okay, sige. So i-share ko ulit yung ating PowerPoint. I only have prepared one slide for balikan ko lang yung slide kanina, no? So, expansion of the scope of the QMS. So how do we expand, no? Kasi pag sinabi kasi nating scope, uulitin ko lang, ito yung slide na pinipare ko. Pag sinabi nating scope, ano ba ang ipapa-certify natin na activity or process ng ating ahensya? Okay, so dati, before the 2015 version, the way to define the scope of the QMS is a prerogative of the agency. Parang walang justification bakit yun ang scope mo. Basta kung sinabi ng agency, okay, ito yung scope ko, itong isang process, MTA. So hindi ka na-questionin kung bakit yun ang MTA ang i-scope mo or bakit isa lang yung pinapaano mo. Kasi wala namang ganun the older version of the ISO. No? Pero ngayon, sabi ng dito sa framework na makikita natin, or even if you read clause 4, no? The basis for the scope of your QMS will be the result of 4.1 and 4.2. Okay, so whatever agency, DSWD, other government agencies, other private companies, when they define the scope of their QMS, kailangan merong justification or rason dun sa scope base sa resulta ng 4.1 and 4.2. Okay? So, ano ba yung dapat nating mabalikan sa 4.1? Okay? So, sa 4.2 muna. Okay? So, sa 4.2, we listed down our interested party. So, isa sa mga nalista ninyo na interested party, doon sa number 2 doon, employees. So, what are the expectations of the employees? Sabi doon, on-time salary and benefits. On-time release of salary and benefits. Walang nakalagay doon na full PBB. Tama ba? Hindi ba in-expect ng mga empleyado yun na makakuha sila ng full performance-based bonus? Siguro hindi lang nailagay, pero for sure, no, every one of you is expecting that you will be able to qualify for the PBB. Okay? So yun pa lang, kung yun pa lang yung basihan mo for the scoping, pagdating ngayon sa scope, ano ang sabi ni DBM? DBM ba ang nag-define ng criteria for the qualification for the PBB? Sabi? Or IATF ba? So sabi, kailangan buong agency o lahat ng frontline services kasama na sa IT. So ano ngayon? Ano ngayon ang magiging scope natin? It's the whole. It's the whole agency. So tama po ba ang aking logic? Or balikan natin yung interested parties, one of the interested parties is the DBM. No? So anong in-expect ni DBM sa inyo? So pwedeng yan ulit ang maging basis for, or si IATF pala, si IATF. As an agency, what is the expectation of IATF from DSWD? So dahil kung ano man yung expectation, very clear na kung ano magiging scope, no? So it's just a matter of timing. Kung ito yung scope ko, is the whole agency. So for me, okay, babalikan natin yung hindi ko na copy paste, no? So itong aking slide na pinakita wait, sorry. Yan. Ito kasi yung process map ng buong department, no? So if you look at the center of the map, yung kulay gray or shaded gray na nasa loob ng yellow, ito yata yung inyong frontline services, right? Protective social welfare programs and services, promotive social welfare programs services, etc. So, pero sa ngayon, ang na-document pa lang, I don't know kung tama yung understanding ko or yung knowledge ko, it's the MTA and DRM sa disaster response program. Paano yung ibang frontline services na wala pang documentation? Paano kung lahat nga kayo kasama sa scoping? So you start documenting it and then i-register mo lang sa inyong QMS. Sa QMS, no? Dadaan tayo sa document control, documented information procedure, no? Okay, kung may bago akong nagawang procedure, kunyari procedure part of the regulatory services or promotive social welfare or technical assistance. So i-register ko kaagad yun sa document control. And pag na-approve na, kasi I think right now ang inyong approval is up to the secretary level, then i-implement, no? So that's how you do, no? You just, yung sabi nga kanina ni ASEC Rod, i-expand mo lang ng i-expand. Kasi your implementation officially started in January 24, so tuloy-tuloy lang. So hanggang makumpleto ninyo lahat ng inyong frontline services. Pero ganito lang yun, no? Pagdating kasi ng certification, when you apply, when you talk now to the certifying body, at kunyari, you have a discussion with the certifying body, example lang, in August, ang unang sasabihin sa inyo ng certifying body, ano ang inyong scope ng certification? So pag sinabi mo lahat ito, yung protective social welfare programs hanggang regulatory services, kasama yun sa scope. So expect na pagdating ng audit, hahanapin nila yung mga documentation pertaining to 1 to 5. So dapat ready lang tayo. So kunyari, no, hindi pa tayo confident doon sa, halimbawa, sa example lang to, no, regulatory services procedures, hindi pa tayo confident. doon sa ano. So pwedeng i-exclude mo muna yun. So sabihin natin sa certifying body, ito lang muna yung scope natin. Kasi pwede namang year after year, you change your scope. No? Kasi itong scope kasi, yun ang itong mga to, kunyari ito yung scope ninyo, ito yung makikita sa certificate na i-issue sa inyo ng certifying body. Naka-enumerate yun. So kunyari, kung hindi pa natin sinama si regulatory services, so hindi yan kasama dun sa listahan, no? Na i-release ng certifying body na kasama sa inyong scope. So sa akin, tama yung sinabi ni si Asek Rod, ano lang, kung may natapos, idagdag, i-register sa QMS, and then officially, kasama na siya sa scope. Ganun lang. No? So that's how, for me, that should be your game plan or your strategy. Kung may nadagdag, now, kung talagang gusto nyo lahat, no? By the way, no, I would like to emphasize that in the QMS, what is more important is the evidence that these processes are already implemented, no? So more than the writing the procedures. So nasa inyo pa rin, option nyo pa rin yun. So yun, that's my that's my suggestion or recommendation as to how you expand your QMS scope of your QMS. So start with ano meron na kayo, and then kung ito talaga yung target na scope niyo, ilagay niyo na, and then from little by little, i-document niyo na yon hanggang matapos lahat ito. Okay, I hope my discussion is clear. Okay, so for the other agenda, the last agenda is, which was already discussed this morning, and for the benefits of those who just attended this afternoon, let me discuss again the integration. Kasi the other concern, or not really a concern, but something that we need to also, that everyone should be clear on the direction of our QMS, is on the integration. So integration of the 4 offices that are already certified. Paano natin integrate sa company-wide or agency-wide QMS. So we have FO1, FO Caraga, GASG, and NRLND as the 4 offices that are already certified, ongoing ang kanilang certification. Some of them are due for the surveillance, no, late this year. Sige. So anyway, so ito yung aming recommendation for the integration of their QMS documentation. So for the first 2 offices, FO1 and FO Caraga, so our recommendation is for you to adopt the agency-wide QMS documentation. So since meron na kayong current documentation, okay, you just use them for future reference, for benchmarking in the future, but those should only be internal to you. So during the audit, do not show documentation from that, yung na ginawa niya noon. Ang ipapakita nyo na documentation ay yung official, meaning yung agency-wide QMS documentation that are cascaded or deployed to you by our overall document controller sa central office. So yun ang ipapakita nyo. Okay, huwag tayo magpakita ng documentation na hindi official, meaning yung inyong current documentation na magiging hindi na siya official. But again, because we value the knowledge contained in that document, so you just set it for future reference, and in the future, kung merong tayong kailangang i-create na procedure, okay, so babalikan natin yung inyong current itong mga documentation na to, and those will be the benchmark. Kasi sayang naman kung mag-start tayo from scratch, meron na pala kayong ganitong procedure, and we'll just do some rehash or refinement, and then of course approval afterwards. So yun po ang magiging ating strategy for FO1 and FO Caraga. For the GASG, ang GASG kasi parang ang kanilang documentation ay merong duplication yung iba from the agency-wide na documentation. So what you will do is to conduct inventory of your current documentation. So balikan niyo yung listahan, isa-isahin niyo. Ito bang documentation na to ay duplicate dun sa agency-wide documentation? So in short, if it's a duplicate, then i-set aside natin yon. So you may use it for internal consumption, but during the audit, what you will supposed to show are the official documents issued by the overall document controller. Pero kung may mga documentation sa GASG na hindi siya duplication, kumbaga walang ganun from the agency-wide documentation. So you have to retain that, but do the necessary revision, maybe in terms of the template. Kung iba ang ating template sa agency-wide, baguhin lang natin and then i-register natin yung mga yon sa ating document control system. And finally, sa NRLNB, so ang gagawin lang natin dito, since for me, no, unique ang mga processes sa NRLNB. So I think all the documentation of the Bureau will be retained. You just make sure that the template is according to or in accordance with the template for the agency-wide QMS documentation. So i-register lang natin yon and then yun, sundin na natin. So that's how we recommend you in as far, our recommendation is in as far as the integration of the documentation is concerned. Okay, so I hope it's clear to everyone. So I think that's the last slide for me to present that you need to be aware of. Yung in terms of the scoping and in terms of expansion of the scope and in terms of the integration of the QMS documentation. Ms. Donna?
Thank you so much po, Sir Henry, for that briefing po on our the expansion of our scope and integration of our ISO certified offices. So we will be opening the floor po for questions and or clarifications regarding our reorientation session and dun sa dalawang nabanggit po na topics ni Sir Henry. So if we have questions po from our participants, you may chat or you may use the chat room po to ask your questions or you can unmute yourselves po. So anyone, may question po ba tayo?
Okay, there's this a question in the chat box na yun ang una ko kaagad na nabasa, no? So this is a
baka
Okay, this is a question by Miss Eunice no Angkaw. Sabi niya, "Sir, is it right to assume that the NRLMB documentation shall be followed by the FOs for the same processes they are doing on their respective repacking hubs?" Okay, so that's a good this is a good question.
Naka-private.
Naka-private message kasi, sorry.
Sorry, sir. Opo. Kasi
I just would like to share na rin ito kasi maganda itong masagot na malaman ng lahat. No? So kung ako tanungin niyo, since the NRLMB procedures are already proven, no? Na okay pagdating sa audit kasi pumasa na, I don't know how long is the NRLMB certified, no? Maring years na, no? So yung kanilang mga procedures na merong kapareho doon sa FO, yung same process like for example, repacking activities, etc. So I might consider that NRLMB as the benchmark by the central office at yun ang kung sa tingin na yun ang angkop for the different FOs, then yun ang i-deploy rather than creating a different procedure na meaning you start from scratch. So ako yun, tingnan ko yung NRLMB, reviewin ko kung ito ay applicable for FOs and if FOs follow the procedure by the NRLMB then and it will be effective, then yun na. Hindi na ako, I will not create a separate procedure. At least may basihan ako and that the basis is already proven to be effective na kumbaga pumasa na sa ISO audit. Yan, sinabi ni Miss Eunice dito, no? Kasi meron kasing kapareho pala na process na like inspection of goods prior to acceptance and release, preparation of manual repacking hub. So ang pinaka-suggestion ko dito is ibangga. Of course, no? Itong inspection of goods prior to acceptance and release, this is it. Kailangan ma-check itong procedure na to based on requirements under 8.4 and 8.5 8.4 and 8.6. Okay? 8.6 is release, no? Yung inspection, yung 8.4 naman acceptance coming from the procurement, no? Tapos preparation of manual repacking hubs, you have to make sure the requirements under 8.5.1 and 8.5.4. So again, no, habang fina-finalize natin itong mga procedure, tiyakin natin yung kaakibat na ISO clauses ay na ano natin, na satisfy.
Thank you, Sir Henry. So, meron pong question si Sir Roxy from FO6. Ang question na po, yung nabanggit na scope covering MTA and DRM, yun lang daw po ba yung uunahin this quarter to na i-certify? So, if I may answer this question po, yung ating original scope po for our ISO certification covers our service for MTA and its essential support services. So kasama po doon yung dalawang service from the RMB, isa from ICTMS, and then 27 from GasG. So yun po yung ating original scope for na isa-certify to ISO 9001:2015 for this quarter, and then by end of the year po, so we will be expanding our original scope to cover our frontline and non-frontline services na po. So I think ayun po, sana nasagot ko po ng tama or nabigyan ko po ng clarification yung inyong tanong. Kung meron pa pong ibang questions from our participants, open po ang ating chat box. So while waiting, we will just remind po yung ating participants, for everyone who are requesting for a copy of the presentations today, this morning and this afternoon po, we will provide or we will share with you copy of these presentations via email po. And also yung proceedings po nitong ating session for the morning and afternoon will be posted sa ating ISO resource site, and this can also be accessed dun sa ating YouTube channel po after the live stream. So salamat po. You may access those or watch after this session. So ayun po.
Hi, good afternoon. Permission to speak, sir?
Yes po, Arda Maris. Good afternoon po.
Si Miss Mabel po ito, ARD po. Yeah, in relation po doon sa ating quality policy and the DSWD business process, I understand there is an ongoing review of the org structure, the VMG. We already have a draft of the VMG, and I just noticed na hindi pa po adjusted yung business process in relation to the new structure and the VMG. And the strategic map on DSWD. And we don't have yet an official communication about the quality policy, which we understand na malaking effect po iyon dito sa ating ginagawa, dito po sa ating ISO. But we believe there's already a draft. When can we expect po yung adjustment po niyan, saka yung official communication sa mga regional offices po? I think kay Asek Rod. Thank you po. Yes, Asek, thank you po.
With respect to the quality policy, I think that was already issued because that was already approved by the Secretary. And of course, for copies of all the materials that we have, These are all available in the DSWD ISO resource site. So we would encourage each and everyone to familiarize yourselves on using the ISO resource site so that any materials, even the capacity building interventions and other activities already conducted, as well as forthcoming activities are properly uploaded for your information and downloading as needed. With respect to the request for the changes, we have to check on that because the standard operating procedures that we have prescribed is approved by the secretary, and any changes on this would of course necessitate the proper amendment and registration of these changes to these standard operating procedures. So if there are still changes in our organizational structure as well as policies, kung yan po ay pinag-aaralan pa lamang, ay hindi pa po natin pwedeng i-adopt because there's no basis for that yet. So what we can do is of course anticipate that this will be done, and once yan po ay nangyari, then we will properly reflect any changes in our documentation as well as the processes. This is also in line with the continuing improvement principle under the ISO standards, wherein kung tayo po ay nagkakaroon ng mga changes in our policies, procedures, programs, and services, this will be properly reflected in our documentation, in our procedures, and policies.
Thank you for that clarification, sir. So we
Thank
have
you po.
hello. Yes po. So we have another question po from Mr. Ryan De La Gente of Field Office 6. Ang question na po, what is the implication of the anticipated restructuring of the FOs and CO relative to the redevolution due to the Mandanas ruling vis-a-vis completed standard operating procedures? Does it mean that we need to redo everything? So, I think si Asik Rod po ang kakasagot ng
Well,
question
if
nito.
that materializes, then definitely we will have to do to redo everything. We have to change our procedures, or of course amend the scope, considering that if these are devolved services from the DSWD and we are no longer providing their services, these services, then this will be stricken out from the list of frontline and non-frontline services of the department and be replaced by the other form of services that would now support the devolution of these programs and services, such as our enhanced technical assistance that will be provided and resource augmentation that will be, of course, given by the DSWD to the LGUs or even other national agencies that are created to perform and take away these programs and services from the department. But until such times that these are all official, wala po tayong gagawin because hindi po natin naman pwedeng kalimutan ang pagbibigay ng serbisyo sa taong bayan. So hindi po natin maaarta po tayo dyan. For example, sabi natin, ang LGU yung gagawa nito. Kung hindi pa po yan properly devolved, we cannot but help to continue these services, and we have to follow our standard operating procedures as established in the department. So any changes that will happen will be properly reflected in our ISO documentation, and adoption will also follow. So hindi naman po sinasabi na automatic perfect po yan. And even in the devolution strategy, hindi po yan abrupt. There will be transition period that would be observed, especially in, of course, turning over all these services to the LGUs or other national government agencies such as the National Commission for Senior Citizens. So basta kung ano po yung current practice natin, yun po yung ating susundin as documented under the ISO standards. Kung meron po tayong mga pinaplano na automation, etc., these are all in the works. And that can be noted naman that these are under pilot testing, etc. And even in the central office, there are a lot of initiatives in the automation. Even the the conduct of the customer survey natin na ginagawa na po natin ngayon sa ISO is also transforming or transitioning to online system. So for information everyone, I think by the end of this June, ipapilot test na po natin yan, and by July. And once this is already operational, then a proper documentation would be made. I-scrap po ba natin yung ating standard operating procedure for the manual? No. Magkakaroon lang po tayo ng additional procedure whenever na ang ating pong pag-conduct ng customer satisfaction feedbacking is through online mechanism. So idadagdag lang po natin yan kasi hindi naman po natin i-abandona yung manual filling up of this survey mechanism, because we also have clients who are coming in to our facilities, and but they have now the option to use the manual or the online system of filling up this customer client satisfaction feedback form. So add-on lang po tayo ng add-on unless i-abandon na po natin totally yung ating manual process at puro automated po yung gagawin natin, which I do not think will happen soon. Ang coverage po ng ating CSF ay both internal and external kasi requirement po yan ng ARTA and ng EODB as well as ng ating but for PBB eligibility at saka yung tawag dito ng REODB, I think external clients po yan. Kasi frontline lang yung tinitingnan nila. But for the support services, internal clients po natin yon. So these are requirements naman po ng ating ISO standards. As we serve our internal clients, there should also be feedbacking so that we can continuously improve the provision of these services to our internal clients. As I reiterate, all the proceedings, documentation, as well as materials will be sent to you, as well as uploaded to our ISO resource site. So kung na-miss po at nawala po sa inyong email, you can always access our ISO resource site. Pati po yung mga proceedings natin in 2019, ma-access nyo po lahat doon. Para po ay kumpleto. At ang akin po sanang request to all of us, especially to the quality management teams at different levels at the OBS and FOs, please use this rich source of materials in cascading the quality management system and the ISO project to your respective personnel. You may also share the DSWD quality policy to all your personnel even during the conduct of your flag raising ceremony, even during your announcement, so that you can reinforce the dissemination of this knowledge to all of the personnel of DSWD nationwide. So pwede po sa inyong mga sariling initiative, you can download the materials, the training activities, the proceedings for information of our employees. You may also use that as a separate reference materials in terms of re-echoing what you have learned here in this orientation and closing meeting that we did today, especially in influencing and of course getting the commitment of your respective personnel as you go back to your offices, whether in the central office or field offices.
Thank you for those clarifications and reminders po, Isaac Rod. We have another question po from Ms. Naomi of 4Ps and PMO as to the expansion of our scope. So, meaning po ba all those in the scrub list ay dapat certified na by end of this year? And two, up to what level daw po yung hindi pa ISO? So,
well, as I have mentioned, yung pong requirement ng ating PBB eligibility requirement, ang kinuha niya ay, ang piniprescribe niya is 100% for you to get a 5 rating. So meaning para po maximum ang yung PBB. But ang ating pong to be qualified, kailangan po ay 70 points ang ating makuha para magkaroon po tayo ng PBB. So kung tinatarget po natin ay lower than than 4, then you are already disqualifying yourself in the grant of the PBB. So ang pinaka-minimum pong target natin is a rating of 4 for all these components, so that pag pinagsama-sama po natin yan, tayo po ay makakakuha ng passing rate for the DSWD. Should the DSWD meets the at least 70 points score, then the DSWD is eligible for PBB as well as its personnel. But those that fail to contribute, those that have garnered ratings or responsible for non-accomplishment, will be isolated together with all the personnel of that concerned office who are responsible for non-delivery of these results, of this commitment to the PBB eligibility requirement. But remember, bonus lang po yung pinag-uusapan natin. Meron pong mas mabigat na dapat po tayong intindihin. Remember, ang sinasabi po ng ating ease of doing business ay kailangan po nating sundin yan. Yung PBB, bonus lang po yan. Meron pong punitive ang provision ng ating ease of doing business law for non-complying with the ease of doing business law, which means that if you violate that, you may be charged by the ARTA for non-complying with these requirements of the ease of doing business law, which may met you suspension in the first offense and dismissal from the service in the second offense. So sa akin, parang ang mandatory, kailangan natin i-comply and undertake ating ISO because by default, that is now the requirement of the ISO, which is also by the EODB, which is also supported by the PBB eligibility requirement.
Thank you, sir. So I think we are still open for last 2 questions po. So kung meron pa po kayong questions, you may use the chat room function po or you may open your mics kung meron pa pong mga clarifications regarding our reorientation session and the expansion of our scope.
And if I may add also with the query dun sa devolution, should there be other requirements for this devolution, we may treat that as a risk and opportunities, and that can be discussed during the management review so that appropriate plan and action can be undertaken. So this will be, of course, conform to the prescribed devolution transition plans that will be submitted by all government agencies, including of the DSWD. Kaya nga sinabi ko, may transition period po ito at ito ay pag-uusapan natin. This is just like one of the opportunities and risks that we are facing in terms of this devolution and transitioning of these programs and services for implementation of LGUs and other newly created government agencies that will take over these programs and services from the DSWD. So meron po tayong mekanismo dyan at binanggit na po ng ating ISO consultant na hindi naman sinasabi na ito ay magawa mo lahat, but you have to recognize that meron kang dapat gawin at yan ay meron kang plano to address all these risks that will happen in case na meron pong ganitong mga development within the department or outside of the department as the case may be.
Thank you, sir. Ate Eunice from NRLMB, nag-raise po siya ng kanyang hands. Meron po bang question or additional inputs, Ate Eunice?
Hello, Donna. Hello po, magandang hapon po, ASEC Rod, and all the participants of this meeting po. So this is Eunice po mula sa NRLMB na assign po bilang IQA lead auditor po. So there was actually a side discussion with Sir Henry. Maraming salamat, Sir Henry, for your guidance regarding the conduct of the audit. So it was last week when we've had a meeting with the QMT and the PMT for our ISO certification project, that the IQA will be conducting its first IQA audit supposedly on July 18, para po ito sa eksaktong isang buwan after ng walkthrough audit, para i-check sana kung ano na yung naging improvement on our systems and procedures based on the result of walkthrough audit. But because of the discussion this afternoon, so announcement na lamang po, we will be pursuing and we will be prioritizing the issuance of the corrective action reports. So what we will do po, we will make use of the walkthrough audit result as one of the official IQA conducted po, and then ifo-focus natin sa CAR, issuance ng CAR, which is the basis for all the revisions we are to make in our documented information, procedures, and all, at saka po magkakaroon ng malawakang cascading ulit, and para po ma-complement pala, rather, yung malawakang cascading of the revised documents po. So magkakaroon po ng changes doon sa na-present na plans per the guidance po of Sir Henry. Yan lang po, ASEC Rod, Sir Henry, Donna, and everyone. Salamat po.
Thank you po for that information, Ate Eunice. So, kung meron pa po tayong question, we still have time for one last question. So, going once, going twice. Kung wala na po, for those who are asking for copies of the presentations, we will be providing this presentation via email after the activity po. Yung proceedings po nitong ating session for the morning and afternoon will be posted sa ating ISO resource site and the YouTube channel. So kung yung mga nag-subscribe na po at nanood sa ating YouTube live streaming, please subscribe sa YouTube channel ng ating DSWD ISO certification project. So for the next activities, we will be posting din po doon yung ating mga proceedings. So I think we are done with the orientation session. So maraming salamat po for attending this activity. So may we ask our Assistant Secretary and DSWD QMR ASEC Rod Santos for parting words po. So, sir.
Okay, maraming salamat, Donna. Muli ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa inyong lahat, sa inyong masigasig at patuloy na pagbibigay ng suporta sa ating DSWD-wide ISO certification project. Remember, we are all champions of quality management system in the department within our respective offices as we influence national policies in the provision of the most efficient and effective services to our clients. And as champions of quality management system, we are enjoining you to ensure that you are able to influence as well as re-echo what you have learned in today's activity. We are also asking your support to ensure that all your respective personnel, as you go back to your offices, are provided the necessary information as well as your leadership in ensuring that they are able to participate actively in this DSWD-wide ISO certification project. We are not only aware of the requirements of the ease of doing business law and its penalties, we are not only aware also of the requirements of PDB eligibility requirement, but mostly we have to believe with the DSWD quality policy, because as champions of quality management system in the department, we have to commit to the DSWD quality policy. And as leaders on your respective offices, you have to lead by example by committing to this quality policy. And before we end this activity, I would like to enjoin each and every one of you to recite together the DSWD quality policy. Kindly open your microphone so that together as one sa ISOng biyahe, isang DSWD, we can fully commit to the DSWD's quality policy as we implement the DSWD ISO certification project. Kung tayo po ay ready na, let us begin. We at the Department of Social
Welfare and Development
Commit, deliver, and monitor social protection programs and services to the vulnerable and disadvantaged population,
and just peaceful
society.
The culture of
excellence through continual improvement of systems,
mechanisms,
and procedures in the delivery of programs and services. With integrity and adhere to ethical standards, customer satisfaction,
service by
complying with the DSWD mandates,
under pertinent
and laws,
straight
concern for the poor, from any form of
any form of corruption.
Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay ang DSWD. Keep safe.
Complying with the DSWD
Magandang araw
mandate.
po sa ating lahat.
May nahuli pa.
Thank you, Isaac Rod. So, thank you po, Isaac Rod, and to all our participants. So, before we leave our meeting room po, we are encouraging everyone to open your cameras po. We will have a quick photo ops po.
Okay, so please join us as this is a historic milestone in DSWD. Tayo po ang pagkukulan ng first DSWD-wide ISO certification. And as champions of quality management in the DSWD, kailangan pong ipakita natin ang ating mga muka, hindi lamang po ang pangalan ang makikita sa atin. These are the faces of the champions of QMS in the DSWD. So, Secretariat, please give the cue. So, give your best smile.
So, medyo madami tayo. So, if you may, freeze your smiles po. So, we will be counting. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile po. And so, freeze lang po. We will go to the next screen. 1, 2, 3, smile. Next, sa mga hindi pa po naka-open ng camera. So, smile po. 1, 2, 3. Yan, ang gaganda at ang gugwapo ng mga taga-DSWD. So, next. Yan, so, okay. Keep your smiles frozen po. So, 1, 2, 3, smile. Next. Yan, ang mga magagandang mukha ng taga-DSWD. So, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, smile. Next po. Naku, ang dami natin. Okay na? So, yung mga iba po na hindi pa naka-open ng camera, please open your cameras para makita naman namin ang inyong magagandang ngiti. So, another on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Smile po. Ayan. And last. Okay. Ayan. Sige po, sa mga hindi pa nakapag-open ng camera, this will be the last screen na po. So, 1, 2, 3. Smile. Ayan. So, we are done with the photo ops po. again, maraming salamat po for participating in this whole day activity. So sa mga susunod na araw, we will be updating everyone po sa mga activities pa ng ating project, and we are hoping na kayo po ay participate actively sa mga activities ng project. So maraming salamat po, and happy Friday to all of us.
Also, our sincerest appreciation to our consultant, Quality Plus, as led by Mr. Henry O. Palaka. Maraming salamat po sa napakahusay na pagbibigay po sa amin ng kaalaman on ISO certification project, especially po sa mga principles at mga dapat naming gawin upang kami po ay ma-recognize as ISO certified government agency. Okay, so
thank you. You're welcome po.
Thank you very much, Sir Henry. Pati ako,
Thank
marami
you,
akong
thank you.
natutunan mula umaga hanggang ngayon. Talaga namang nakikinig ako at para
Liglig at
matagdagan
umaapaw.
naman. So, punong-puno at hitik na hitik talaga ang lecture mo. So, I think this will really be very productive and fruitful to the DSWD. You have given us a lot of insights and direction on how we can proceed further in this certification project. And we really appreciate your expertise and your engagement with the DSWD. So hopefully this will be a long-lasting partnership with Quality Plus.
Yes. Okay po. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
And of course, to our Secretariat, thank you very much. Ang galing-galing naman. We again successfully conducted another activity. So thank you very much to our Secretariat and to the technical team of the Quality Management Program Project Management Team. And to everyone, hindi ko po kayo mababanggit lahat, baka po merong magselo. So alam nyo na po yun. Maraming salamat po to our DSWD partners and champions of quality management system. Salamat po.
Thank you.
Thank you po. I'm now signing out. Marami pa po akong pipirmahan. Sige po, maraming salamat po.
Bye, everyone. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Henry Palaka.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Salamat po.
Our FO reps, Central Office Officers, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.